You're joining us live from City Hall here in the great city of South Fulton. Introducing Mayor and Council. Mayor Khalid. Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 1. Councilwoman Carmelita Gums, District 2. Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 3. Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell, District 5. Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. Mayor Pro Tem Linda Becker Pritchett, District 7. Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. City Clerk Corey Adams. City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. Thank you for joining the City of South Fulton Council meeting, a city on the rise.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our August 12th series of City Council meetings. We have 5 meetings today. We're going to still try and get you out by 9 o'clock. We are live today at Welcome All Park, 4255 Will Lee Road, 30349. And while we wait for a few more council members, I'm going to take facilitator's privilege and just ask Madam Subadan if you wanted to give any update on the status of City Hall today. You're not ready.
So thank you. We have been working actively with the electrician and Georgia Power. As of about an hour ago, the power was back on. They're running everything to try to determine if the problem is solved. We did find something that was defective that was essentially causing the power to trip and causing issue with the air conditioning. And so we're hoping that this will get to the root cause. And as you know, we've been having some humidity issues there, and they've also given us some assurances that they'll be able to resolve that as well. But once I have the final information on that, I'll send it out to give everybody an update. But at this time, I expect City Hall to be reopened in the morning.
Thank you. That is good news. All right. Mr. Clerk, do you want to go ahead and sound this? Oh, I'm sorry. Let's call the roll first.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and the general public. This is a roll call for the special call meeting, August 12, 2025. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2. The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right. Do you want to just sound this first item?
Yes, the first item on the agenda is request council approval of a resolution establishing membership and composition of the City of South Fulton Public Facilities Authority as amended.
All right. In our clamor and confusion of debate last week, we forgot to actually approve the activating resolution. Attorney Carlos. I'm sorry, I don't know your last name. But do we need to redo the appointments, or do we just have those and we just need to approve this resolution?
The agenda item says, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The agenda item says that we're establishing the membership and composition of the Public Facilities Authority. So I think we need to do the membership, the members.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, we did list the actual members as approved by the council at the last meeting. They are enumerated and listed in the resolution, so they are already placed in there for approval as amended.
All right, so Does that satisfy since they are listed? I tell you what, we'll make it clean. I'll entertain a motion to approve the members as listed in the resolution.
Mayor, I move that we approve the resolution to establish the Public Facilities Authority and members as listed in the resolution.
All right, it's been probably moved and seconded. Well, it's been moved and seconded. So it sounds like Councilman Willis has made a motion to just go ahead and do it all at one time. Is that okay with you?
I think that's appropriate, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Is there any discussion? I am just going to put on the record again my strong concern that this board has no citizens outside of City Council. Obviously, we are all citizens, but that we have no citizen members on this board. And with that, let's take this vote by show of hands.
I record that motion approved.
All right.
5-0.
All right, please sound the next item, or is that the only item on the agenda? 6. I'm sorry, did you get that vote, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, 6-0.
All right. All right. Are there any other items on this agenda?
No, sir.
All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Seeing and hearing no discussion, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved 6-0. We are adjourned at 2:52 p.m.
All right, thank you. Our first Public Facilities Authority meeting will start in 8 minutes.
Good afternoon. Members of the Public Facilities Authority. One of the action items on today's agenda is to elect a chair. Prior to that, we had listed the presentation regarding the purpose of the Public Facilities Authority by the city manager, Ms. Sharon Subadan. So with the pleasure of the body, would you like to go ahead and elect the chair at this point so that we have someone to run the meeting, and then after that proceed with the agenda as printed? Okay. So with that, is everyone okay with that? Going ahead and designating the election, well, proceeding with the election of chair so that the person can chair the meeting and proceed with all the agenda items as printed. Is everyone okay with that? So with that, we'll call the city attorney, Ms. Sarah Kelly, to conduct the election of the chair.
Good evening, you all. I just want to make it very clear that I am here in my capacity as an interim city attorney for the city of South Fulton and not specifically for the PFA. When it comes to the election of the chair, I think it may also be useful for the PFA to also elect a vice chair, that should the chair be absent for any reason, that you all have already designated a vice chair to act in their stead. But for the position of the chair, if we have a motion and a second on who that should be.
And if I may, can I do the roll call first, just so we establish for the record who's present? This is the Public Facilities Authority, August 12th, 3 p.m. The Honorable Catherine F. Ryle. The Honorable Carmelita Gums.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian.
Present.
The Honorable Kiosha B. Bell.
President.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown.
Present.
Ms. Althea Fillard Bradley. Present. And I am Corey Adams, also present. We have a quorum. Thank you, Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Regarding the election of the chair, at this time we will entertain a motion and a second.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Carmelita Gums for chair and Kiosha Bell for vice chair.
All right, properly moved and seconded. If we can take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved 5-0.
All right, as previously voted at the Friday special call meeting, I believe the secretary and the treasurer have already been appointed. The secretary would be Mr. Corey Adams and the treasurer, Ms. Althea Fillard Bradley. If you all would just like to ratify that by vote, now that you have selected a chair and a vice chair, we'll go ahead and take that by a motion, a second, and a vote.
I move ratification of the officers as sounded.
Second.
All right, we'll take that vote by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved 5-0.
And with that, you have a chair, vice chair, and officers. Congratulations.
Are we finished?
So, Madam Chair, it's your meeting.
Oh, okay. So I would like to bring the meeting to order, and we will, I guess, clerk, you will call the next item.
Yes, the first item on today's agenda is the presentation of purpose and Public Facilities Authority. We had that listed as Ms. Sharon Subadan, City Manager.
Good afternoon, Public Facilities Authority. Some of you may recall that 2 years ago, we went to the Georgia legislature to create a Public Facilities Authority in anticipation of needing to leverage debt for public facilities citywide. The city currently has a URA, which can develop property and issue debt on behalf of the city for certain designated areas. And it's very restrictive. The Public Facilities Authority was created by the legislature to allow you to be able to leverage debt for properties citywide. So that could be the two buildings that we're considering now. It could be a future city hall. It could be a park. It could be all public facilities. So the Public Facilities Authority gives you great flexibility. It sets the city up for the future, and that is why it was created. At this time, I am going to turn the presentation over to Ed Wall, who will walk through a little bit more about why public facilities authorities are created, talk to you a little bit about the millage rate cap, and we also have Attorney Doug Selby, who just walked in, who can speak to you a little bit more about the bylaws, which I believe are on the agenda for adoption tonight as well. Is that correct? All right, I'm going to turn it over to Ed.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. So you all exist as the board of the Public Facilities Authority. What other cities and counties have a Public Facilities Authority? Decatur created one recently, the last 5 years, so that they could issue bonds to buy the old Children's Methodist home. Sandy Springs created one so they could do their city hall and their performing arts center. Brookhaven did one so that they could do their new city hall, and they did a police safety, public safety police headquarters building on Beaufort Highway. Georgia's Constitution has this thing called the Intergovernmental Contracts Clause, and it says one political subdivision can contract with another political subdivision for services or facilities they're each empowered to perform. And so cities and counties look for another political subdivision that they can contract with in order to issue revenue bonds and accomplish projects. So you have a water and sewer authority. It can only do water and sewer. A recreation authority can only do recreation. A public facilities authority is very broad and can do any kind of public facilities. One of the things I was talking to you all about at your meeting last week, you have two development authorities. And development authorities can only do projects for-profit private entities. They are not allowed under Georgia law to do projects for governmental use. And so they don't exist under that Intergovernmental Contracts Clause in the Georgia Constitution. It's for services or facilities you're each empowered to perform. So the Development Authority could not provide the service of building a fire headquarters building or a police headquarters building. The URA could, but the URA has its own set of hoops that you have to jump through under Georgia law. It has to be urban redevelopment. You have to draw a map including it. You have to declare the area blighted, and then you have to have a redevelopment plan for the urban redevelopment. And so a public facilities authority is a tool in the city's toolbox that helps you act as a conduit so that the city can go about borrowing money for public facilities. You'll have no reason to meet after this project is done. You're a conduit with the express purpose. You're not running the public facilities. You're not trying to get economic development. You just exist under Georgia law so that we can have a new political subdivision under the Intergovernmental Contracts Clause for one entity to contract with the other. Is there any questions about that? Good deal. What would y'all like me to cover next? Would y'all like to see the presentation on the millage rate cap?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And at some point, they'll need to adopt bylaws. Is that on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. Y'all want to cover that or do the millage rate cap now?
That actually was prior. Let's adopt the bylaws.
So what'd you say?
We can move forward with the discussion on adopting the bylaws.
Okay, great. The bylaws are 8 pages. They're very standard bylaws. If you want me to, I can go through them for you. Would you like to do it, boss?
Well, I'll get it.
This is Doug Selby, our bond lawyer. I'm not a real lawyer, he is.
And members, for the purpose of the bylaws, you can check your email. You have the bylaws for your review as previously submitted.
So as I'm Doug Selby with Hunt and Andrews Kurth. So as Mr. Wall has indicated, we have for your consideration a standard set of bylaws. It would have you to, at some point, elect a chair, a vice chair, secretary, treasurer for this board. The resolution that we have also would authorize the attorney to proceed with the formal registration of the authority with the Georgia Department of Community Affairs. There's a process by which you get registered with them and have an annual certification process. The bylaws are the ones that sounds like were emailed to you. The resolution that sits on top of the bylaws sort of creates the formality through which we would adopt them. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the body? Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Move on. This the next item.
Could we get a motion to second
Oh,
to
I'm
adopt the
sorry.
bylaws, please, Madam Chair?
All right. Can I have a motion to adopt the bylaws?
I move to adopt the bylaws and the resolution as presented.
Second.
It has been motioned and seconded. Can I get a show of hands?
Record that motion approved, 5-0.
Okay. All right, and next we want to,
So could we pull up my presentation on the millage rate cap? Perfect. So a little entry into the presentation.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Sebastian.
So sticking to the rules that we have on the books, I do not see the millage rate cap on this agenda.
It's the 4 o'clock meeting.
Is it here?
It's at the 4 o'clock meeting.
It's at the 4 o'clock meeting.
So the next
So-
item, yeah.
So the question I'm asking, is this the proper time for us to do this, or should we be waiting until the 4 o'clock meeting? Because that's how I know it was listed. That's my question.
I think we should continue with the agenda that's presented, and we can discuss that at 4 o'clock. Is that fine with the rest of the body?
Yes.
Okay,
Especially because the rest of our colleagues are not here.
absolutely. All right, City Clerk, can you sound the next item, please?
That would bring us to discussion of the bond issue.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So my name is Ed Wall. I'm the city's financial advisor. Most of y'all know me. And about, 4 or 5 months ago, you put out bids for the police headquarters building and the fire headquarters building and training facility. And you got a guaranteed maximum price of $113 million. Mayor and council decided to put $20 million as sort of an equity contribution and only borrow the balance, which is about $96 million. And so then I put out bids to Georgia banks. I sent it to Capital One, who's very active. They're not in Georgia. I sent it to Webster Bank, a bank out of West Virginia, who's not in Georgia. But I knew that they may go 25 years. And so I bid out the bonds for a 20-year term and a 25-year term. And we received about 5 or 6 bids. The best bid was Regions Bank for a 20-year term at 4.3% interest rate. I negotiated with the bank to index that interest rate to the 10-year U.S. Treasury. And while we're going through the things we have to go through under Georgia law to approve things, I would let that interest rate float because a bank doesn't want to hold an interest rate for a month or 2 months at a time. I asked them to give me a run today, coming to this meeting, what would the rate be if we could close today, and that rate's 4.26%. And so you all would be issuing the bonds, $96 million at a rate of 4.26, whatever it is. You're not asked to approve anything until next week on April the 26th. Is that next week or the week after? August the 26th. And the interest rate will float between now and then, but you know it's somewhere between 4.26 and 4.3 probably. You all, as part of the documents that you adopt in issuing the bonds, also adopt something called an intergovernmental contract. In that intergovernmental contract, you are leasing these facilities to the city of South Fulton, and South Fulton promises to make lease payments directly to the bank to pay it. So money doesn't flow through you. You don't have to pick up the payment, take it over there. The intergovernmental contract with the city promises to pay the debt. And so you all, as fiduciaries in your job as a board member of the Public Facilities Authority, whatever you vote on, you want to just make sure that how it gets paid because you don't have any assets and you don't have any revenues. And so this bond issue that you're asked to approve, does the projects of the police headquarters building, the fire headquarters building, and the training facility. You're leasing it to the city. The city promises to operate, maintain it, construct it, and the city promises to make the annual payments to pay the debt. Madam Chair, you have a question?
Brown?
Yes, just I want to clarify. I know you said the police hire. What about the court? Is that not going to be financed through this issuance?
What
Okay.
now? Ms. Subban understood the question. She said
Yeah.
no.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, proceed. All right. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, ma'am. I didn't know what the next item was.
All right. Clerk, can you sound the next item?
Actually, the next item was adjournment.
All right.
I move to adjourn.
Second. It has been properly motioned and voted on. Can I see a show of hands?
Record that motion approved 5-0. The Public Facilities Authority is adjourned at 3:23 p.m.
All right, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live here again at Welcome All Park, 4255 Will Lee Road. If you're looking for us and you did not get my text alert or an alert from the city, we're going to be here at Welcome All Park for the rest of the evening, and we'll be returning to City Hall tomorrow. I'm going to call to order our 4 p.m. work session. Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and general public. This is a roll call for the 4 p.m. work session. The Honorable Catherine F. Ryle, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gumbs, District 2.
Here.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Here.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid. Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right. Please sound the first item.
First item on today's agenda is a presentation of the FY 2026 budget presented by our city manager, Sharon D. Subadan, and Althea Philord Bradley, Chief Financial Officer.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, to our citizens, our staff. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the fiscal 26 proposed budget, city manager's proposed budget. Could you go ahead and start the presentation, please? Next slide. Well, I guess I can advance it. So we always start with our mission and vision. I'm not going to read it word for word, but I especially want to focus on mission, where we try our best to exceed the expectations of our customers as we deliver municipal services with respect and professionalism in the city of South Fulton. It's important that this is the third year I'll be presenting your budget, and it's important for me to reiterate that this is the single most important policy decision that you as a council make every year. The budget sets the vision of the council and reflects the community's needs and provides a 12-month roadmap for us as staff to follow. So you may wonder why we're all dressed in black today. I've heard a few people say, are you going to a funeral? Are you mourning? But that's not the case. We're in black today because as a city, we're in the black. As a city, we consistently spend less than we take in. We have added to our fund balance every year for the past 5 years. We've successfully invested our money with a result of $16.8 million in interest. We serve our community. Our projects are on schedule, under budget, and yes, we may have some challenges, but we as a city are in the black. Continuing on from our theme at our State of the City, I want to reiterate that today's choices shape tomorrow's impact. So I'm going to say that again, and I'm going to ask the people who are in black and white behind me to repeat it with me. Today's choices shape tomorrow's impact. That was weak. Let's try it again. Today's choices shape tomorrow's impact. You as decision makers are the ones making the choices. We are presenting to you our best recommendation. We're giving you the benefit of our experience. We're giving you the benefit of our knowledge, our skills, and ability. But the choices that you make truly will impact the city of South Fulton well into the future. The choices that you made yesterday and the day before and the day before that have impacted us today. In our budget, we were careful to link our budget to our strategic plan. The strategic plan wasn't just an exercise, it wasn't just checking the box. It was ensuring that the goals that you identified, the community identified, we ensured that we connected our budget to it. It only makes sense that the way that we spend our money is reflective of what our strategic plan outlines. So we have presented the budget. This will be, next slide please. This budget reflects no change in the millage rate. It includes expenditures for continuing operations. It annualizes our expenses with the CPI, like our solid waste contract and our leases. It reflects a 13% increase in health insurance, which is outside of our control. We're continuing to negotiate to try to get a better number for the city, and that is a big project that we will be bringing to you in the next 30 days. It does include a step adjustment for city employees on their anniversary date, consistent with a performance evaluation that is successful. It also has key initiatives, new initiatives in this budget around our 4 goals: enhancing government efficiency and productivity, increasing community collaboration and improving quality of life, strengthening financial stability and promoting economic diversification, and expanding infrastructures to support long-term sustainability. Next slide. So here are the numbers. This year, your budget is $431 million. It is the largest single budget that you have ever seen, and it is this large because, next slide, we incorporated bond proceeds in my proposed budget that are consistent with your direction to go forth and make the public safety complexes happen. You put it in my performance evaluation. You put it in, we have talked about it ad nauseum. You approved it, approved the construction contracts at a meeting last month. And so in my proposed budget is the potential bond proceeds for completing those buildings. The general fund operating budget is $196,658,944. The capital project funds represent $191,111 and $349. And other funds represents $43,382,131. This year, we're putting all of our capital improvements into its own fund. In the past, we have put capital projects in individual budgets, making it challenging to track and challenging to manage, and so we're putting it in its own fund where it will be much more transparent and easy to understand. The citywide budget is balanced as required by Georgia law. It took a little bit more work this year to balance it. As I shared with you and I've shared in many instances, our ad valorem tax is flat. We're not seeing an increase. Our budget is balanced with no increase in our millage rate. I want to say that again. Our budget is balanced with no increase in the millage rate. Yes. I'm not going to be mad at you if you clap. And as is our custom, there are some things we included in our new initiatives. Under Goal 1 of enhancing government efficiency, you can go to the, I keep forgetting that I have to advance the slide. Under Goal 1, enhancing government efficiency, we have incorporated the first phase of the build-out of municipal court. And so to answer your question, we're actually doing that out of our accumulated reserves instead of debt financing it. The merit-based pay increases I just spoke of, a 3% COLA is being programmed for the collective bargaining agreement. That is a process that's still ongoing, but we set aside funding in advance. And we've already talked about the healthcare cost increases, which we're continuing to negotiate with our provider. In parks, We are using CDBG for playground equipment for differently abled children, and we have set aside funding for the planning phase of Miracle League field, also for differently abled children. We are programming funding for home repair and food insecurity in response to each of your urgings to make sure that we had some opportunity to assist residents should they find themselves in a position of needing additional support for food insecurity. Police and fire headquarters, we've already talked about for $96 million, and the interest on, and for our first payment, which would become due in February of next year if we proceed, is incorporated. The acquisition of land through the Trust for Public Lands, that agreement is actually on the agenda tonight for your consideration. You'll remember they came and presented, give you a presentation on the Riverlands project. And we're also setting aside funding for future grant match as we continue to pursue grants to support the community. And for fire, we're supporting turnout gear. In public works, where one more year, we are adding funding for street lighting, which is the utility payment on street lighting. And we've responded to your request for additional sidewalk improvement by adding funding for that each year. So each of these slides lays that out in specific under each of our goals. And so that brings us to the last new initiative, which actually doesn't have a cost to us. Some of you will recall that, I shouldn't say it doesn't have a cost to us, it doesn't have an extra cost to us. Some of you will recall that we launched our SoFu, So Clean initiative in earlier this year, and we're increasing brand awareness about the boundaries of the city. We want people to know that they live in our city, and we want them to stop littering. But several of you shared with us that we really needed to work with children on this initiative. So, are we ready with the video? So I want to introduce you to the newest member of the South Fulton family.
Hi, my name is Sofu. Welcome to the city of South Fulton. I'm here to help you learn all about our vibrant community, where neighbors care, businesses grow, and nature and culture come together. Let's explore city services, local parks, and fun events while discovering how we all make South Fulton soar.
So SoFu coloring and activity books are being prepared. SoFu we'll have a life-size SoFu for our children events at some point in the next several months. You will start to see publications, and we'll be going to our after-school care. We'll be going to our elementary schools, promoting the city of South Fulton, introducing SoFu, and really helping even our youngest residents understand what community pride looks like and why it's so important for us to be able to demonstrate community pride in a way that is real to us. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our CFO, who will get into the details of the budget, more of the meat of the budget. But after that, we are both going to be available for your questions.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Althea Flora Bradley, Chief Financial Officer. My part of the presentation isn't as entertaining because I'm just providing you with numbers, so hopefully I don't bore you all. Okay, I'd like to begin the presentation with one of the most significant investments in our city's future, which is the Public Safety Capital Improvement Plan, which includes the construction of the fire and police safety facilities. This project is estimated at $113 million. However, the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget only accounts for $96 million, which is the bond finance that will help us construct those projects. In the next coming years, we'll use the remaining funds from general fund reserves to fund that project. As you can see, this chart shows that 98% of the investment is dedicated directly towards the construction of this project, while debt issuance costs, which is about 2%, includes the cost of issuing the bonds for payments such as underwriting fees, legal fees, and other finance-related costs. As we just discussed, here's the same information for the cost of the investment shown in dollar amounts for the proposed budget. With the police department, $46 million is allocated for that portion of the project for 2026. Fire department, $47 million, and debt administration is about $2 million, which totals the $96.2 million. This next slide just gives us a citywide view of the budget comparison between fiscal year 2025's amended budget and the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. The general fund budget is about $196 million, which shows a slight decrease of about 2%. This is largely due to the reduction in capital. Our capital projects saw the largest increase of about 310%, and that's primarily due to the cost of the public safety facilities. Other funds are shown at 11%, down 11%, largely due to the reduction of one-time expenditures from year to year. Overall, the proposed citywide budget increased by 46% from the $295 million to the $431 million, which most of this is tied to long-term capital investments. This slide is our starting point for discussing revenue, looking at all revenue sources citywide. Before we break them down by funding classifications, our citywide revenue sources are diverse and are generated across multiple funds, which we will discuss later in the presentation. Here you can see the full picture of how we're funding operations and investments across the city for fiscal year 2026. Our largest revenue sources this year comes from the bond proceeds, which account for about 22.3%. Again, you'll hear me say this throughout the presentation. This is because of the large investment to our 2 public safety facilities. And it's also important to know that the bond proceeds are not recurring source of income. These funds will solely be used for the construction of those facilities. The next largest category is budgeted use of reserves, with the general fund making up for more than half of the total. Reserves are being used for one-time expenditures as well that support our long-term goals. Even after the planned use of the reserves, we still remain above the 25% required threshold for fund balance. Property taxes typically make up most of our revenue sources. However, with the inclusion of the bond financing, it comes in third, but it's our single largest recurring revenue stream. They provide the most stable funding source for essential services like public safety, parks, road maintenance, and more. Other significant sources, sales and use tax, about 14%. Sales and use tax are another key recurring source. This includes our local option sales tax, which helps reduce the reliance on property taxes and allows us to diversify our funding base. Our inter-fund transfers in. Transfers represent funds moved from other city funds to support specific activities such as debt service payments or specialized project, matching grant funds, and things of that nature. Intergovernmental revenues account for about 5.9%, which grants and allocations from federal, state, and regional governments make up this source of revenue. Other business taxes account for 4.3%, which includes hotel, motel taxes, alcohol taxes, and insurance premium taxes that support general operations. Charges for services, those are fees provided by the city, like recreation programs, facility rentals, and other user-based charges. Franchise fees, which are typically paid by a utility company for the use of our public right-of-ways. License and permits account for about 1% of our citywide revenue sources. Investment income account for about 1.2% of our revenue sources, and this is interest earned on our city investments. Fines and forfeitures account for a little under 1%, and is primarily from court fees, traffic violations, and code enforcement penalties. Our title and avalorium taxes, this is basically our vehicle title taxes collected by the county and distributed to the city. Overall, this pie chart tells a story of how our budget is funded by a healthy mix of recurring and one-time revenue sources. On the previous slide, we saw the percentages of each revenue source citywide. This slide just shows the same categories, but in dollar terms, comparing fiscal year 25 amended budget to the fiscal year 26 proposed budget. Here you can see exactly how much each source contributes and the year-over-year change. I won't go through them one by one since I went through them in the previous slide, but this just gives you an idea where we are. We went from where does the money come from to where it's going. This slide breaks down how our city allocates its budget across all major service areas. It shows both the dollar amounts and the percentage each area represent of our total spending. Of course, the largest share of our budget is dedicated to public safety, which accounts for about $166 million of the $431 million budget, which includes the $96 million in construction for the new fire and police stations. General government accounts for $80 million of our $431 million budget, which is 18%, and this supports the operations that keeps the city running, like the city council, IT, city manager's office, finance, human resources, and other essential services that serve both the residents and internal departments. Public Works accounts for $79.6 million, funding street maintenance, stormwater management, facility upkeep, and other critical infrastructure. Now, our transfers out account for $50.6 million. These are funds, again, moved between other city funds, and they cover debt service, capital projects, specialized programs. And as I previously discussed, this increase is largely due to the creation of the separate CIP fund for better tracking and capital improvements. And Ms. Subban did touch on that. Before, it was captured in the general fund, so we had to take about $30 million of those capital improvement funds and basically create a separate fund. So that's why you see a large increase, because the general fund is financing those capital projects. Culture and recreation is funded at $27 million, which supports parks, recreation centers, cultural programming, and community events. I forgot to mention our #1 Parks and Recreation award-winning department. 2 times. He said thank you. Housing and development totals about $17 million, supporting economic development initiatives, planning and zoning, code enforcement, and programs that foster responsible growth. Solid waste is budgeted at $9.5 million, covering trash collections and disposal services. Our courts department.
Point of order.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her point of order.
What should it be point of information? The slides and not moving with the presentation. Oh, I'm looking at this, and we're still stuck on the pie chart.
Yeah, you should be. I'm still on the pie chart. Because we
Thank
talked
you.
about judicial
The numbers that you're reading are coming off of page 23.
No, they're on this page as well. I haven't moved on to page 23.
Okay.
But we can. It's the same information. And this slide just provides the same information,
Right,
just
that's what I
that
was
you can
looking
see it from one year to the next year, compares fiscal year 2025 to 2026.
That's what I'm looking at.
And it's pretty much the same information I just shared, just shows you the change from year to year. And this slide is actually a duplicate of the previous slide. Okay, now that we reviewed the citywide revenues and expenses, we're going to shift our focus to the general fund. The general fund is the primary operating fund for the city. It's where most of the day-to-day activity happens, including public safety, public works, parks, administration, and other core services. In this section, we'll first look at where the general fund's revenue comes from and how those sources have been used and how pretty much by category. Then we'll review the expense side, breaking it down by type and by function so that we can see how the dollars are allocated to deliver services. When we narrowed the focus from citywide revenues to just the general fund, you can see a different picture of how we finance our day-to-day operations. Property taxes remain the single largest source of revenue for the general fund, making up for about 1/3 of the total. These funds provide stable base to support essential services. Budgeted use of reserves accounts for the second largest revenue source for the general fund. And we typically use the budgeted use of reserves for one-time needs, such as funding transfers to other funds without relying on recurring revenues or increasing rates. You'll see the impact of those transfers reflected on the expense side of the budget. Because we typically use our budgeted use of reserves to transfer out funds to help support other funds. Local option sales tax accounts for 19%. Sales tax plays a strong supporting role in the general fund, capturing revenue from both residents and visitors who shop and do business within the city of South Fulton. Our business occupation and excise taxes account for 9%, generated through business licenses, alcohol taxes, and other industry-specific fees. Again, franchise fees, taxes are paid by our utilities for the use of city right-of-way, while other taxes include sources like the insurance premium tax. Insurance premium tax are generated from the gross premiums that insurance companies collect on policies written within the state of Georgia. Motor vehicle tax, that's a smaller portion, but a steady source of income that comes from vehicle title and registration activity. And our licensing permits account for 3%, and charge for services account for 1%, and this represents the fees we collect for permitting, recreation, parks, and other services provided directly to residents and businesses. On the previous slide, we saw the same information. However, on this slide, it basically shows you a side-by-side comparison of your amended budget for fiscal year 2025 and the proposed budget for 2026. Now that we've seen where our general fund revenue sources come from, let's turn to how we allocate those resources. This breakdown shows the different categories of the general fund spending, giving us a clear picture of where each dollar goes. You'll notice that the largest portion supports the people and services that keep the city running every day, followed by contracted services, operational needs, and planned investments. And I want to guide your attention to the pie chart on the right, which basically breaks down the $51 million allocation, $51 million allocation of the general fund expenses. And that's primarily transfers out, which account for $48 million of that $51 million. And again, these transfers out account to support capital projects, debt obligation, and grant matches or specialized city programs. I just wanted to point your attention to the total transfers out from the general fund to support other funds. Again, this table just basically is the same, showing you the side-by-side comparison with the amended budget versus the proposed budget for the general fund expenses by type. Here is just a breakdown of that $48 million, so you can see as far as like where those funds are going, that the general fund is transferring out to other funds. Sorry, keep forgetting. So this slide basically shows you the general fund transfers out that I just mentioned for $48 million. It shows you what other funds the general fund is supporting. And if you pay attention to the Fund 355, which shows the capital improvement fund at $36 million, last year, well, the current fiscal year, we have those projects budgeted in the general fund. So this year, we've moved it to its own fund so we can better management and basically for transparency. So our budget did increase by the $36 million just because we created a new fund and now have to move those dollars over to help support the construction of those projects. And also included is $3.6 million. This is a new item. It includes the $3.6 million in debt service to support the public safety facility debt issuance. Our first year debt service will be about $3.6 million. I think a lot of these slides are just repetitive. We're showing you it in different, by category, by type, and right now we're showing it to you by function. So I won't spend a lot of time on them. This chart just shows the breakdown of the general fund expenses by function. Again, public safety making up for $61.1 million of our $196 million budget. General government accounting for $51 million. Transfers out, accounting for $48 million. Public Works accounting for $15 million, and our court accounting for $930,000. And again, this is basically just showing the year-to-year comparison of our amended budget versus our proposed budget. We've just covered the general fund, our primary operating fund, but the city's budget is made up of more than just the general fund. To get a full citywide picture, we also need to look at our other fund types, each of which have specific purposes and a set of restrictions on how the money can be used. We'll start off with our special revenue funds, and these funds account for revenues that are legally restricted for specific purposes, such as grants, E911, and dedicated revenue streams. Key takeaways from fiscal year 2026 projections: overall special revenue funds account for about $21.5 million of our $431 million budget. There were a few declines in our overall special revenue proposed budgets, and one being the school camera, traffic camera fund, which is reflecting that is declining because of the use of reserves. We have been using those funds in 2025 to address projects and other public safety needs. So that fund balance has decreased, and we've had to move some of the expenses that were captured in the special revenue fund over to the general fund to support those services because those funds are declining, and we're seeing that the revenue that's coming in is also declining.
That's a good thing.
Mm-hmm. The ARPA fund is decreasing by $3.6 million as pandemic-related allocations are being drawn down. And we just have a slight decrease in the multi-fund grant fund. You see, with the notable increases, we have blighted property abatement. That was a decision to invest more than the $300,000 that was invested in 2025. We've increased that investment by $700,000. And the TAD revenues, both East Side and West Side, have increased significantly. But what I've noticed is that in 2025, our revenue projections were very understated, so the percentage increase is slightly inflated. There's moderate growth in the hotel-motel tax, which supports tourism-related programs and marketing efforts. This chart is just a visual breakdown of the same special revenue funds allocation we just reviewed. Next is our capital projects funds. These funds are tracked resources used for major construction, infrastructure improvements, and one-time capital purchases. This is where we manage big projects and long-term investments. This chart just breaks down our capital funds for 2026 with the largest portion dedicated, again, public safety. You'll see that throughout this presentation. And our new capital improvement plan, which makes up for about $19 million. That's the $36 million that was moved from the general fund to its own fund for better tracking purposes. We also have our T-SPLOS funds, which account for 12%. Both funding, they're critical to transportation projects, such as roads resurfacing, sidewalks, and traffic safety enhancement. And next we have our LMIG grant fund, which represents about 10%. There's a significant increase here, providing state grant funding for roadway maintenance and improvements for fiscal year 2026. And this slide just combines our capital projects and debt services, giving us a complete picture of how we fund major investments. For our debt service, these are dedicated to paying the principal and interest payments on city outstanding debt, which includes the new debt service for $3.6 million for the public safety facilities. The URA funding is existing, so the new bond payment is $3.6 million. Our enterprise funds. Now, our enterprise funds are intended to be self-sustaining, generating revenue primarily from user fees to cover the cost of providing specific services, which is one, our solid waste, which accounts for $9 million of the budget for enterprise funds, and it supports residential and commercial trash collection. This is the city's largest enterprise operation and is funded by service fees, but has needed the support of the general fund in the past and may need it in the future if we don't address the increasing cost of providing the service. Now, Wolf Creek Amphitheater Enterprise is about $938,000, which is 100% funded by general fund dollars. So it's included in that $48 million transfer out to other funds that the general fund provides. It does provide 100% support to the Wolf Creek Amphitheater. So that's about $1 million. Again, this slide just shows an overview of the prior year versus the current year, but we do see the inclusion of the trust and custodial funds. The trust funds are held for specific purposes. In this case, it's the tree replacement or preservation activities, often tied to development conditions. Our custodial funds are used to account for resources that the city holds temporarily. This typically comes from courts. We don't budget for those items. They're typically held as a liability on the books. But it does have its own fund for tracking purposes. Then our component unit. Our component unit is a legally separate organization for which the city is financially accountable, or whose relationship with the city is such that excluding it from the city's financial statements would make those statements misleading or incomplete. And that is our South Fulton Development Authority Fund, which accounts for about $173,000. I'm almost there. Our capital improvement plan, which is one of the largest investments for the city, our 5-year plan is set to cost $346 million. Over the course of 5 years. I'll move on to the total cost of year 2, $138 million. Again, this basically gives you a breakdown of those costs by capital type, which includes land acquisitions, site improvements, building improvements, and so on. We also have vehicles that are budgeted at $6.5 million for 2026. And again, our $2 million debt service, not debt service payment, but the debt service administration for issuing the debt. Our transportation special purpose local option sales tax, which is better known as T-SPLOS, is a sales tax in Georgia dedicated solely to funding transportation projects. Funds are restricted to specific voter-approved uses, well, not voter-approved, but also city-approved uses, ensuring investments directly improve mobility, safety, and infrastructure. Fiscal year 2026 allocates $12.7 million to operations and safety improvements, and $26.8 million to maintenance and safety improvements. Oops. Just want to remind you of our upcoming dates for the budget public hearing, which is at 10 a.m. on August 26th, and again at 7 p.m. on August 26th, with the final adoption on September 9th. And that concludes my presentation. Next time I promise to make it a little shorter, but that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Althea. Before I forget, I want to thank all of the individuals who worked on the budget, every department, the finance department, and who I call the budgeteers, public affairs, information technology, and everybody who worked to deliver the budget today and provide you with the materials. This year, you get your budget in brief, and you have a thick binder that has every line of every department and every expenditure, and I expect you to do your homework and come back with good questions. So at this point, I am subject to your questions, or we are subject to your questions.
Thank you, and there are many. First, I want to be clear, I was looking at our budget calendar, and I'm going to turn it over to council, but I'm looking at our budget calendar, and our public hearing on the budget will be August the 26th at 10 a.m. and 7 p.m.
That's correct.
We just have 2 hearings, not 3.
On the budget, 2 hearings.
All right. So please join us back here in 2 weeks. You all get to ask all of your questions. You can also ask us before that, but you'll be able to do that at our public hearings at 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. at City Hall in 2 weeks. The chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions, and this is more so for the benefit of the public. Under property taxes, does that not include residential, commercial, and industrial?
It does. What slide? I can go back to it. Or
I know it's 62.9 million.
Yes. That is our.
So I want to say that because a lot of residents believe that we operate this city on the backs of residential property owners, so I want to dispel that myth. Also, I saw that there was a reduction in judicial. Is that because it's projected that we'll be in our building? Is that why their budget is a reduction for fiscal year 26?
More than likely, if you'll notice, I'm looking at slide 31. If you notice, we went down in almost all categories. Part of that was some constricting, and part of that is we moved capital out of their base budget into its own fund.
Okay, so that might be it. I also saw that our debt service for the URA, we're paying roughly a little over $1 million. How much left do we have till we retire that?
Do you know offhand?
It was 15-year bonds, 19, so it'll be 15 years, 20, 35.
And can we prepay that?
Yes, ma'am. After 5 years, don't forget that.
Okay.
We could, I actually looked at it, but the cost of it, I think we're paying 2-point-something% in interest.
Okay, low
We're
interest
making
rate.
more
Okay.
it's cheaper to keep it.
Okay. And I also saw that, we've previously talked about the stormwater utility fund, and I didn't see anything projected for 2026. Is it that we anticipate it'll be a couple years out before we roll this out?
It is. We didn't want to add one more thing to the general fund, and the study is underway. And so what we're hoping is inside of this fiscal 26, we'll be able to bring you recommendations both on the stormwater and on impact fees.
Okay.
And going into fiscal 27, we'll be, hopefully, should you support it, we'll be looking at revenue that can support the stormwater program.
2 more questions. I saw there was an increase in LMEG and LRA, which is great. Is this funding available and does not require a match? Because I think some additional federal funding came down for infrastructure.
So LMIG requires a match, but there have been some special allocations from the governor, LRA allocations that don't require a match.
Okay, that's good. And last but not least, I know we saw a pretty good amount of money come out of our reserve with the increased budget. That still keep us at the 25%.
Yes.
Okay, that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. I actually have a similar question, but I wrote down the slide number was slide number 20. I specifically want to go back to where it says that citywide revenue sources, 15.22% of it is property taxes. And so I just want to make sure that I understand it correctly, because the reason people think that our largest revenue source is property taxes, because historically it has been. And so am I looking at this right? The largest revenue source now is proceeds from our bond issuance?
Yeah, that is correct. And in your budgeting brief, this book here, if you look at page 28 of the book, it shows you exactly what our taxable value is for residential, agricultural, conservation, commercial. Residential is still the highest, but if you look at industrial and commercial combined, they're both a very strong second, because of course they get lower exemptions than residential. So I don't think I had that. We don't have this on the presentation, but we wanted to, and this book is being handed out to residents and it will be available on our website, but we wanted to explain and show that yes, it is true that there's a large residential component, but there's also commercial and industrial, and this is just on property tax. So as we look at our complete budget of $431 million, don't forget there's going to be local option sales tax and special local option sales tax, T-SPLOST, in there. And so those other sources combined are a significant factor that rival the amount of funding that we receive in all property tax, not just residential.
So our largest revenue source is from debt financing, which is the proceeds on bond issuance. However, of the property, and then the property tax is 15%. 15% of our revenue source, but of that, property tax is inclusive of all of these residential, agriculture, conservative, industrial. And so we still have work to do, because what we're saying is that we want most of our composition for property tax to be made up of commercial versus residential.
In the ideal sense,
yes,
increasing that commercial takes the burden off of taxpayers. Okay. And they do not get the volume of exemptions that residential homeowners get.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have, I am looking in this book, and I can take it offline because I can get a little bit more detailed than others, but some of the things that I do want to bring to your attention that does concern me is we are consistently augmenting some of the authorities, but yet we're not getting budgets. We're not giving. Should they be able to sustain now? Because that was not a long-term decision of us. We gave them seed money, but I know that they have had some deals, and they have made some proceeds off of bond issuances, off of some of the projects that they have induced bonds for. And so this is not really detailed in telling us that in this budget book. And so, and not only do I want to look at our development authorities, I want to look at everything that we're providing seed money to, because it's just what we said it was supposed to be, seed money, not to sustain them. Our hotel motel tax. it's funding our CVB, and we're not getting a lot of information from that either. And we've added on 2 more hotels, so we're going to be getting even more hotel motel tax. And so I would like more information around that because I don't see it in here. And I would like to have more information around our public art because I don't see any movement in that area either. And this is not to demoralize or put anyone down, but I just want to make sure that this money that we are spending, taxpayers' money that we're spending, is accounted for and we're being fiscally responsible. And so if we don't have to provide funding to these sources anymore, if we need to look at how we do hotel motel tax as it relates to public arts and CVB, because truthfully, there are a lot of things that I see that needs to be advertised in our city that's not being advertised. Wolf Creek, we have a lot of tennis tournaments that come in here. We have some of us do festivals that's not being advertised. We're not, and that's what that stuff is. Anything that brings trade, commerce, and tourism in our city from other places. When we bring people into our city for those purposes, that's what those dollars are supposed to be used for. The other thing I don't see is, and I promise y'all, I'll take it offline. When I went to Parks and Rec, I didn't see the community outreach stuff detailed. And I would like to make sure that we have certain things in the budget and we have things, I won't use the word equitable, but we have enough money for some of the things, community outreach events. I do think it's unfair for one community outreach event to get $150,000 under Cultural Arts Affairs, and then we have my colleague here who is trying to figure out how to pay for his international festival that he yields a lot of people to. Yeet Festival yields a lot of people to. So we need to hear from our staff on the success of these projects, and the success of these projects should help us determine how much money we want to allocate to these projects. And I don't see any of that in this budget book. I see a lot of summation. You want me to come back?
Yes.
Okay, I'll yield so others can talk. But I can, you want me to take it offline?
That's fine, and I will say this, the support for the SFDA, the DDA, and the other authorities, we can certainly provide you a lot more detail with that. We expect for at least some of them to start to generate revenue, but we couldn't project that revenue would come in 26. Some of that is a policy decision. We did increase the amount of hotel motel based on the new hotels that are coming online, but we certainly can put together more detail. We've budgeted in parks what we did last year for public outreach, and did not intend to increase that. But we can provide you with a slide that shows the detail like we did last year.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Fulton, thank you and your team for such an awesome presentation of the budget. I had several questions here, but I've since struck some of them off of my list. But I wanted to find out, especially with a fund like the solid waste fund, I see it's projected to decrease, but yet we're having a lot of new homes and new facilities come online. What is the reason why that one is showing a decline when we have such a level of growth?
Yes, I believe it's, again, we took the capital out. Do you want to answer?
I believe In 2025, there was about $500,000 budgeted for capital outlay. In 2026, we don't anticipate any capital outlay, if I'm not mistaken. Merck Miles, there was a $500,000 investment on that property.
Okay, and so on the other side of that, we have basically kept it flat then, would you say, despite the growth?
No, we did budget for the increase in new properties, as well as the revenue that would be received from those properties. And we also included the 5.2% CPI that basically went into effect this past summer.
Okay. And with the heavy decline in the school zone camera amount is declining by almost $6 million. I love the fact that people are now following the law. But is that what is happening, what we're accounting for?
Not the $6 million, no. Most of it comes from budgeted use of reserve to allocate the accumulation that has basically built up over the past years. This year, we've used almost $9 million of those funds. So we don't have much left in budgeted use of reserves for that fund, and we don't anticipate an increase. We've been seeing it slowing down just this year, so.
Good. That's a good thing. On page 10, I see a number there that represents a COLA for the fire department. What is that? Can you explain what that number is, please? Why we have it?
Cost of living adjustment.
Yeah, I know what it means. I just want to know why we have it. I know we have had some discussions about whether the fire department received that or not. So I'm just curious as to what this one is for.
Yes, so we programmed it in anticipation of completing bargaining.
Okay.
Their steps are 3%. And so we put that in the budget in anticipation of our, of successfully completing our bargaining with the union.
Okay. And as a follow-up to that, do we know what our deadline, because I thought normally when we have this budget to approve, those negotiations were finished already.
We're not complete. There is a dispute over an issue last year, and so we're still trying to work through that with the union, but we did not want to not program funding in there for the union for 26.
Okay. And my final question is, I took a quick look even through the book, and I saw, I believe, the $36 million that has been brought over, I believe, from 25 into 26. How much of that money is going to be allocated this budget year for the construction of the community center at City Grove Park?
I can provide you with the list. I think we expect that half of the construction will happen in 26. So I will come back. In fact, what we'll do is give you a thorough breakdown of all of those things that make up the 36. If it's not in your detailed budget book, we'll make sure that you have that.
Okay.
So there are many projects that are in there. Some are carrying over from this year, but none of them are a surprise to you. These are projects that are ongoing.
Yeah, and I had a question about the percentage of the property taxes residential versus commercial. But, you know, as a city, as we change the economy by increasing our commercial revenue, that hopefully will balance out and we can continue to make sure the number for residents decline on their properties. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. And as always, thank you for the budget presentation. Haven't dug into the numbers. This is a pretty thick notebook. But I did, I think, have a question about the courts as well. I just want to make sure that in this upcoming budget, we've allocated funding to increase staff. I think the last conversation I had with Judge Sheridan, he was sharing how, you know, the staff they have, you know, they're woefully understaffed for the amount of volume that they have, and they're, you know, in need of more people to help process the, you know, tickets and citations to help keep business moving. So if we could please make sure that that in the budget we can shore them up with their staffing And I'll dig through the notebook and probably follow up later.
Sure. And so, you know, my favorite saying is you can have, right, you can have anything, but you can't have everything, Dion. So Dion comes to the table with a very large ask. And so we you know, arm wrestle across the table and end up somewhere in the middle. But we are very committed. We're also really committed to building out 7335 Old National Highway so that the courts has a permanent place to live. And there will be some savings that we will realize by opening our own building, as well as the increased opportunity to serve the public. And with that, we will need additional staff.
Is that it? All right. Before we go back for the second round of council questions, I'm going to ask a couple questions. First off, judging by the thickness of this book, I hope that you get more sleep this weekend than you probably had last weekend. This graph here with the commercial versus the agricultural, is this somewhere in this large book? Did I miss that?
It would be broken out like that in the book, but if you went into the numbers, you would see the revenue.
Right.
Go ahead.
One, I would like to see it broken out. I would like to track it. I think there are dozens of farmers in the city of South Fulton that we could be doing more to support that industry to bring more revenue in, but I would love to see more numbers on it. And to that point, my question is the agricultural real property that is broken out in terms of property taxes. Are these agricultural homesteads, or if someone has a working commercial farm, would it be listed under the real agricultural property or the commercial property?
A home, like an AG1? Like a home farm or a...
If someone has a farm that is a business, it's not just, it's not just their homestead, but they actually are, that is how they make their income.
That would be agricultural real. That would be agricultural real.
Okay, that'd be agricultural real as well. All right.
173 parcels for $30 million.
Right. Sorry, go ahead.
The capital projects fund, 113 is the two buildings, but it's 191 million. Could you tell me like what else is in that?
You want to go through capital? He has a question about capital.
What about what's your question about capital?
What other projects are in that capital projects fund other than the 113 million? There's 191 million in it. I'm just wondering what else is.
T-SPLOS, the LMIG grant fund is considered a capital fund. I think that's about it because T-SPLOS has about 39 million. We have the 36 million that came over from the general fund, the 96 million, and I believe that's about it.
So not necessarily specific buildings, but any infrastructure improvements are included in.
Correct.
Thanks. Next question. The capital outlay was 6.6 million. Is that different than the capital projects fund?
Are you referring to, it's 6.5 million? That's about, I think, that sounds like the vehicles. That's budgeted in the general fund. That's the purchase of capital vehicles.
It's in the general fund, but it just says capital outlay. So those are vehicles.
Those are all vehicles.
All right, and in the capital projects fund, there are no vehicles. They're all in the capital outlay fund.
Correct.
Okay.
And I'll take that. I take that back.
Okay.
In our 5-year projection, it includes the $6.5 million because you will see it as well on the breakdown.
Okay, so that capital improvement fund also includes vehicles.
Correct. Yes, everything.
All right.
Including fire apparatus. When we say vehicles, that includes fire apparatus.
Fire apparatus. I got you. This is everything going forward. So there isn't, I know we just moved over to Tyler. So if someone just wanted for historical comparisons to be able to like look at our capital outlays from previous years to this year. It won't be, you're not going back through the previous years and separating out the capital funds improvement. Someone had to do a little bit more work to find that. Okay. The Muni Court build out here was listed as 4.5 million. I thought it was 7. Is that just, the 4.5 is what we're spending this year?
Correct, in fiscal '26.
And I do think it's important to note, because I did hear this question come up, we are planning to pay for that
As we go.
as we go.
Right, we call that pay-go, rather than using
Rather
debt.
than using debt. I think that is incredible. The fines and forfeitures were down 43%, which, you know, I love that they're going down, but and the donations were down 67%. Do you have any explanations for why those were? I'm looking at, I don't remember what page that is. I'll tell you in a second. The 27.
Yeah, the fines and forfeitures, that's primarily the camera fund that's out and that's decreasing. So you will see a decrease in that. As for donations, there's about only $20,000 difference. We receive about $15,000 for the Wolf Creek. I think there was an event. It was about $15,000. It's just a $20,000 reduction.
So the absence of that one donation is what? All right.
Correct.
Great. And then our licensing and permits is up about 12.5%. That's on page 27. Is that higher permit fees, better regulation? Why has that number gone up so much?
Right here? Sorry, what page?
27. It was sort of the outlier on this revenue sources. It went up 12.5%.
So,
20, right there.
revenue. License and permitting. Revenue, I show it up by 530,000.
Yeah, and that's basically when we look at the current trends. So we're projecting a slight increase.
Okay.
But no rate increase is included in that overall number.
Got you. On page 24, this is just something that I would like to see. We don't really break out what we are spending on economic development and what we are spending on communications. For years, I have asked for us to do a paper newsletter for our residents. And we have definitely gotten feedback that we are not doing as good of a job selling our story, our success story. So that is just something I would like to track. Like, how much are we spending on communications, communicating particularly with residents, but also with the media, and how much we are spending on economic development, just to see if we're getting a return on the amount that we're spending to promote business throughout the city.
You can see that in your budget book.
Okay.
And by department, yes.
The big one.
Yes. We do have it broken out by general fund department, the different funds.
Further
Yes,
back
you'll
here.
see public affairs, economic development, all of that good stuff.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And then lastly, there was like conversation about making sure that we are getting the returns on our investments. I want to go to page 37. You talked about these funds. We're spending nearly $1 million at Wolf Creek each year.
He's talking about that fund, capital projects, enterprise fund. Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right, and so these are enterprise funds that these are supposed to break even. how much are we getting back? How much are we not breaking even on these two funds?
$938,000.
$902.
Okay. So we're losing $1 million here, and then for the solid waste, we're not breaking even there either.
Right now we are.
Okay.
So in the past we,
Have supplemented it.
yes.
But our projection for 20.
So this year, we're projected to break even. Are you saying this year is in 25 or 26?
26.
26, we're projected to break even.
Correct.
23, 24, and 25.
I know for sure in 25 we did budget general fund reserves to help subsidize that fund. So,
Okay.
And 24, which you'll see in the audit. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Those are my questions. I have more, but I can follow up later. Councilman Sebastian, are you back in the queue? I am, Mayor. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question generally about CDRA, and I don't mean this in a bad way at all. We all know that that is one of the most critical departments in the city, and we have just talked about trying to build out our commercial base. Is there any indication from the budget as to what we're doing to support that department more? And do we have a plan to do things like maybe even have more inspectors? I know the mayor asked that question about a year ago during our budget process, but especially to support the staff so we can get projects through a little bit more efficiently, because I can imagine they're like drinking out of a fire hose. That's my first question.
All right, I can answer that. So we are intending to finally move forward after probably the first quarter with the implementation of Tyler for CDRA. And that's going to be a huge improvement, we believe. We've had a little bit of a learning curve on the ERP side, but I think across the board, we're very satisfied that Tyler is helping us to be a lot more efficient on the financial side. We are staged to move forward with Tyler on the EP&L side, which is the permitting, licensing, and I think we'll see some significant improvements there. We're also looking at going through a process improvement phase to make sure that the processes that we have are really as effective as the software that we marry with it. I think when we do those two things, we'll determine really what, if anything, we need for in the way of additional personnel. But I'd really like to do those two things first to see how we can speed up the process, be more efficient. We also do need to bring some legislation back to council because there are some things that are dated that we need to get you all to update. So we know it's a work in progress. We have work to do there, but I'd like to do those things first before we throw more manpower at it.
Thank you. I actually was going to follow up with the legislation because I've been asking about that one, because I think if we have that group, things just flow through it once and it comes out efficient, then that group will be free to work on new things. And the last thing for me is just a help. It's just a thank you for the help that have been budgeted in this budget cycle around things like food insecurity and some housing repair things that I know people are struggling, because we heard during the presentation from ARC, right, that we do have folks that are struggling in our community with keeping up on those repairs. And of course, if you have a home that's in disrepair, it then causes your utilities to go up because it's not efficient and all that. So I just want to say generally that thank you. We cannot depend totally on the Fulton County system because they just do not provide enough for us. So I just wanted to make that clear, because I know some people will say, well, that's not your business. But we are in the business of taking care of our residents as much as our money can allow us to do. So thank you, guys.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. I am looking at the economic development budget, and that is one of the things that I did talk to ACM Davis about, is that we do need to increase budget around text messaging, robocalling for some of the economic development events that they have. I know I had to pay out of my budget for some of the text messages to go out for certain events in the area, so they do need to look at marketing around that, because if people are not coming to the Main Street program events, then what's the point in us investing in them? It's supposed to steer economic development.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
So one of the things that we talked about in this budget was how do departments work better together? And economic development sometimes does things in a silo. And what I have asked them to do is work more closely with public affairs and also with procurement. So, you know, they're doing small business development classes. They're doing, you know, how to do business with the city. They're doing these classes, but it's not a citywide outreach. To your point, we're not sending out the messages citywide. It's only confined to a small group. And so they are really committed to working together to make sure the efforts that are being done are being spread citywide and not just happening in economic development as a silo.
I agree that it should be citywide, but Red Oak, the Main Street program, is supposed to, the Main Street manager is hired to focus on a certain area, and not people in those areas are getting the information. And so I would ask that yes, and people are not getting text citywide either. So I just ask that we look at, and we have said this over and over again, this council, that we need to be taking a comprehensive approach when communicating with people. I just want to, Wolf Creek Amphitheater, Councilmember Gums and I talked to you about this last week, and the way that we are running the amphitheater in the long haul is not sustainable. And so we are going to be bringing what we talked about back to council to adopt in a resolution. But I just want to get some context around it, because people are just throwing it out that we're putting money into $1 million into a facility and we're not getting anything out of it. But ticket sales have not been hot, and for a lot of reasons. And most amphitheaters, most cities who have amphitheaters, they do augment the budget for production. We have not. Our contract doesn't even suggest that we do that. As a matter of fact, we're asking them to give us money, and we're asking the producer to pay money for a lot of the things. And so I don't think it's a fair contract. It's a win-win for any producer. And it's not a fair contract for anyone to win. We're not in the business to make money with the amphitheater. So I just want that narrative to stop being put out. We're not supposed to make money. We're providing entertainment to our community. But there are a lot of things that we could be doing a lot better. And I just think that we need to consider a different way that we run this amphitheater. And Councilmember Gums and I have been talking, and we are going to bring an option back to the council. And lastly, I just want to see more details, because this budget book, it's a huge budget book, but it's lacking a lot of details. Line items. I can't tell what's in community outreach. I can see us giving $150,000 to our development authorities, but I don't see where the money is going that they may have. It's no details around it. And so that's what I'm looking for, the details. And if I need to, I'll schedule some time with you and Ms. Subadan, because I don't see the details. And I just don't think we should continue to augment some of these authorities when we're 8 years in some 6 years in, and they're making deals now. They should be getting money. So we should be able to move away from the $150,000 that we're giving them every year. And we can look to other places that money can go. Thank
We'll
you.
be happy to give you more detail. We'll be happy to give you more detail.
All right, thank
And
you.
IT is working on a mass notification program. That is something we're going to be rolling out to the council and to the community. We will need the community to sign up, but that is something that is actively being worked on citywide so that we can send notifications out.
Okay, so to be transparent, they've been working on it for 8 years, so I would love to see it coming to fruition this year. So we can stop having to pay a lot of money for these text messages that some of us are having to do. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gums.
Councilwoman Willis addressed Wolf Creek Amphitheater, but in reference to staffing and the comment that Councilwoman Williams-Brown made, how much percentage-wise in the other departments? Because I'm thinking about CDRA, which is huge in our city as far as staffing-wise, as well as parks. Do you know the percentage of staffing that, are we going to increase staffing in those areas?
No, we have not programmed any increase in staff this year. I shared with you in the budget retreat that our revenue is flat. We saw virtually no significant increase, right? House Bill 581 capped us. Our residential property tax is flat. This is really not a growth year for us. And what I'm encouraging departments to do is, to a degree, work on filling the positions that they have and look at more effective and efficient ways to do things. So we have not, there's not a significant increase. There may be a few here and there, but we have not added positions this year.
So we're trying to render quality services across the city with less people and probably doing more.
Not less, we just haven't increased this year. Okay. As we stand today, we have 146 vacancies. And so, in my view, what we need to do is focus on filling the vacancies that we have. I don't think it is prudent to add money, to add positions at a time when we have vacancies on the books and when we know our revenue is flat and we have so many other priorities. So I'm going to be tasking departments. They've heard me say it, fill the vacancies that you have. If your vacancies are filled, then you have a much stronger argument to say, I need more people. And it is difficult to recruit. I will not take that away. It is difficult to recruit at this time, but we need to put more energy and effort into making sure we fill the vacancies that we have.
All right, and are we going to have a discussion about T-Splosh? Is that coming or?
Next year.
Next year. Mm-hmm. So that's not included in any of this budget discussions?
Not the new T-Splosh. We've allocated funding for projects. You're seeing your projects come online. There are tons of them in the works. So we've allocated funding in the next year for the projects that we think are actually going to be moving from planning to construction.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes Councilman Morrell. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we had a previous presentation on Wolf Creek Amphitheater, and then I would say the information we had, all the numbers didn't necessarily jive for me. So I would want to see a work session where we get some actual recommendations from the staff about how we can make this work before we go to legislative solutions. One, I know that we haven't had the volume of concerts. I want to know how all of the, for each event, how that money is shaking out. And so I really want us to do a deeper dive in the operations of Wolf Creek. So I'm asking that come before us in a work session.
Okay, we'll put it on after the budget.
All right, I'm actually going to follow up that with a question now that you said you'll put it on after the budget. We also have to issue a new RFP, right, for a new contract. What is the timing of that?
So we have one more renewal on the contract.
Okay.
And so I think it would be good to have the conversation before we issue that renewal, talk about, what our structure is, get some expert advice. None of us are entertainment experts. And so, I think we probably would benefit from advice from industry on what's sustainable, what works. It's not that we want to make money on Wolf Creek, but at minimum, we would like to break even.
Got you. And then going back to your, the 146 vacancies, out of around like 800 employees, that's like almost 20%.
It's a big number.
So we're going to try and fill those. We're not saying we're
That's
not filling those. That's plenty of work to do for 2026. We don't need to add any more new people, I don't think, until we have all of those filled, let me say. I do want to ask you about two things. One was the pedestrian safety fund. While I am so happy that we are making less money off of speed camera tickets, what is the balance? Because only 25% of that money goes towards traffic calming. Are we well capitalized with that 25% to keep doing projects for the foreseeable future? Because I know that people still have requests coming in.
We do. The projects are generally inexpensive. They're under $100,000. We have several $1 million in that part of the fund. The expenses that we drew down last year the majority of them were on the public safety side. There were some very large expenditures that we made on the public safety side. We did do several projects on the traffic calming side, but again, those projects are generally under $100,000 a piece.
That's
so
awesome.
There's lots of opportunity there.
And thank you on behalf of all the residents for putting more money into the Blighted Property Fund. We cannot remediate this blight fast enough. So thank you. I know that everyone is excited about that. All right, thank you for all of your presentations. We are already behind schedule, but we are going to keep moving and try and catch up at some point.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is the millage rate cap public hearing.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, there was a little confusion, drama, conflama, as my friend Craig Washington would say, at the last meeting. I wanted to make sure that we had a very clear millage rate cap public hearing. So we're going to hear about the millage rate cap now, and then we're going to open it up to the public for your questions and comments, and then we will follow with our questions and comments. Mr. Selby and Mr. Wall.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we put the presentation up? There we go. So, Mayor and Council, in 2017, the legislature created the City of South Fulton. They passed a law creating your city charter. And under your charter, you have a millage rate cap, a ceiling of 13.469 mills. 1 mil on your 24 tax digest raises $5,484,000. A 1.1 coverage, so that your annual payment isn't exactly equal to what 1 mil brings in, because sometimes the tax commissioner only collects, say, 96% of the taxes that are owed. And so that would be $4,985,000 coming from 1 mil at an interest rate of 5%, and this is just for figuring purposes. Remember, the rate on your bond issue we're talking about is 4.26% as of today. And a term of 20 years, your borrowing limit for 1 mil is $62,135,000. You currently levy 12.399 mills. That's the second column there. The next column is your current ceiling of 13.469. And the column to the right of that shows that the capacity left is 1.07 mills. That number times your tax digest is $5,868,000. With a 1.1 coverage, you have $5,334,000 at a 5% rate that lets you borrow $66 million. So why would we want to remove the cap? It's a recommendation of mine to you to remove it. You only have 1.07 mils left under the cap. My recommendation to move it is not because I want you to raise the millage rate. You do not need to raise the millage rate. As you heard today in the budget presentation, next year's debt payment on $96 million is already in the budget with no millage rate increase. But as you can see from those numbers, an investor, somebody buying your bonds, when they're looking at it, you only have 1.07 mils left under your cap, and that is their collateral, their security for the bonds. And so that's not enough to cover a $96 million bond issue. In my world, in the bond world, when cities and counties and school boards borrow money, when y'all issue bonds, the best security is called your full faith and credit. Here you have a full faith and credit, but with a millage rate cap, and you only have 1.07 mils left underneath that cap. And so Georgia has 159 counties, 537 cities. Only a handful of them have these millage rate caps. No county does. Only a handful of the cities have this millage rate cap. And it's mostly the new cities that got created from Sandy Springs on. You all have the ability under the Georgia Constitution and the home rule powers to remove that cap. I am recommending to you that you remove that cap so that we can get the lower interest rate and we can pledge our full faith and credit. The next slide, one of the options that Ms. Subadan wanted me to present to y'all was that if you didn't want to remove the cap completely, like 530 cities do in Georgia, maybe it's 520, what cap could we live with? And so I reached out to the winning bidder, Regions Bank. 18 mils is a cap that they could live with and still give me the same terms as if it was full faith and credit. And you can see there highlighted in the orange, the 18 mils with a 1.1 coverage. It is 89 million. If you go to the right, if I had 18 mils minus your current levy of 12.399 mils, it gives us 5.601 mils as a capacity. That at 5% would give you a borrowing capacity of 348 million. We're only wanting to use 96, and so that's plenty of coverage. And I can go over the particulars about the 96 million, Mayor and Council, the bids that we sent out, how we sent it out, but that's not necessarily related to the millage rate cap. If you want me to stop here and open up the public hearing, I could.
We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing, but we're probably going to have you come back for questions and answers, so don't go too far.
Yes, sir, Mayor.
All right, and with that, I'm going to go ahead and open up a public hearing on eliminating our millage rate cap. We will not be raising our millage rate this year, but just eliminating our millage rate cap. And with that, Mr. Clerk, if you want to read the rules, you will have 2 minutes, just like you would for regular public comment. And go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, we did receive 2 cards for this public hearing, Mr. Harold Reed and Ms. Jewel Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Harold Reed. I reside at 7521 Cole Lane, resident of South Fulton County for 25 years. Let me begin by saying these are vanity projects. I call them vanity projects because we do have a functioning police department. We do have a functioning fire department. while these are needed, they're not necessary. And that's why I consider them to be vanity. Now, we cannot correct the mistakes that the council has made previously in one fell swoop to allow 2 vanity projects to come through. The reason I say that is because it isn't just the millage rate cap that would cause us to have a problem financing the bonds. Because it's everything from the number of times we appear on the 6 o'clock news, less than favorable circumstances. Also, the number of times we turn in financial statements late. History, credit history for the city is made up of our entire background, our entire history. As the gentleman mentioned, every city does not have an interest rate cap. Millage rate cap. However, when our city was formed, along with the other new cities, there was a problem with residents all across the state of Georgia complaining because they felt that their taxes were going up too fast and too much. We got swept into that because when they approved all of the charters for those new cities, there was a millage rate cap included. Now, I am not saying do not proceed with a change to the millage rate cap, because yes, the things that I've already mentioned are in play. However, you also need to be responsive to the citizens of the city of South Fulton. And right now, you are not viewed favorably from a financial standpoint. I'm not making this up. I'm really telling you what feedback I have heard. And being a 25-year resident, I'm getting feedback from all across the city. Now, obviously, it's your decision to make, but you need to know that it's being viewed very critically by your constituents. Now,
I'm sorry, Mr. Reed, that's your 2 minutes.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Jewel Johnson, and I want to let you know that I'm going to echo just a little bit of what Mr. Reed has said. I have talked to people all across the city, all across this region, and it is something that really hurts me because I really care about the city, worked very hard, and went to over 300 and some subdivision telling people that we are already a city. We just need to be chartered. But I'm saying to you this evening that I feel like what is happening with what we're doing with the cap should not be done in the manner that it's being done, because number one, all across the city we have a trust issue with this mayor and council. And it's not me personally, because if you say you're not going to raise the taxes, I believe it. But you must realize some of you are going to be leaving and going to higher areas. There'll be new people coming in. That cap is already off. And there's something that they may want to come and bring. Well, let's just raise the taxes. The people are going to raise the taxes. I've had a lot of people to say that to me, and I'm concerned about that myself, because what is to ensure that once we do this, that our taxes, something else come up, and they may think it's just as great as what we're doing now, and they raise the taxes again without coming to the people. The main thing is the fact that the people don't trust us. And our finances has been really, really bad. We've had $1.6 million to go out the air. We had $600,000 to go out of the air. We had people that was giving away money without a contract. People know all of that. And we know that you're going to make mistakes. But the most important thing is to be able to make the people feel more comfortable. People feel like they have been taken totally out of the equation of this city because they know they are law-abiding taxpayers. So let's do better. Let's see how we can fix this.
All right, thank you. You have another card?
We did have one additional card. The last card was Ruth Penny Webster Lewis. Want to speak on this item?
Ms. Lewis?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. I'm Penny Webster Lewis, resident of District 2, 6312 Jasper Way, City of South Fulton. On the matter of the millage elimination, is it a thought or possibility that we could raise the millage rate as opposed to entirely eliminating it, which might be a compromise between not giving the residents the assurance that their taxes won't balloon because there's nothing to protect them, but yet letting the investors know that the city's able to repay whatever the bond rate will be. That might be an option. So I wanted to offer that for consideration. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers who did not get a chance to fill out a card? All right, seeing and hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to council for questions and comments. I'm going to start us off. First, I want to apologize to everyone watching in person and online. We were supposed to be at City Hall today. I know that there was a lot of interest in this issue and that there may also be some confusion because we have multiple hearings for multiple things across multiple meetings, so some people may be coming at 7 p.m. To speak at that time. I do want to do this again in our regular location with more notice and very clear instructions on when the hearing is. So I want to say that first. Next, I held a focus group with our strategic planning advisory board and our city manager, and it was ostensibly to talk about how to message the elimination of this cap. We were under the presumption that everyone would love this. Everyone clapped when they saw the buildings. Everyone was excited and on July 8th when we made the presentation of these facilities. So we just wanted to make sure that we were messaging this correctly. But what we did hear overwhelmingly was a discomfort. And as a result of that, two suggestions came out, and one was, you just heard. One was if we just did one building at a time instead of doing both buildings. And then the second one was this raising the millage rate cap to 18, which is also what the City of Decatur's cap is. We've just heard from Mr. Wall that we can secure this same interest rate for both of the projects with the 18 mills. Madam City Manager, I would just like to take a minute to hear from you. How would that change? Would that change anything in terms of the budget that you presented today, or any of the budget hearings or budget process? I'm sorry.
You're like the dentist. You caught me with candy in my mouth. I'm sorry. So if we made the adjustment to increase the cap from 13 to 18, that would not require us to rework the budget. As I say all the time, I am here to give you my best advice. I absolutely think it would be a mistake to do one building over the other in every way. It's easy for people to say that this is a vanity project, but our fire department is living in our basement. They are literally having to beg, borrow facilities to do their training. The city of South Fulton is not a small city. We are the second largest city in Fulton County. We have hundreds of firefighters who have nowhere to train. We are paying Fulton County millions of dollars for 911, and we are not fully satisfied with the response, and we would like our own 911. When we have a citywide emergency, our EOC is virtual, which is not optimum.
And I'm sorry, EOC is?
Emergency Operations Center. We support this community 24/7, and we're doing it all over the city. Some of us are doing it from our homes. It's not optimum. An Emergency Operations Center is a place where we gather and we share resources, and information comes out real time to the community, to you. You have a place to come to hear real time what is happening in our community. We have apparatus that we have to store outside that we've paid millions of dollars for because we have nowhere to put it. We have a police department that is in a leased facility that is not even in our community, and they have nowhere to store anything. We had to go and rent another facility to be able to store the things that are needed, including evidence. And CSI is also hanging out in our basement. This is not the way you run the second largest city in Fulton County and one of the top 10 largest cities in the state of Georgia. And so it is not my advice that we do one or the other. It is my advice that you make a decision that's in the best interest of the community. And this is our time. Anybody who's been in government a long time knows what happens to phase 2 projects. They either get delayed until it's no longer affordable, and they're continuing to be pushed back, and it impacts daily operations. We have received what we think are strong bids, good pricing in this market, a guaranteed maximum price. We are poised. We have been working on this. You have given me a charge, and I've been working on this for 2 full years. And you all were working on it before that. And so my advice, which is always my best advice, is this is our time. Plant the flag, move forward, and demonstrate to the community that we are the second largest city in Fulton County, and we have the capacity, the ability, and the will to move this community forward.
Thank you. I second that emotion from our State of the City directly, that we are too big to be thinking small. I do want to address this issue of perception. I agree that we do need to work on the perception of our self-governance as a council and our governance in the city. It is something that I did impress upon this council in January when this year began, that we could not make one another look bad without making the city look bad. That being said, I do think that, Mr. Wall, I would like for you to come and just elucidate the difference between a public offering and a private offering, which is what we have done, and that the factors that were mentioned by some of the concerned citizens, while they may be concerning to the citizens, we have overcome those and gotten this very low interest rate. And then I'll ask you a couple follow-up questions after that. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mayor. Could I put my slideshow back up? There we go. Thank you. So, Mayor, there are 2 ways to sell bonds. One's called a private placement, where you send out a bid to investors who want to buy the bonds, mainly big banks, insurance companies. They buy the bonds in $100,000 denominations. They do their own investigation, and you don't have to prepare an offering statement, which is a big, thick document that Mr. Selby works and prepares along with me and the city staff. And then you get a credit rating from Moody's and Standard & Poor's, and then you sell bonds to the public in $5,000 denominations. That's called a public offering or a private placement. What I always do for my clients is we try a private placement first. Reason you try the private placement first, you don't have to prepare all those documents. You don't have to pay to prepare for them. You don't have to pay for the credit rating. And you it only takes about 2 weeks to get bids back, and you compare the bid that you got to what you could get in a public offering. The city of South Fulton is not rated. I believe if you were rated, you'd be rated AA. You've got a tremendous tax digest, 112,000 people, and I think you'd be rated AA. Your city manager has been pressing me since the day she got here. She wants a AAA. And so she's given me a task of the things we need to do in order for you to come out of the box with a AAA the first time you get a credit rating. One of the things is you have to have an audit report no greater than a year old. And so we just got our September 3rd, 23 audit report a couple months ago. And I know Finance, Ms. Fulton Bradley is working on the 24, and it's going to be done by the end of the year. And then from then on, we'll have audits done within 6 months of the end of the fiscal year. We had a lot of turnover in our finance department. So the gentleman that came up and talked about, he was dead on about the things that we needed to improve upon in finance. Because of those late audit reports, doing a public offering was not the way to go. We should try to go with private placement. And so what happened to my slides? It's gone away. I talk too much. And so this is the first sheet, and I know it's a little bitty handwriting, little bitty writing, you can't see it, but I sent out this 3-page bid form, and then A through, I don't know what that number is, I can't read it myself, I, is all the things that I attached, and it was your finances, your audit report, my summary of your finances, and then Ms. Fulton Bradley had given me staff numbers for the general fund for 24 and for 25. And they weren't audited, but they were staff numbers showing about your finances. I can't tell y'all enough, as your financial advisor, being in this business for 41 years, you're in great financial shape. You came out 2017, the first 2 years you had negative general fund balance. Some of y'all were here with me then. We did a tax anticipation note, like a credit card loan, so you could pay bills when y'all first came out. And you have just done a phenomenally good job, and you're in great, great financial shape. Yeah. And I mean it sincerely. I represent 100 and some odd governments all across the state. Y'all are in great financial shape. You're in the top 5% of my clients as far as having good finances. And so we sent this out, and you can see the list here, Mayor and citizens, all the people that we sent it to. These are people that I and my company know are in the marketplace buying bonds. Some are in state, some are out. And you can see the ones that we actually got bids for. One of the reasons we didn't get more bids, I only asked for a 20-year term and a 25-year term. A lot of banks only want to do 10 years or 15 years. One of the biggest ones, J.P. Morgan Chase, who actually banks we have 3 banks mainly, Regions, Truist, and J.P. Morgan Chase. They did not bid because they have a policy they won't bid for anything greater than 10-year maturity. And so you can see the bids, and I won't bore you about it, but Regions Bank had the best bid for 20 years where, Councilwoman Rowell, you asked a great question. You can prepay it at 5 years with no prepayment penalty. A lot of the other bidders had longer time periods. One had as much as 12 years. For 12 years, you could not prepay it without a penalty. Y'all know the Federal Reserve raised rates dramatically in the last 2 years. Everybody thinks rates are going down. And so I wanted to bid it out. Ms. Subadan and Ms. Fulton Bradley wanted to bid it out with the shortest call time we could get so that if rates did fall, we could refinance and save money. And so the Regions bid of 4.3% with a prepayment option of after 5 years with no prepayment penalty was the best bid. And then this was a private placement. You can see here, and I know you're late, Mayor, so I am not going to bore you with it, but we compared the annual payments on all the different options to show that Regions Bank was the best one. And then we compared it to the public offering. What if we did have all of our audits? What if we did go to New York and get a credit rating? What if we did write that official statement? We'd pay a whole lot more in issuance costs, but we would get a lower interest rate, right? Turns out we wouldn't. Regions, we caught them speeding. I hope they ain't listening on it, but the interest rate they gave us is better than we could have done had we done all that in a public offering. And so it really worked out. That's it, Mayor.
All right, a couple quick follow-up questions. One, and I just want to, for the edification of the audience, a 5-year call means that after 5 years, we can renegotiate a lower rate.
Yes, sir.
My understanding is that like you can pre-negotiate, but you can't necessarily lock in a rate until all of the terms are satisfied. Is this rate, this 4.26%, is this locked in?
No, sir. So when you meet on August the 26th, on that day, I will bring you a locked rate.
I'm sorry, there's a lot of talking. I'm just going to hold because I can't hear, and I think this is important.
So the rate floats based on the 10-year U.S. Treasury between now and August the 26th.
Okay.
You're supposed to take action on August the 26th. On that date, I will bring you an interest rate that will be locked for 30 days. After the 26th, your city attorney and Mr. Selby will validate the bonds in Superior Court and we'll close it. And so you'll get a locked rate on August the 26th. Between now and August the 26th, it floats based on the U.S. Treasury. A week or so ago, it was at 433. When these bids were due 3 weeks ago, it was a 430. Today, it's a 426.
All right. And this is my final question for this round. You said that we can do this same financing with a millage rate cap of 18% versus eliminating the millage rate completely. Why not then just raise the cap?
That's up to you, boss.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Love that answer.
Yes,
all right,
sir.
We'll go to the queue. First in the queue is Councilwoman Helen Willis.
So I love for people to say things, and you can sit down. Thank you. Just to hear themselves talk and sound good. But if we're going to care about how people perceive us, then it starts from leadership. It starts from leadership up top. I recall leadership asking to reduce public safety salary by 25%. I recall our police officers being called slave catchers, being called corrupt. So it didn't just start with us. And if we don't want to look bad, then we shouldn't do things to make us look bad. We should adhere to our financial policies. This is not about vanity. This is about necessity. I will invite any resident who wants to come and take a tour of District 1, District 2, District 3, or District 4 public safety, public precinct. How can you say you care about our public safety and sit here and look these officers and let them hear you say that giving them decent working conditions is vanity? We hear about our officers getting popped every month. A lot of our officers, public safety people, don't make it back home to their families because they're running to danger to keep us safe. And we have one of the safest cities in Metro Atlanta. This is not about vanity. This is about necessity. Our police officers are working out of their cars. They're eating lunch out of their cars. They have files that they don't even have space to file documents. But then yet we have people who say they care about our public safety. We walk into some of our fire stations, and as soon as you hit the front door, you smell gasoline from the old ovens that are in these stations. If you ask and you do a survey, it's proven that most public safety officers don't even care about money. They do, but they want safe working conditions. They want good working conditions. They want to be treated humanely. They want decent things, decent uniforms. And they want to return back home to their families. So how dare anybody get up here and say this is about vanity? Come with me. I would take you to Red Oak Police Station. I would take you to the fire station on Stonewall Tail and let you see the conditions that our public safety officers are working out of. It is not fair, it's disrespectful, and then it was even more disrespectful as our headquarters is in the city of Atlanta that we are renting. Come on, people. And then, with all of that, we still have some of the lowest crime in Metro Atlanta. They're still producing and performing. It's disrespectful. And you can vote me out by saying it. It's disrespectful, and it needs to stop. Some of these officers, you won't believe what they face every day, police and fire. At least we as taxpayers can give them decent working conditions for putting their lives on the line daily. So I'm going to tell you right now, if you want to vote me out, because I'm voting to make sure that our public safety have decent working conditions, get to voting. Because I am not going to have our public safety officers continue to work like they have been working for the past 8 years, out of their cars, eating lunch, out of their cars, doing reports out of their cars, being crowded because they don't have any working space, having to travel all the way to another municipality to have their roll call meetings or ComStat meetings. It's disrespectful. And we are a city of 8 years, and let me give you a little history. This cap got put on because I was there. JC was there. We're the only two on this council that was there consistently. Some people changed their mind when they felt like their schools were getting impacted. We felt we supported cityhood from day one. We are a city because of House Bill 514. They put a cap on this city when they got over on the Senate side to put safeguards in place. We didn't always have a cap. On the House side, it didn't have a cap. When the bill went over to the Senate side, that's when they put the cap on in the charter. And they would not let it come out of the General Assembly unless we agreed to it.
I'm sorry, Councilman Willis, that's your time. Did you have a question for Mr. Selby or Mr.
Can you please tell me what my time is, clerk? Because you was on your bully pulpit for over 10 minutes.
Yeah,
that's because that's because I was asking questions. The clock stops when you stop talking, and then the presenters answer questions. But you
that's not what I was. Hold 1 second, please.
You have been over time.
Point of order.
For several minutes.
Point of order.
So I just wanted.
Point of order. Point of order.
I hear you.
And I'm asking. I want to ask the city attorney. I have a question. I have a procedure question. Point of order.
So first, Madam City Attorney, you are our parliamentarian. After someone shouts out point of order, I don't know, 7, 8, 19 times, their point of order has to be acknowledged by the chair, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Point of order.
The chair acknowledges Councilman Willis for her point of order.
I have a procedure question. Attorney Kelly, you told me that...
I'm sorry, you make your point of order to the chair. Is that correct? All right, you can direct your point of order to the chair.
Mayor Kobe, could you ask the city attorney if our questions and comments should be counted against time? Because I was told it was not. I was told it was. Questions and comments were counted against time. I was told when you have a comment, and I'll go back and pull the tape, I was told if you have a comment, that it also goes against time. You just said that if you have a question, It doesn't go against time. So could you ask the city attorney?
Madam Attorney, you've heard the question.
I did. So the part that the council person gives, that part is counted against time, but the answer to the question is not counted against time. But I will also defer to our city clerk because he's actually the one that keeps the time on his expertise on that.
Mr. Clerk, is that how you have been keeping the time tonight?
Yes, answers aren't counted against the time.
All right. So again, Councilman Willis, though you are far over time, if you have a question for Mr. Wall or Mr. Selby, I would be happy to allow you extra time to ask that question.
I appreciate that. No, I yield. I think I've said enough. I think we need to stop disrespecting our public safety division. Thank you. But I appreciate you allowing me to have the additional time. Thank you.
No problem. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see a lot of discussion about cities that have caps. And I think it was mentioned that probably started after Sandy Springs became a city. Do we know some of those cities that have caps on them?
Yes, sir. City of Brookhaven, City of Tucker, City of Dunwoody, City of Johns Creek, City of Milton, City of Sandy Springs, City of Stonecrest. You get the idea.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And my next question is, if raising the millage rate to 18 mils give us $348 million power to borrow, and we need 96, why even raise it that high as a recommendation? It seemed to be an overkill. And by the way, I'll come back after your answer.
The whole idea is to have overkill. You know, you don't intend to raise the millage rate. There's no intent to. I give it as an example. If you had a 100-acre farm and you wanted to go to the bank and get a mortgage and you only wanted to pledge 1 acre, the bank would give you better terms if you pledged the whole 100 acres. And so in my world, your full faith and credit and unlimited taxing power gives you the best interest rate. That's what everybody's looking for. And so Ms. Subadan asked me to give you an option that I could keep the same terms. And because it's a private placement, I was able to get the 18 mils, but I couldn't get any lower.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm sorry Mr. Harold Reed has left. He was one of the people when I showed up around here years ago. I didn't know anybody during the cityhood movement. I met Harold Reed, Rodney Little, Roger Bruce, Benny Crane, Deborah Bazemore, Roger Bruce, and I believe Don Zella James, all in the same night at a public meeting about the cityhood. And that night, I signed up for the movement for one main reason. There was taxation without representation here in what is now the second largest city in Fulton County. Honestly, personally, I'm offended that we as a city of the size and strength that we are being asked to operate without a millage. It's like people are telling us we're children. That's how I feel. Because guess what? Fire, police, parks, CDRA, and our money was why we created the city of South Fulton. If many of you have listened to me make comments in these meetings before, I often say to Ms. Subadan, turn over all the rocks we can find before we have any discussion about raising any millage rate or implementing any new taxes. I've always said that. Because yes, I was one of those that went around this area to ask people to create this city and promise them that we will not be gouging them with taxes. That's why you see I'm so passionate about growing the business base here that we need to grow. That's why I was very, very passionate about cutting the millage rate back in 2023. Because again, we want to be financially responsible. We're just an 8-year-old city. And this financial advisor who just claimed to have over 100 cities on his roster said we're in the top 5% financially of those. That is not something that is easy to do in 8 years. And you know what? We're still a big 8-year-old that's sometimes tumbling around, and by my size, I know what that is. Sometimes you can do great regardless of your age. And I think that's the thing that people are missing out when it comes to the city of South Fulton. We are doing great. We have a little bit of a hiccup here and there. And just let me say this. I haven't had one call from any resident of District 4 to say, do not remove the millage rate cap. I'm also on the ballot this year. And elections don't make me do the right thing or the wrong thing. I will always do the right thing when it comes to this city, because that's what we promised from day one when we were creating this city of South Fulton. And so I think if we're going to do justice to those departments that caused us to create this city, gone are the days when we were waiting an hour or two for police response. We're not perfect yet. But these facilities are part of the reasons that would help us get to a higher level of perfection and services. That's why we need to do this that way. We need to get out of the rent business, own our own stuff. We are a city that's growing up, and we have to be able to show citizens that we're willing to make those decisions that are financially sound, even though sometimes they might be tough, even though some residents may not quite understand. But that's why we have people like Ed and some of the others that are informing us. And that's why we depend on the city staff that we have to give us good advice. But financially, the city is sound, and it's time for us to make some big boy decisions. And with that, I yield.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gomes.
So I want to thank Mr. Walls for answering some of the questions that I had, especially in reference to the audit reports. And then secondly, City Manager, thank you for explaining about our two largest departments being unhoused. What I do want to ask, and maybe let me go to Mr. Walls first. If we were to go with this recommendation of 18%, what would the next steps look like in reference to moving that forward?
So this is your first hearing. The next hearing is on the 26th and action on the 26th. And so I presume Ms. Kelly, she ain't up there, wherever Ms. Kelly is, would prepare a resolution for you, and on the 26th, that would be presented to you.
Okay, and then we would have to do community meetings, anything of that nature?
No, ma'am, that's what this is.
Okay.
So this is the first, under the Home Rule Act of the Georgia Constitution, you have to have 2 public hearings, and then you adopt whatever the Home Rule Amendment is. And so this is the first one. There'll be another one on the 26th, and then you're free to take action on the 26th or any day after that.
Okay, wanted to make sure that we address that procedurally. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know a lot of my colleagues up here have addressed the comments that were made. You can have a seat, Mr. Walls. City Manager, there was a statement in reference to about $100 million that just disappeared and that we were issuing money without contracts. Can you please clear that up because that is very concerning to me?
Yes, you may remember that in 2022, there was an issue with C.W. Matthews and a payment. And it was believed that the payment was made twice. It was subsequently found once Althea got here and actually did a thorough accounting. It was actually determined that that was not the case. And in the 23 audit, that was restated and corrected on the record. So, so there isn't money that walks away, disappears. The other question around contracts, since I have been here, we have been very proactive. in formulating procurement as its own department. Mr. Whitaker, who is our procurement director now, we've hired a procurement director. She left. We have a new procurement director. We've been very proactive in ensuring that we're following our own procurement rules. We've also updated our own procurement rules to be more consistent with the way we do business. So to say that money just goes out the door, that is not a true statement. Anybody who's ever waited for a payment from the city knows that there's a thorough process.
Well, definitely thank you for clearing that up, and kudos to you for doing such with our financials, because they are looking good, and I'm glad that the city is showing positivity around the financial. And for our audits, we, as Mr. Walls had mentioned, we are in compliance, or we are almost there.
So I want to remind people that in the time that I've been here, we have presented 3 audits to this council: fiscal 21, fiscal 22, and fiscal 23 in 2 years. We are working on fiscal 24. We have sought an extension from DOAA, and it has been granted to us. For 24, we're actively working on 24. All reconciliations for fiscal 24 have been done. And so we are in the process now of uploading our information to Maudlin and Jenkins, working closely with them for the 24 audit. We're positioning ourselves so that when fiscal 25 ends on September 30th, we have 6 months to do our fiscal 25 audit. It's our expectation that we will not need an extension and that we will complete it on time. And so for all the naysayers, when I got here, our bank reconciliation had not been done in 20 months. 20. Let that resonate. We have caught up. And it has been yeoman's work by a lot of people working round the clock to try to get us in a good place.
That concludes my questions, and thank you.
Councilwoman Rowell.
Thank you. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but a couple things I do want to remind people. When we first started this city, we had less than 90 officers. And as many people stated, one of our major objectives in starting the city was to address public safety, and we went to lengths to do that, to get Georgia Tech to do a feasibility study to find out how our department should be staffed. And every year we've put money in the budget to fulfill that plan. And everything that we heard today about our budget, we know that the majority of cities' expenses sit with 2 departments, police and fire. It's the 2 biggest parts of our workforce. We have to make sure that we take care of our employees. It addresses morale. It's so many issues. And they've waited patiently during these 8 years. I thank our consultant, Mr. Walls, for laying it out. Top 5% is a big deal. Of course, the news won't report that, but you heard it right here. And so I just hope we focus on the main things. I heard us start talking about this 18%, but the reality is if we put a cap at 18%, we also know we're trying to get a bond rating, a AAA bond rating. Let's not be short-sighted and then spite ourselves on the other end. At the end of the day, the reality is every year we adopt a millage rate. If the people sitting up here are not doing what they're supposed to do, send them home. But we haven't done that. We've been consistent about this money from day one. If we weren't, I wouldn't be sitting here. For the last 3 years, your millage rate has been the same. And prior to that, we left it where Fulton County had it. But yet you can drive all over this city and see nothing but progress. So people need to get on the right narrative and really pay attention to what's going on in this city, because it's a lot of great things. No, we're not perfect. No city is. And so just keep your eye on the main thing, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Dr. Rowell. Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Mr. Mayor. In 2018, I was an employee here at the city, and I returned in 2022, elected to this position. And I really want to say that we've made a lot of progress. We've done some amazing things. This council has had a lot of vision. Before I came, they purchased the land for the police headquarters. So that's something that predated me. That was something that this council planned on doing. Purchased land, made the plans. We had a groundbreaking last year. We have, adopted a resolution to fund these projects. And so now it's just time to pay up. And I know it's something that doesn't feel good when you get that bill, but honestly, as everyone else has said, these are things for us to be proud of. These are things that will be more efficient for our city. These are the type of things that people can say, we have done a good job and we are growing and we're engaging in smart growth. So I've heard the sentiments of the residents, and I do want to point out that last week we had a big discussion about wanting to allow the residents to speak. Although I can't say that I agree with the commentary of the residents, one resident did say, that our conduct and how we're viewed publicly is a big issue for them. Now, we wanted to let them speak last week, but when they speak this week, we just can't engage in insulting people and being hostile towards people that are just voicing the opinion that last week they would have voiced it anyway. Even though I don't agree with a lot that may be said or how people may feel, I really want to encourage people to understand that we have a lot of great things happening in this city. For a city of 8 years, when I travel to national conferences and we talk about the accomplishments that we make, people are really impressed by us. So I do want to say to the residents, some residents feel that there's an issue of trust, but it's a two-way street on that. So far from the ribbon cutting for a roundabout that I attended in District 4 just last week, a ribbon cutting that's about to take place in District 6 for an improvement project that would have never happened had we remained with Fulton County. You have to look at the investments. We're not just spending money all willy-nilly. There are things that you can see. There are 2 traffic lights on Highway 138 that were necessary and needed, and they're there now. There are other projects that no matter what's happening with this federal government, there are projects on schedule that are about to happen, and the citizens of this city will benefit in a tangible and meaningful manner. So I just hope that everybody tries to be open-minded and understand that growth may not feel good when you got to pay for it, but it will be good when it happens, and everybody will be proud at that point. So with that, I yield.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Sebastian, this is your second time.
Thank you, Mayor. So on the news, I think it was late last week, there was this article that Sandy Springs, who have been a city for, I believe, almost 20 years now, they have decided to build a new fire station. Guess what that cost is, just for the fire station? $50 million. And the reason why they're building that fire station is that the one that they currently use, it is actually outside their city borders. And they have decided to build a new fire station in their borders in order to provide services better and more efficient for their residents. This is exactly what we're doing. I didn't see any citizens up there talking negative about what they're trying to do. So a lot of times, you know what, we point north and we say, why not us? Well, we are doing the things that you're saying, why not us? And so we can be nervous, but we can't not be that scared that we don't act. And I think all of us are trying to move things forward for the betterment of the city. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Bridges is right. We were at the NBC Leo conference a couple of weeks ago. And I kind of laugh sometimes when I hear things coming from other cities because they're talking about other cities and they even have fisticuffs in some council meeting. I haven't been punched here yet since I've been 4 years old by any of the ladies on council, and I hope it never happens. But as I've often said, we get put on the news sometimes because of the market we're in. That's just the reality of it. Now, do we like it? Should it be that way? No, we should be better examples at times when it comes to things. I see Mr. Ed Wall has stood to his feet.
So I wanted to say one thing to you. Sandy Springs also built a new police headquarters building in April for $60 million.
Right. So we're kind of in the ballpark there. Thank you, sir. So again, for me again, we heard that we are financially sound, and we have to be courageous enough to move this city forward, as I think we were elected to do. And the people from District 4 who have called me and have talked to me about what's happening in the city, their news have been positive and encouraging. And so, yes, some people are nervous. Yes, some people have questions. And this is the last thing I'm going to say. I had a conversation recently with someone who was against removing this millage rate cap. And I asked the person, have you looked at our budget? Have you looked at our state of the city administration? And they couldn't answer. I asked a question, how many cities do you know that have a millage rate cap? They couldn't answer the question. So I'm saying all of these things come together to help us make these informed decisions to bring better services to our citizens. Mr. Mayor, I yield.
All right, Councilwoman Willis.
Okay. My mic isn't working. Is it working? Okay. We may need to do better around trust and legitimacy when it comes to our residents. We have had some missteps. There are some of us who still need to turn in their P-card receipts and account for missing funds. We have done what you all have asked us to do. We have done the forensic audit, and we have done the operational audit. I have shared all of that information, and the city manager has too, and I put it in my newsletter, my recent newsletter. We have even gone back because some residents kept calling us, asking us who had the over 289 missing receipts, who had the over $100,000 unaccounted for funds because their receipts weren't turned in. We went back and asked for that detail. That information is in my newsletter. My colleague said if some people are not doing right, send them home. And I agree. Send them home, hold them accountable. I was all over the news bringing this situation to light because I believe in transparency and trust and legitimacy and being fiscally responsible. And if I have to turn in my receipts, and if I have to account for my funds, and if I have to follow certain policies, everybody up here should have to do. That's what we took an oath to do. And if people are not doing it, send them home. Hold them accountable. But please don't punish our public safety. Don't punish them. They deserve safe working conditions, good working conditions, and they deserve to be in our city, not in the city of Atlanta. I love Atlanta, don't get me wrong, it's our sister city. But I want our officers to be at home in our city. I don't know what else to do. It is about trust. Because you had our finance advisor tell you that we're in good financial standing. You had our city manager have their whole staff dressed in black and said that we're in the black, and we've been in the black. So it is about trust. But I cannot punish our public safety because of some bad actors in this government. We got an election year this year. Send them home. And I'm going to say this. Stop just holding us accountable. We got some state legislators fighting us on this. We got some state legislators out here fighting us on this, threatening us and threatening to change our charter if we remove this cap just because we want to build safe working conditions and good working conditions and give our public safety officers good working conditions. We got state legislators to do. They're up for election too in 2026. If our city is going to be viable, we got to have two things. We got to have good schools and we got to be safe. Low crime. Nobody wants to live where they don't feel safe, and nobody is going to want their executives to live here if we don't have good schools. Thank you to our public safety division, because even with the subpar conditions that you're working in, you're still performing, and you're outperforming most of the cities in Metro Atlanta. I do not see, when I turn on the news, 20 people getting shot over the weekend in the city of South Fulton. I see a consistent reduction in crime. I see our firefighters responding and transporting people when our EMS service don't show up. Going above and beyond. It's not taken lightly, at least not by me and not by the residents that I serve. Because I don't have any emails telling me not to do this either. I don't have any calls telling me not to do this either. So I want to tell y'all thank you. I know everything isn't perfect. I know we have some missteps, and I know we all can improve in our areas. But I want to say thank you, and we're going to get this done. How are we going to get it done? By September 9th, we'll know, but we're going to get this done. I feel confident that you have support, enough support up here to make sure that we can raise the funds to get this done. I don't want to see you eating out of your cars for lunch. I don't want to see you working in these cramped, subpar conditions. Residents, come with me so I can show you what they're working out of. Thank you.
All right, seeing no one else in the queue, I just have a couple more quick, these are quick questions, Mr. Wall and Ms. Subadan. What is the benchmark rate and what are the fees for these bonds?
So what do you mean by the benchmark rate?
There's usually a...
What
Go ahead,
now?
Madam City Manager.
The public rate, he means? Yes. Yeah. So, cue my slideshow. Bless you. So on the far right-hand side, you can see the public rate. Since somebody in the public read that to me, the far right-hand column in yellow. What does it say? 4.292? 4.92. And you got 4.3.
Got you. And this is a general obligation bond, correct?
It is, sir.
So oftentimes general obligation bonds go up for a vote.
Yes, sir.
We're going to vote here, but we're not putting it on the ballot. Could you just talk about that option and why you recommend not choosing that?
You bet. So the purpose of an intergovernmental contracts clause of the Georgia Constitution is the ability to issue a general obligation bond without a voter referendum. So you all has two choices, and most governments do. You can create an authority to act as a conduit and issue general obligation bonds by making the intergovernmental contract back the bonds, or you can go to the voters for a voter referendum. Georgia law is you used to call any date for a special election for a general obligation bond referendum. Now they only give you 1 or 2 dates a year. I think November is the date. You have to back up 95 days and call for the election. You have to appoint citizens and have a campaign for it. And so many governmental officials in your position view themselves as this is a representative republic, and the citizens have elected you to make these decisions, and so they don't put it out for a GO bond referendum. Unless something's really, really controversial, and then y'all really don't want to make a decision, then you put it out for a referendum. The last thing was you asked me about what the fees were. The fees are about 2%. I charge 1% by my contract. Mr. Selby charges a half of 1%, and then the various other fees won't total over another 0.5%.
All right, thank you. And thank you for that education. So in addition to the added expense of creating the campaign and doing all the steps that you said to put it up for a referendum, we would also lose this 4% rate because we're outside of that window. We wouldn't be able to call an election like that until 2026.
Yes, sir, that's right.
All right. I do think personally that the lifting it to 18 mills versus eliminating it completely is a nice olive branch to offer to the citizens. You know, if we show that we're faithful over a few things, then we can come back in the future and maybe eliminate the cap. But I do hear Dr. Rao's concern with lifting the cap versus eliminating the cap. Would that affect our future bond ratings? Because we are going to try and go for a bond rating next year, year after next.
The answer is yes, sir, it would. I believe, based on my experience, having no cap whatsoever will give you a higher credit profile than one that had it at 18 mils.
So to get that AAA bond rating, we're going to have to, got you. And then lastly, what would, because I do think there are two things on the table now, and I guess this is more a question for you, Madam Attorney, or whomever can answer it. Procedurally, what is next? Do we have to decide whether we are going to eliminate or lift? Can we put votes for both of them on the next meeting? Like how should we proceed forward?
It's really up to the council. However, given some of the information that we received about the urgency of locking in a rate, especially in these uncertain economic times, it's my best advice not to delay further. But yeah, the council could entertain a motion for one or both of those options, and then it'll just be voted up or down by a majority.
All right. Is that something that we should do now or not now? Okay. On the 26th.
Yeah, there has to be a certain number of public hearings that you allow around this discussion, and so it would have to occur at the 26th.
Okay. And just to make things efficient, you're saying that we can just make a motion for either one, as long as we're letting people know publicly that those are the two options. All right, thank you so much. This has been a rich discussion. Thank you, council, and thank you, constituents, and all of you who are watching at home. We look forward to your calls, texts, emails, carrier pigeons, and door knocks in our offices as soon as our city hall is open again. I might note that this is a good reason to have buildings that we own, so that we're not having council meetings in gyms. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That completes this agenda. It's adjournment.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
All right, it's been probably moved and seconded. Just some quick discussion because our zoning meeting is supposed to start, our 5 p.m. zoning meeting is supposed to start right after this. Do we need a 5-minute bio break? Yeah. All right.
15.
7?
Yes. Yeah.
That's 15 minutes. That's 7. All right, so I'll entertain I'm sorry, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Corey, that motion approved.
All right, we're adjourned till 7 p.m. Thank you. Behind schedule, so I am going to ask my colleagues to be pithy where possible. Pithiness is a virtue. And as soon as you are ready, we're live. All right, we are live here at Welcome All Park at 4255 Will Lee Road, 30349. We are here tonight. I'm going to just ask Madam City Manager, while we wait for the rest of my colleagues to arrive, if you just give that update one more time on our building for City Hall. We'll be open tomorrow?
Yes, we will be open at City Hall tomorrow.
All right, so sorry if you were not able to be seen today. We will be open bright and early tomorrow. With that, Mr. Clerk, please go ahead and call the roll.
This is the roll call for the 5 p.m. alcohol license zoning public hearing, August 12th. The Honorable Catherine F. Ryle, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7. The Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please sound the first item.
Mr. Mayor, for your information and edification, I would like to bring to your attention a couple of items that need to be removed per CDRA, and I'll let Director McClendon affirm. But case B, case Z25-001, and this is a self-storage multi-facility on 0 Riverside Drive. This public hearing was held on 7/22/25, according to Mr. McClendon. So this item does not need to have another public hearing, as well as case number G, case Z25-020, which is 6200 7000 Coweta Road and 5675 Dotson Road. That item had its public hearing on 7/22 as well, and we'll move on to the regular agenda for consideration. And I believe there's one additional withdrawal for case H, which is case Z25-016, 6765 Dagenhart Road, which I understand at the appropriate time the applicant is going to seek withdrawal.
Just a point of clarification, City Clerk. Item B should be moved to the August 26th meeting.
That's correct.
All right. Seeing this, that we haven't heard H and had the applicant request the withdrawal. They're here to request the withdrawal?
They were here, but I believe they left, but they did send us an email saying that they would like to withdraw the case.
Okay. Well, that being said, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion. Correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Parliamentarian / City Attorney. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
All right. It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by a show of hands.
Corey, that motion approved 6-0.
Yes. All right. So, we have now an amended agenda which eliminates B, G, and H. All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the first item.
Chair, if I could just make a point of information very briefly regarding the public hearings.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to remind the public, this was announced at the previous City Council meeting, that if there is a comment or commentary on any of these items up for a public hearing, that the comments be made during the time of the public hearing as opposed to during the public comment section of the overall session tonight. It was advertised for this time to receive public comment. According to our charter, public comment, apart from these public hearings, is only limited to 30 minutes. And so if someone has commentary about something else on the agenda, they are limited to only saying that during the public comment section of the overall meeting. If there's a comment that you have about a zoning issue, please make sure that you fill out a comment card. Make that comment during the public hearing portion of that zoning issue. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I do want to acknowledge that we did just have enter the room the first councilwoman, the inaugural councilwoman for District 4, Councilwoman Naima Gilliard. Thank you for being here. Something important must be happening if you've shown up. All right. I do want to remind people that these are legal proceedings, and it is my job as chair to make sure that we are acting in accordance with all Georgia state zoning laws. I may stop you or cut you off at some point if I am concerned about that, but these are legal proceedings. And with that, I do want to ask all of my colleagues to go ahead and log into the 5 p.m. Zoning meeting in Civic Clerk. And lastly, just to reiterate, if you have anything that you'd like to say about these items, this is your time to speak now or hold your peace. When they come up for a vote in August 26th, you will not be afforded any more opportunities to speak. So please make sure that you fill out one of these comment cards with the clerks or the assistant clerks right outside those doors. And with that, Mr. Clerk, please sound the first item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 3, alcohol licenses, rezoning, variance, and modification cases for presentation and public hearing only. The first is an alcohol license case, Johnny's Cascade Incorporated, doing business as Johnny's Pizza, for an alcohol beverage license for the consumption sales of beer beverages at 5495 Cascade Road Southwest, Suite 110, South Fulton, Georgia 30331. This is a new application. The property is located in Council District 1.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
Good evening. The applicant located at 5495 Cascade Road, South Fulton, Georgia 30331, Johnny's Pizzas, has met all requirements to obtain a valid alcohol license. All fees have been paid in full, and the required inspection has been completed as well. I did want to note that this business has maintained an outstanding CAD history. Within the past 7 months, zero crime have occurred at this location. A public safety plan has been submitted and approved by staff, and a temporary alcohol license has been issued for this location. Staff recommended approval by the council.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. The applicant is present.
Yes, sir.
I believe, sir. Yes.
You can come forth. You have 10 minutes. You do not have to use that entire time. You may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for rebuttal after you've heard anybody speaking in opposition. Please start by stating your name and address. Your time starts now.
My name is Daniel Daly. I live at 440 Arliss Drive, Canton, Georgia 30115. The business is located at 5495 Cascade Road Southwest, Suite 110, South Fulton, Georgia 30331, as stated. I don't know the next procedural steps.
No, you just wanted to say anything in support of this license?
I have been with Johnny's Pizza since I was 17. As of August, that was 27 years ago. This is my third location that I am currently operating. I have alcohol license at each location without incident for the last 9+ years. And I look forward to continuing that here in city of South Fulton.
All right. Thank you. You got 8 minutes and 57 seconds for rebuttal after we hear from anybody in opposition. Do we have any speakers in opposition?
No, sir. Did not receive anything in opposition.
All right. Seeing and hearing that, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. You may want to stay up for questions from council, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Royal.
I really don't have any questions. I know it's changing ownership. I think it previously had an alcohol license a while ago, so this is just a return to that. So I don't have any additional questions at this time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll be taking this vote at August 26, 2 weeks from now, at City Hall, 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Yeah, thank you.
That brings us to case C, case Z25-023. It's a public hearing, request to rezone from M1 Light Industrial in the Cascade Overlay District to C1 and for other lawful purposes at 0 and 1055 Fairburn Road. This property is located in Council District 1. Planning Commission recommendation is approval. Staff recommendation is approval.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, Mr. Chair. Greeting mayors and mayor and members of council. I'm Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of the Business Friendly Community Development and Regulatory Affairs Department. This is case Z25-023. This is a city-initiated rezoning sponsored by the council member from District 1 to rezone the property at 0 and at 1055 Fairburn Road from the M1 Light Industrial Cascade Corridor Overlay District to the C1 Limited Commercial Cascade Corridor Overlay District. Staff and Planning Commission recommendation is approval.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. The applicant is present.
We did not receive any cards in support or opposition to this case.
Okay.
City initiated.
Got you. All right. Do I need to go to council for questions and comments beginning, as is always our practice, with Dr. Rowe?
We're city initiated, so I was working with the planning department. As a result of this is the result of everything around it being commercial. These were two parcels that kind of were hanging out there in industrial, right along the Fairburn corridor at Cascade. And so we hope it positions these properties for redevelopment. They've been blighted for some time, and we worked with the owner to do this. So,
All right. Seeing no further questions or comments, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter D. It's case U25-006, a public hearing. An application by Frederick Gresham requesting a special use permit to operate a salon suites in the MIX Clifton Overlay District at 3220 Butner Road, Suite 140. It's located in Council District 2. Planning Commission recommendation was approval. Staff recommendation was approval.
Go ahead.
Yes, case U25-006. The applicant is requesting a special use permit to operate a salon suites in the MIX zoning district. The address is 3220 Butner Road. This is in City Council District 2. This is an existing business. Staff and the Planning Commission is recommending approval. And the applicant is here.
All right. You can go ahead and come forth. You have 10 minutes. You can reserve some of the balance of your time for rebuttal. Please start by stating your name and address. Your time starts now.
Yes, first of all, thank you all for allowing me to be here. My name is Frederick Gresham. My address is 3300 Renaissance Circle, South Fulton, Georgia, 30349. So I do reside in the community. The business address is 3220 Butner Road, Suite 140, South Fulton, Georgia. I just want to say that I would like to serve in the community that I reside in, and also allow for us to continue to grow as I did stay here and listen to the great things that we're doing, and I want to just be a part of it. That's all.
Awesome, thank you. Any speakers in opposition, Mr. Clerk?
We did receive one, Mr. Freeman Dixon, but I believe he left not too long ago.
All right, Mr. Dixon, our apologies for being so behind. You may want to stay up here. I'm going to go ahead and close the hearing and open this up to council questions and comments, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Gomes.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. Mr. Gresham and I have met and also spoken with Mr. Dixon as well. So we have a meeting of the minds, and we're good. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll see you in 2 weeks for this vote. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter E, case Z25-002, U25-005, and CDP 25-001. It's a public hearing. The City of South Fulton is requesting a rezoning from AG1 to M1 and a special use permit to develop a data center used with accessory electrical substation and future land use amendment to amend the character area from Suburban 1 neighborhood to industrial zone at 0 Mason Road, 0, 5170, 5186, 5196, 5206, 5210, 5226, and 5234 Stonewall Tail Road. This property is located in Council District 3. The Planning Commission recommendation is approval conditional for all three requests, and staff recommendations approval conditional.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have a number of speakers here on this item, but I do want to be sure to introduce it by saying that this is a city-initiated rezoning, as well as the special use permit request and the future land use request. Staff and Planning Commission both recommend approval conditional.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Mayor and Council, my name is Woody Galloway with Galloway Law Group.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Galloway.
Yes.
Mayor, you have to open up the
Okay.
public hearing.
I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. You can go ahead and get started, Mr. Galloway. Please start by stating your address.
4062 Peachtree Road. I represent the contract purchaser of the property, RSC Investments and TA Digital. RSC has assembled, skipped a couple of them. RSC has assembled approximately 60 acres of land in the southeast quadrant of South Fulton Parkway and Stonewall Tail Road. They have another 30 acres of land also under contract to the east that is in the city of Union City, but that property is largely undevelopable. It does, however, provide access to Mason Road, so that gives us 2 points of access. We are seeking approvals to allow the property to be developed for a 1.9 million square foot data center. Data centers are just large buildings with computer equipment in them that store, process, and distribute data. They do not deal with harmful chemicals. They do not produce harmful emissions. They also do not generate truck traffic. Last year, we approached the city with the idea of this data center, and the city agreed to initiate it and have it a city-initiated application. But before proceeding with that, the city adopted an amendment to the zoning ordinance that provided for strict regulation of data centers. They included provisions dealing with buffers, landscaping, architectural requirements, screening of equipment, light restrictions, and strict sound restrictions. The sound restrictions are such that you can have no more than 65 decibels during the day at the property line and no more than 55 decibels at night. The sound of 65 decibels is comparable to a normal conversation or the sound of a quiet office. So these are strict requirements. The site is located where it is. It's in the southeast quadrant of Stonewall Tail and the Parkway. It's bordered on three sides by industrial uses. All of those are in Union City. It's bisected by major Georgia Power transmission lines and therefore is not suitable for residential development. There are 3 other approved data centers at this same intersection. They're all in the city of Union City, and Union City will get all the tax revenue from those data centers. In this situation, this site is in the city of South Fulton, and you would be able to get the tax revenue, which is substantial. The city of South Fulton can't regulate what goes on in other jurisdictions, but can regulate what goes on in your jurisdiction. For example, reacting to concerns expressed by Councilwoman Willis, the developer agreed to increase the buffer by 50%, going from 100 feet to 150 feet, agreed to use a closed loop cooling system, which means that after the system is filled up with water, there will be no ongoing demand for water, so on a daily basis. So that will extend for years, and then ultimately they may have to reinstall another one, but that's, again, going to be a closed loop system. We also agreed to regulating the hours and methods of construction. So in summary, data centers do not have any hazardous material. There are no trucks, very low impact, and generate substantial tax revenue to the local jurisdiction. The proposal has come to you with a recommendation of approval from planning staff and from the Planning Commission. We ask that you approve this request subject to the conditions of zoning recommended by planning staff that are acceptable to us. I'd like to reserve the remainder of my time for rebuttal and answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right, before calling speakers against, I just want to make sure we have the right case on the screen. This is case E.
Oh, yes,
correct?
Sir. I'll get it.
All right, and then do you have any speakers against?
Yes, sir. We have one speaker in opposition, Mr. Drew DeMann.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Drew DeMann, 4640 Gordon Street, 30213. And for the record, I am urging you to oppose data centers or to at least limit the number of data centers that we allow to be constructed in the city. Despite the measures that this project has taken to ameliorate the problems that it might present, I think we need to take a serious look at the long term and determine how many data centers that we could choose to allow within the city limits, knowing that there are other objectionable industrial sites that will be developed here. Around the country, data centers are facing opposition from communities for a variety of reasons: quality of life, public health, and environmental concerns. So it is not a non-problematic project. I do appreciate that the builder has promised to use these more sustainable measures in the construction of the site. So that's cool. But for the record, I think we should have a limited number of data centers throughout the city. So approve or deny this project. I recommend that you deny it, but in the future, we need to limit that number. Thank you.
All right. If there are no other speakers against, you can come back up, Mr. Galloway, for the remainder of your time if you have a rebuttal.
I'm here. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them.
All right. With that, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to council questions and comments, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank, we've been working on this particular project for over a year with staff, the city manager. This came to surface for the city 2 years ago when this and other parcels was in jeopardy of being de-annexed from the city into another municipality. That municipality being Union City. The only reason it was not de-annexed is because it failed in the wee hours of the morning on Sine Day. And we did not know what this was about, why the de-annexation by state legislation was occurring. But afterwards, we met with the landowner, along with the city manager, and along with staff, and got to the bottom of it. At the end of the day, this particular project is going to happen, whether it's in our city or not. And so we worked diligently to make sure that it minimized the impact. We brought in representatives from Watershed, City of Atlanta Watershed. We brought in representatives from Georgia Power. We brought in representatives from ARC. We sent out mail notices. The developers sent out notices. The city mailed notices to everybody. And we had a packed house of over 100 residents from various areas. I'm pleased to say that most of the residents left here with their questions answered, and they weren't angry. They were appreciative that I did legislate an ordinance to put safeguards in place. They were appreciative that we have limitations around data centers, and to the residents' point, we can't control how many data centers are in our city thanks to my ordinance, because they have to come before the city with a special use permit. So going forward, any data centers that come into the city has to be approved by this council. I am also working with ARC to even strengthen our ordinance even more around data centers. Unfortunately, some of the data centers were in play before we put our regulations in place. They were coming in through our industrial ordinance with no regulations. So we are ahead of the game in the city of South Fulton. We have regulations, we have safeguards in place, and we prefer for them to be in our industrial areas. Have not gotten any emails from constituents in my district, have not gotten any opposition emails from constituents in my district, have not gotten any pushback from constituents in my district, because I think we did a very good job with making sure that we work with the community. We had 3 meetings. The public input meeting, we didn't have anybody to show up, probably 5 people after our major town hall meeting, which had over 100 people in it. So while this may not be a desirable development throughout Metro Atlanta, data centers are here to stay, because we all depend, we need the storage because of the apparatuses that we use. And this particular data center would not impact our utilities. They're using the closed loop system. They have given residents over 125 feet buffer, and there's a substation being built that's going to power this particular data center, so it won't be on the same grid as residents. Again, I think it's best for the city of South Fulton to benefit from this than another city, because that's why this measure was going through the legislation as a de-annexation. And so I'll yield, and my question is Mr. McClendon in here? I have a question. So I had a question. I see it on the agenda as a first read, and you all said it was on the agenda as a second read. Is it on the agenda as the first read or the second read? Because I want to vote on this tonight and waive the first read.
Thank you. This is a city-initiated rezoning, and so it actually had its first read when it was initially initiated, which I believe was back in January. So in order to pass this ordinance, it would just need a second read.
Okay, so we are voting on this tonight because it's a second read. Because it's listed on, I'm confused because it's listed on the agenda as the first read. So that's why I'm confused.
I'll defer to the clerk for that response.
Yes, it is listed as a first read, but Mr. McClendon is correct that to initiate a city-initiated zoning, it required a first reading, and so this should be listed as second reading and for approval.
Okay, so with that being said, I will, Mayor, I will have to pull this up like with the other zoners because it is being voted on tonight. And it's positioned wrong on the agenda. But I'll address that in a regular council meeting. Thank you, I yield.
All right, any further questions? Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for the applicant. I think Councilmember Willis alluded to it because when we hear about these data centers, there are three things that normally come up about the traffic, about the water, and about the power, right? And I heard my colleague said about the infrastructure for power. You addressed the water, but how about giving us a little more enlightenment about the power? Because that's one of the things people are afraid that the electric supply will not be stable because there's a data center close to them.
Well, first of all, in terms of power, power is regulated by PSC, and Georgia Power controls its allocation. There's been a lot in the news lately about that, about Georgia Power's plans to expand the capability of producing power. They have big plans with a substantial amount of power that they're going to add to the system. Specifically, as it relates to this, your question dealt with how is this going to affect the local residents and whether it's going to have any impact on them. Because of the difference in the wattage of the power that comes into a data center versus what goes to a regular home, they're basically on two different grids. They don't mix. You're dealing with very high capacity power lines that are coming in, going into a substation, being down-regulated to the power that is being used by the data center. As it relates to local power for residential, it comes in on different lines that are much lower in terms of the amount of power that's carried by those lines, but they too go to a substation and then go out from there, but they don't cross. These are not the same lines, they're not the same grid that you would serve a residential area with. So they aren't going to cross. It's not going to cause blackouts or any problems as it relates to power.
Thank you. I learned a little bit more about this particular issue in a recent town hall meeting that Councilmember Gums and I held with Greystone Power in the Walden Park community, because that was one of the questions that came up that we addressed with the residents who were there. So thank you much for the explanation.
All right, thank you.
All right.
All right, the chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
So in the packet that we received, Mr. McClendon, if you could answer this question. In number 5, it says the length of time the property has been vacant as zone considered in the context of land development in the area in the vicinity of the property. And so the commentary there says there are several existing homes on this property. What does that mean?
I'll defer to the council on that question.
The vast majority of the 60 acres is owned by one family, and they have several homes, and most of the homes that are there are either family members or they're rented. But they've been trying to sell this property for quite some time, and it's problematic because the natural use would be industrial, but it's in the city of South Fulton. There's industrial all around it, but there's a sense that no industrial would be an appropriate use for this property for a normal cross-dock, heavy truck traffic kind of use. When we approached them with this idea in mind because this was a low-intensity use that would not generate truck traffic. Basically, the only times you will see big trucks that come to this site are when they bring the computer servers in initially or when they take them out after they have served their useful life and then bring back new ones. So that's every 5-7 years. So there's very little truck traffic.
So my question, I guess, is if there are existing homes on the property, are those homes going to be demolished?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So do you know how many homes it is?
Some of them, I believe at least one or two of them are boarded up or not used. I think there are 2 that are functioning that I can think of, but they're scattered and it's over a 60-acre parcel. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
I yield.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Read for the record a statement that I got from Georgia Power, who participated in the community public information meeting. New infrastructure and power demands. Georgia Power is committed to keeping electric services reliable and affordable. Earlier this year, Georgia Power filed its 2025 Integrated Resource Plan, IRP, which outlines our plans to meet your energy needs and support the state's incredible growth. The IRP filing with the Georgia Public Service Commission, we propose significant investments in our generation, fleet, and transmission system to ensure continued provision to reliable and resilient and service our customers. Growth in energy demand from large energy users, data centers, is not causing Georgia Power price increases. New PSC rules and regulations are designed to address the risk and costs associated with large load users, ensuring a balanced and fair approach for all Georgia Power customers. They allow Georgia Power to change new large load customers in a manner that will further protect ratepayers for the cost shifting. Outside of storm costs, Georgia Power and Public Service Commission have a stipulated agreement for a 3-year base rate freeze. The rates are below the national average and have average of 15% below the decades. Georgia Power is affordability solutions and resource to help customers year-round. That is a statement that Georgia Power sent for me to share with all residents. I have put it in my newsletter. In no way am I champion data centers to saturate our community, but they are necessary. They deserve to be. They should be in industrial places, but there are some instances where they're not. And I do believe in this instance we have done everything in our power to minimize, protect residents, and I plan to do it going forward. We're strengthening our ordinances already. We already have regulations, but working with ARC to strengthen our ordinance going further. Right now, our ordinance does not have in it that data centers should be built with the loop system, but this developer has committed to doing that as a condition. Thank you. I yield. And I appreciate all the residents who have worked with me to get through this project that we've been working with for over a year now. Thank you. And I also want to appreciate my colleagues, because I've been talking with some of you all about this as well.
All right, thank you. A couple quick questions. One, I want to make sure we've had some issues about the advertising of hearings. We've got some that are coming back tonight. We did advertise this as a first read. Can we just make it a second read and vote on it tonight? At 7, not now, but I just want to get clear, because there are a couple of, go ahead, just answer that question first.
It's my understanding, yes, especially since it's already technically been on for a first read. This would simply just be a Scribner's error. So just correcting it on the record that this is not technically a first read and that it is coming back at the 7 o'clock.
All right.
Whenever we get there.
And then my next question is, could we see this map again, Mr. Galloway? I was trying to find it on my GIS. Those homes right below the site, what subdivision is that? Or if you know, Councilman Willis, I don't know. What?
I cannot remember. It is just to the south. We're adjacent to about 10 homes. That's why we increased the buffer from 100 feet to 150 feet. There's also a significant topography in that area such that the topography alone is going to take care of most of the issues, but we've also agreed to enhance that buffer as necessary for screening purposes.
All right. Did you know the name of the subdivision?
Yes, and they are aware of that this is going on. I've been working with them for over a year. It is called Wexford Community, and they were here when we had our town hall meeting in July.
Okay. Thank you. I think that is all of the questions that I have. This is going to come up at the 7 p.m. meeting, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound your next item.
Brings us to letter F, KZ 25-021, CV 25-0025. It's a public hearing, an application by Michael Miglilori of Fem Park Development requesting rezoning from AG1 in the Cliftondale Overlay District to the CUP to develop a residential community with 50 single-family detached homes on 16.71 acres at 5860 Coweta Road. This is located in Council District 4. Planning Commission recommendation is approval conditional. Staff recommendation approval conditional.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, the applicant is requesting a rezoning from AG1, which is our agricultural district, to CUP, which is our community unit plan district, to develop 50 single-family detached homes on 16.71 acres of land. This is in City Council District 4. Staff is recommending approval along with the Planning Commission for the rezoning and the variance.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. The applicant is present. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Hope you're doing well this evening. Josh Mahoney, attorney at Battle Law PC 3562 Habersham at Northlake in Tucker, Georgia, here on behalf of the applicant for the proposed rezoning from AG1 to CUP. I do have a short presentation that I'd like to walk through with you all just to give you the highlights, and then I'll be here for any questions you all might have. So the subject property is shown here on the map. It fronts on Coweta Road near the intersection of Coweta and Derrick Road. Looking at the zoning, you can see that we've got a good mix of zoning in the area, including AG1, R2A, R4A, R5, R3, R3A, as well as CUP. So we're not requesting a zoning district that's not already in the area. We're not introducing anything new or anything like that. So we'll be in line with the rezoning trends that are happening in this space. It's also of note that we are in the Cliftondale Overlay District, and we are totally compliant with that overlay district. So this is the plan that we'd like to present to you all this evening. This plan has one point of ingress and egress off of Coweta Road. Folks entering this community will kind of come down this drive aisle and then be looking at this really beautiful central dog park. We've also got a soft trail that traverses the western side of the property. Soft lit soft trail that will traverse the western side of the property and then attach into a small pocket park. And then this entire trail park network will connect into the sidewalk network, so folks will be able to leave their homes, get right on the sidewalk, get to the trail, and then head over to that pocket park. You can see in the site plan that we've got our 50-foot buffer around the entirety of our property. This is so that we're in compliance with that Cliftondale overlay. And far off to the west, you see Deep Creek. Deep Creek does not cross onto my client's property. However, that stream buffer does reach across 2 points of the property. However, I'm happy to report that we are nowhere near the stream buffer. We're far away, and we've actually situated our stormwater detention strategically to protect it. So the kind of homes that we're proposing, these are larger in size. So the homes we're showing here, these range from 2,800 to 3,100 square feet. We're looking at a pricing window under today's market of around the mid 400s to the low 500s. We're talking about some high quality materials here, including stone, hardy plank, and wood. And then I would just close off by saying that we are happy to have received recommendations of approval from the planning staff as well as planning commission. Planning commission did add a condition that we seek a traffic impact study while school is in session. We've agreed to that condition since the community at our community meeting did express some concerns about traffic. I'm happy to report that not only do we comply with that condition, we've actually gone ahead and already gotten that scheduled so that we will have that information ready for our reviews should this get approved. With that, I will reserve the rest of my time and answer any questions you all might have.
All right, thank you. Do we have any speakers against, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
All right, seeing and hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and go to public comment, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. We had a community meeting, and all the notes are here in the file and available to the public who's interested. I did have some additional look at Coweta Road, and we actually have a project there to replace that bridge. I think it's in the design phase right now for those from Coweta Road who's listening. And if she's also listening, Ms. Sean Filas did send me an email addressing some of the things we spoke about in that meeting. And so Coweta Road itself just has to be one of the areas that we looked at for overall improvement, right? So it's coming. That's going to say tomorrow. We are concerned about the T-junction from Derrick Road, and as we put additional things on Coweta Road, how do we efficiently improve the flow of traffic? So that's a conversation that I'm having now with staff as to what we do in the future. Because I think it came up that we should have a turn lane, for example. It will help with the flow of traffic there. And also in the notes, you would see some comments about me working with GDOT in order to improve some of the conditions along South Fulton Parkway that's not too far from here, and even along Highway 92. So those are active conversations and things that we're pushing forward that we just must do, not only in District 4, but within the city of South Fulton, but especially South Fulton Parkway. So that's an active conversation that we're having about what we do with certain areas of South Fulton Parkway. And that's all the comments I have right now.
Seeing and hearing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, item G was removed from the agenda, and that only left item H, which was a withdrawal request. I believe you need formal action. They need to have formal vote taken on that item. Letter H, KZ 25016 for 6765 Dagenhart Road.
All right, and we just need a motion for withdrawal and a vote. The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to withdraw item H, case Z25-016 as sounded.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote in the queue.
I recorded that motion approved unanimously 7-0 to withdraw.
All right. And that was our last item?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. We can take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously.
All right. Going to call to order our 7 o'clock regular public hearing. Last meeting of the night, regular public meeting. If you go ahead and flip over to 7 o'clock in your queues. And Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll.
This roll call for the regular meeting, August 12th, 2025. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the first item.
First item is Roman numeral 3, invocation by the city chaplain.
God of our extended grace on this day, of our evening, of our nightfall, of our day, of the rising of our sun, and the setting of the same, we thank you for this gathering. We thank you for our community. We thank you for the children that are back in spaces of education. We thank you for our opportunities to be collaborative in the community and to do your will and the work that we do today. We pray, God, that you watch over our city council people, our mayor, our public servants, all of our citizens that inhabit this great city. Continue to allow us to go home safely to our abodes and find them in decent order. Have your way on today. Watch over us, protect us, and keep us even in the midst of the pending storms. Allow us to be able to find peace in the midst of the storms that are still coming. We give you glory, honor, and praise. In the name of a Messiah, we pray. Amen. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, that brings us to the adoption of the council agenda. As previously noted, would like to note for the record that we will be removing item number D5 under first read ordinances. That item will be on the next agenda. Item number 7, which is Z25-002, U25-005, and CDP 25-001 will be for a approval and second read. That is Zero Mason Road. Additionally, we have a resolution that I believe Councilmember Sebastian wants considered this evening. Would you like me to read that into the record? Councilmember Sebastian is requesting council approval of a resolution by the City of South Fulton City Council recognizing the creation of the South Fulton Police Benevolent Fund and for other lawful purposes.
All right, let's add the zoning case Z25-002 as item Roman numeral 7H. And the walk-on item as Roman numeral 12A.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I was made aware of another item for walk-on. Believe it is an event request by Councilmember Gumbs. Request co-sponsorship with the city for the 11th annual Divine Nine 5K in the city of South Fulton for next year, June 13th, 2026, with full access at Wolf Creek Amphitheater.
All right, that'll be Roman numeral 12B. We have another walk-on. Go ahead, Councilwoman Bell.
Donation in the amount of $5,000 from the city of East Point for the Cultivating Community Health and Unity event.
Okay, the donation from East Point will be Roman numeral 12C. We have another walk-on. Councilwoman Gumbs.
I would like to walk on a donation for the mental health event on August the 23rd from Meach Foundation in reference to a law firm in the amount of $1,500.
We have a donation of $1,500, item Roman numeral 12D. All right. Going once, going twice. Let's take this vote by a show of hands. I'm sorry, do we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by a show of hands. All right, please do get in the queue, though, for 7 o'clock. We have lots of zoning votes to take. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 5, approval of city council meeting minutes. Regular meeting minutes for July 22nd, 2025. Work session minutes, July 22nd, 2025. Alcohol zoning public hearing minutes, July 22nd, 2025. Special call meeting minutes, July 22nd, 2025. And special call meeting millage rate public hearing minutes, August 6, 2025.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve as sounded.
Been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue to see if everybody's in here.
That motion was approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 6. This is millage rate public hearing number 2, and it will be presented by our city manager, Sharon D. Subadan, and Althea Villard Bradley, our chief financial officer.
Mayor and Council, this is the second millage rate hearing. Millage rate information. Next slide, please. As you know, the millage rate is the tax that's applied to assessable value of property. The millage rate is usually stated in dollars per thousand. So millage rate of 1 mil is $1 per thousand of assessed value, and stated for calculation purposes is 0.001. Next slide. The millage rate in the city of South Fulton is 12.399, and there is no proposed millage rate change for 2025. Next slide. The market value is the current estimated amount for which a property can be bought or sold. The assessed value is 40% of the market value of a house. or property. So as an example, if the market value of a parcel is 100,000, the assessed value is 40,000. Next slide, please. That's just illustrating the same information. Next slide. Homestead exemption is a legal provision that reduces the amount of the property taxes owed by an owner that's owner occupied. Exemptions are applied by state law. The city of South Fulton took all exemptions that were previously given by Fulton County when they became a city, which is uncommon. But we have consistently applied those exemptions to all residents. Next slide. So in addition to the basic homestead, there are several other exemptions that we provide to our residents. Next slide. Most of those exemptions have requirements for age and/or income. If anyone is unclear about their exemptions, they can reach out to the Fulton County Tax Assessor's Office for further details. Next slide. So House Bill 581 was a new law that limited the amount of increases in property taxes that are allowable based on the CPI and/or 3%. The city of South Fulton already had this in our ordinances, and so we, in actuality, offer the more favorable exemption than House Bill 581. For 2025, the assessed value for properties are actually frozen at 2024 levels, so when residents get their tax bill, they will notice that there hasn't been an increase for the city of South Fulton. Next slide. This slide, it's a little hard to read, but it's also available in the budget and brief that we provided earlier this evening. It does show the amount of exemptions that we provide, over 45,000 exemptions for $32 million in exemptions, which is beneficial to residents. Next slide. And this, again, a little hard to read, but it describes what the various exemptions are. Next slide. I'm going to go ahead, and this is our 5-year tax history of our levy. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the CFO, Bradley, and she can walk you through the progression and changes in our digest over the last 5 years.
As Ms. Subhadan mentioned, this is a 5-year history of our tax digest, which basically shows a summary of our assessed property values, our millage rates that were adopted, and total property taxes levied over the past 5 years. And Mayor, you asked about this earlier during the presentation. This shows you a 5-year history of where we were in 2020 with a millage rate of 12.899. Also in 2021, we had a millage rate of 12.899, and also in 22, 12.899, and we reduced the millage rate in 2023 to 12.399, which we've adopted for the past 3 years. And we're proposing, for the past 2 years, we're proposing that we adopt the same millage rate at 12.399. But you can also see over the course of the 5 years what our real and personal assessed properties have been. In 2020, we had the property values were at $3 billion, and as of 2025, we're at $6 billion. And that's for real and personal. I'll move on to the next slide. And this slide just provides a breakdown of our 2025 property tax digest, which represents the total taxable value of our property types within the city of South Fulton. With our real property coming in at $6.6 billion, personal property coming in at $1.3 billion, motor vehicles, 12 million mobile homes, 17,000 heavy-duty equipment, for a total gross digest of $8 billion. But when we back out the exemptions of $2.6 million, that leaves us with about $5.4 million in net digest, which that is your taxable amount, which your 12.399 millage rate is applied to. Again, we are not proposing a tax increase. The millage rate remains the same as 2024 at 12.399.
Next slide, please.
A little definition on the rollback rate. It is the millage rate that would generate the same amount of revenue as the previous year, but without accounting for any increases in property values due to reassessments or new construction. For 2025, the calculated rollback rate is 12.315. However, the city again is proposing to maintain the current rate of 12.399. And even though the millage rate is not increasing, state law requires us to advertise it as a tax increase because overall property values have gone up in commercial and non-homesteaded properties. The next slide shows a side-by-side comparison of city property taxes for a homeowner with a basic homestead exemption and a fair market value of $175,000. We start first by applying the standard 40% assessment. So they take your fair market value, and your assessed value is 40% of that fair market value, which leaves $175,000 fair market value at $70,000 once the 40% is applied. For the basic homestead exemption, there's an additional $30,000 that is deducted from your overall assessed value, leaving you with about $40,000 in taxable value. Using the rollback rate in one column versus the millage rate that we are proposing to keep the same, there's about a $3.36 difference between what the rollback millage rate would be versus what we're proposing to adopt. Okay, this is just the millage rate calculation, which begins with our overall net digest applied by the current millage rate, which would generate $67 million in property tax revenue versus our net digest applied with the rollback rate, which will generate about $66.6 million. It's like a $455,000 difference between the two. This slide just shows a tax comparison for a homeowner who qualifies for multiple exemptions, including the basic homestead exemption and additional exemptions based on age or income. In this example, the fair market value of this home is about $320,000. Again, when the 40% is applied, that the assessed value becomes $128,000. Then the homeowner may qualify for the $30,000 local exemption if it's homesteaded, a $10,000 county exemption, and a $10,000 statewide school exemption, which brings the total taxable value down from $128,000 to $78,000, and that's what they're taxed on. Using the current millage rate of 12.399, the annual city property tax for that homeowner would be $967.12. Using the rollback rate of 12.315, that tax would be $960.57. So that's a difference of about $6.55 a year. This slide just illustrates how much revenue the city can generate based on each meal of taxation using the 2025 net digest. At 0.25 meals, the city would generate approximately $1.3 million. An additional 0.5 meals That doubles to 2.7 million, and a mill of 0.75 would generate about $4.6 million, and an entire mill will increase property tax revenue by 5.4. We're not recommending that, but we just wanted you all to have a perspective of what that would generate based on the mills. To reiterate, we are not asking for an increase in the current millage rate. We would like to hold it steady for 2025 to maintain funding for our essential services while ensuring stability for taxpayers. And that concludes our presentation. Any questions?
All right, I'm actually going to open, this is a public hearing. I need to open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers? Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I did not receive any comment cards to speak for this public hearing. I don't know if anyone in the audience wishes to offer public comment.
Is there anyone that wishes to offer public comment? All right, seeing and hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and go to council comments and questions. You heard a lot of numbers, but the one that I want you to remember is that the millage rate is not increasing this year. There's not a recommendation for that, and I don't think that there's an appetite on this council for it either. All right, seeing in no questions or comments from council. Oh, wait, Councilwoman Willis.
Just real quick, this is the second read. Can we go ahead and adopt the millage rate? No. No? You got to have 3? Okay, thank you. That was it.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 7, alcohol license, rezoning, variance, and modification cases for motion and vote. Letter A, second read and request council approval of an ordinance to repeal Ordinance 2022-045, which is the short-term rental special use permit process, which was adopted December 19, 2022, in its entirety. You may recall that the revised short-term rental policy was approved by the council and replaced this ordinance on April 22nd, 2025, with Ordinance 2025-011.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion. All right, is there a second? That fails for a lack of a second. What does that mean, Madam Attorney? This is replacing a previous ordinance.
So there needs to be another opportunity for another motion. So if there's not a second to approve it, then there needs to be another motion. According to the Roberts rules, you are, as the chair, you are to attempt it at least 3 times if there's not a second on an affirmative motion.
All right, well, before my next attempt, I would like to ask this question. In the absence of this, we're being governed under our first?
No. So the purpose of this is just to make sure that we don't have 2 conflicting laws on the books. We had already voted to replace the ordinance on the April 22nd meeting. This is just to completely remove the Ordinance 2022-45 in Muni Code to ensure that we, again, don't have 2 laws on the books that give the appearance of conflicting.
Right, so I just want to reiterate that for council. A failure to pass this means that we have 2 short-term rental ordinances on the books. Okay, now that that is clear, I'm going to ask one more question before I turn it over to Councilman Willis. In the ordinance that we have now, is there a cap on the number of short-term rental permits?
That may be a question for CDRA.
Thank you, Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of the Business Friendly Community Development and Regulatory Affairs Department. There is not a cap on the number of short-term rentals that can be approved.
All right, and I'm sorry, now I do have a follow-up question. Can you just give us the numbers, not exact, but approximately how many short-term rental permits do we currently have, and how many are in the queue to be decided on?
There are none in the queue. I think if we go back to when we were approving them through the special use permit process, we probably approved somewhere in the range of 12 to 15, I think, and then we paused the process after that.
Okay, and so now that we've done these 12 to 15, you're saying that there are no more applications?
There are no current applications, no.
All right. I would like to suggest, and we don't have to like figure out this legislation tonight, but I would like to suggest capping the number of permits we give out to maybe 500 a year, maybe 1,000 a year, which is like 1 to 2% of our housing stock. We could debate that, but I do think we should think about some kind of cap. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I am totally confused because I have emails, I have correspondence, I have time and time asked for us to put something in the ordinance that will alert residents when short-term rentals are being put in their community to give them an opportunity to oppose. The original ordinance that I had in place required for people to come before this council before short-term rentals are placed in the community. And then you all found it problematic. We talked about this during a retreat. The last time we tried to vote on this, Attorney Kelly, you said that y'all were going to get together and come back with a decision or something that would allow residents to be alerted when people tried to put short-term. Right now, we have over 500 short-term rentals in our city, citywide. And while I'm not against short-term rentals, I am not. But some of them have been problematic, which is why I tried to put something in place to allow a special use permit. Also, there were short-term rentals being allowed to come in to our city when a lot of our communities had caps on them, rental caps in their subdivisions, and they were not being adhered to. So we said we were going to go back and put something, a disclaimer on the application saying that they had to adhere to all HOA rules. You know, we as a city can't dictate what happened with HOA contracts, but what we were doing is allowing to be transparent. We weren't doing our due diligence to make sure that people were not being issued short-term rental permits in HOAs that had rental caps. Council, I had a situation this summer where there was a shooting at a short-term rental. And there was a fatality that spilled over to Camp Creek from a short-term rental party. So I'm going to be honest with you, what happened to what I requested? And if we need to go back and look at the tape, I've constantly said we do not need to have short-term rentals allowed in our city without our residents at least knowing the short-term rentals are coming into their neighborhoods.
So I'll jump. Go ahead.
Whoever can answer. I asked the city attorney or CDRA because Mrs. Attorney Kelly, you told me y'all were going to go back and bring something back to us that will accommodate that request.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. The ordinance that was requested with the notification requirements was passed, I think, probably 2 months ago now. That's in a different section of the code than this special use permit process. That's in, I want to say, Title 12 of the Code of Ordinances. The special use permit process was part of the zoning requirements, which of course, has its own section of the code. And so those changes to Title 12 have already been approved by City Council. So the purpose of this repeal of the previous ordinance that was passed in 2022 was, again, to ensure that we didn't have conflicting ordinances and to remove the special use permit process, which it was our understanding that council no longer wanted to have each request for a short-term rental to go through the special use permit process.
So my question is, do we have in our code residents to be notified and given and give the rightful owner of the property? How do we explain to me what's in the code before I try to?
Okay. There's a requirement in the code that the applicant for the special use permit they have to post a sign in their yard for at least 15 days. They also have to notify residents within 300 feet of the proposed short-term rental that they are requesting a short-term rental permit. And then we've also created a website, cosfstr.com. Please visit it for the short-term rental regulations. But people will be able to go to that site and leave public comment on those proposed short-term rentals.
I do agree that we need to come up with some zones or some kind of zone, or we do need to try to figure out how we can legally limit the amount of short-term rentals that we have in our city. Again, I'm not against them, but allowing investors to come into our city, purchase homes, and then turn around and turn them into short-term rentals can be problematic with us not having any type of regulation or any type of, I don't know if regulation is the word, but without us having any type of limitation. And so I will be voting no to this because I don't want to appeal it. And I know, I mean, it's up to everybody else, but I still think people should come before us for a special use permit to give residents an opportunity to oppose or approve.
All right, Councilwoman Williams-Brown. And I'm sorry, but right before, let me just, okay, go ahead.
So I had more of a question for the attorney because I thought we already did this back in May, that we had, when we updated it, I thought we had already repealed this because that was what, or at least that was what was put in the portal at the time in May, is that we were updating and repealing. So am I misremembering what we did?
No, we're just making it abundantly clear for the record and for purposes of Unicode that it's not just a replace, but it's completely removing Ordinance 2022-045 from Unicode in its entirety, since Ordinance 2025-011 had already been passed by the council. And to your point, Councilman Willis, there is an extensive addition regarding notifying and what the requirements are as sounded by the CDRA business-friendly director. But this is just for clarity on the record, just to make sure that our ordinances read properly, to make sure that if someone logs on to Municode, they're not wondering why there's two laws on the books that appear to conflict.
Madam City Manager.
So I want to remind everyone, for the record, part of the reason that we brought a different process is we know, based on the software subscription that we have over 500, close to 600 operating in the city. We also do receive hotel motel tax for the ones that are properly registered through a third party like Airbnb or VRBO. So we have knowledge that they're operating in our city. The challenge that we had is we were a year and a half in or almost 2 years in, after we passed the ordinance 2022-045, and we had only gotten like 16 in front of us and approved. The process was lengthy. There was no foreseeable path to get through 500. And it was taking hours and hours and hours between the Planning Commission and the City Council. So in response to your request, we did make that change in the code. We brought that, it was approved. We have not opened up the process to take in new applications yet because we have these two conflicting, business license applications for short-term rental, because we have these two conflicting laws on the books. So we're trying to clean it up. And remember, in January, part of what we talked about at the retreat was a cleanup process of a lot of our ordinances and resolutions that are in conflict with one another. So this is not going to be an uncommon occurrence, but we can't just take something off, even though the new legislation says it replaces what was there before. If it's an ordinance in a different section, I think it needs to be done in good decency and order and properly. So that's the reason this is coming in front of you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rowell.
Thank you. With that said, I want to second Councilwoman Gumbs' motion. And I also think, since you haven't taken in the application, I was going to say we definitely need to have an education workshop for the public to know, and also know that they can also be revoked. And so I second the motion.
Point of order.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for a point of order.
How can something be seconded that failed for lack of a second?
Madam Attorney?
So as mentioned before, the motion does have to be made again and then seconded since it failed the first time. As Robert's rule states, the chair does have to make 3 separate attempts if there's not a second. Okay. So Councilwoman Willis is correct. There needs to be a motion and a second.
Okay. Well, I will move to repeal ordinance 2022-045, short-term rental special use permit process adopted. Yeah,
all right.
It's stated.
It's been properly moved and seconded now. We are still in discussion. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam City Manager, thank you for kind of give a little bit of the history. I think part of the problem is we dealt with this so long ago that we were like, what are we doing? But can you speak towards what the new process will be? Because I think we all need a refresher as to what the new process would be, because I've been one of those that said the public need to have a voice in the approval of these things.
So I'm going to ask Director McClendon to walk through the process. He sent me a long email explaining the process, but, it's better coming.
That's a T-shirt from a previous retreat.
That's right. Read your email.
So the process will involve both a short-term rental permit and an occupation tax certificate, which we typically know as a business license. But prior to the applicant being able to get a business license, they have to secure their short-term rental permit. There will be they will go through an online system, much like with any other business license. There's a $200 permit fee, permit request fee. The CDRA department will process that permit application just like any other permit application. Once we deem that application to be complete, we will let the applicant know that they have to do their public notification duties at that time. We have a beautifully designed yard sign from our public affairs department that will be posted in the yard or on the door of that proposed short-term rental. They also have to send notification letters out, just like in a zoning case, to every address within 300 feet of the property. We will provide them the addresses. At that time, the public will have the opportunity to send in their comments electronically. We will take all of those comments and make them a part of the file, and then we will evaluate it and decide whether or not to approve the permit at that time.
Is there, what kind of quality control? I heard you talk about the signs and giving them the mailer and all that sort of stuff. What kind of quality control process? For instance, we had cases, and I know we're trying to tighten that one around public notification and participation for our regular meetings, our regular zoning community meetings. And again, I've been known to say, what are the types of quality control that we're going to have so that if they do a mailing and the mailing don't get to the people, we don't have to wait until afterwards for people to say, we never got a mailer.
Yeah, that's difficult, just to be honest with you, because we can't stand at everybody's mailbox and ensure that something comes in the mail. What we do is when we send out the list of addresses, we ask the person to give us an affidavit that they sent out those letters, and we also ask for documentation from the post office, usually in the form of a receipt showing that they actually did mail out those letters. And so that's the quality control measures that we have for both the zoning cases and we will be using for this process.
All right, thank you.
Okay, before we take this vote, just a couple quick follow-up questions. Madam City Manager, you said 585.
I said over 500.
Over 500. So only 12 to 15 actually have permits. So the other 500 or so are operating without permits.
Correct.
We are collecting taxes from those 500, they just don't have the permits.
Hotel Motel is transmitted to us through the platform, so whether it's Airbnb or VRBO, they collect it, they transmit it to us.
Got you. And there is I heard the permit fee of $200. There's a license fee as well as a permit, or are they one and the same? I was confused about that.
Yes, there's a permit fee, which is the flat fee of $200. But when they go to, remember the second part of the process is they also have to get a business license. And so there's a business license fee, and there are business tax fees as well.
All right, the business licenses start on January 1?
That's correct.
And the permits?
Or I should say officially it starts January 1. Normally we start the renewals a little bit earlier. But officially, the renewal period is between January 1st and March 31st.
And so those are annual. The permits are also annual?
Yes.
Do they start on January 1 as well, or can they start anytime?
We'll start looking at them on January 1, and they'll be good for 12 months.
So they'll run concurrent?
Right.
And last question, is there an inspection required to receive a permit or a license?
So I believe there will be a fire inspection required, as with any business that is going to have people who visit that business. They are all required to have fire inspections. And so depending on what the fire department looks for, there will be inspections for those items.
All right. Chief Jones, sounds like you're going to be a little busy in 2026. Busier. Madam Attorney.
I did like to point out in the ordinance that was approved back in April, there's a very important provision that I am particularly excited about concerning nuisance party homes that was added to that ordinance that I have been waiting to implement until we repeal this version. As it's going to be litigation, I didn't want anything standing in the way of me implementing this new part of this ordinance. And so I just wanted to point that out, that I have been waiting to implement that until this portion is officially removed from the books.
All right, well, it looks like that's about to happen now. Seeing and hearing no further discussion, let's take this vote in the queue. Are you back in the queue? Okay.
Okay, that motion was approved 6-1.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter B, second read and request council approval of a zoning ordinance, case Z 25-013, an application by Battle Law requesting a rezoning from AG1 to NUP to develop 37 single-family detached homes on 8.30 acres at 0 Allen Drive. This property is located in Council District 5. Staff recommendation is approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to defer, I believe we discussed the 26th of August.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right,
Defer.
please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter C, second reading, request council approval of a zoning ordinance, case Z 25-010, U 25-003, CDP 25-005. The applicant is requesting the rezoning from AG1 to C1 with a special use permit to allow a temporary shelter at 3965 Roosevelt Highway. The applicant is seeking to amend the future land use designation from suburban neighborhood land use to regional live work. This property is located in Council District 5. Staff recommendation approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation denial.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
Reading here, when you say temporary shelter, Well Springs.
All right.
No.
One more.
No.
All right. One more follow-up question. This is one of a couple of amendments to the future land use map. We are going to be approving that map when? Is that this September? December.
Along with the comp plan.
All right, along with the comp plan in December. All right. I want to just register my concern that we are making amendments ahead of the future land use map. I mean, the whole point of going through the process is to look at things comprehensively, but that's just my reservation. And with that, we'll take this vote in the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter C. Second read and request council approval of a zoning ordinance, case Z 25-010, U 25-
No, that's the one we just did.
I'm sorry, we just did that. I'm sorry, letter D. Second read and request council approval of a zoning ordinance, case Z 25-011, CDP 25-006. Applicant is requesting a rezone from C1 in the Old National Overlay District to TR at 7210 Old National Highway, and is requesting a comprehensive development plan amendment from Regional Live Work to Suburban Neighborhood 2 for the purpose of constructing 107 townhomes on 13.4 acres of land. This property is located in Council District 7. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to defer this for 60 days.
Is there a second? It's been properly moved and seconded. One quick question before we entertain this vote. Is this also an amendment to the future land use map? Okay. All right. We'll take this vote in the queue.
Mayor, can we get an official date of what that would be for the 60 days? I just want to make sure that's clear on the record.
Are you suggesting the second council meeting in September, the fourth Tuesday in September? I'm sorry. Go ahead. What date would you like?
October will be fine.
October?
The second meeting, yeah.
Okay, October 28th.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk, when is
The fourth Tuesday is the 28th.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second for deferral to the 28th. Let's take this vote in the queue.
Vote is open. That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0 to defer to October 28th.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter E. This is council consideration of an override of the mayor's veto of a zoning ordinance, KZ 25-018 and CV 25-001. This was an application by West Road 1 LLC, care of Battle Law, requesting a rezoning from AG1 to NUP with a concurrent variance to grade and replant in the zoning buffers and improvement setback to develop 35 single-family detached homes at 0 Rest Road. This property is located in Council District 7. On July 22nd, 2025, the council approved this item 6-1.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to override the mayor's veto.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote. I'm sorry.
I got a question.
The chair recognizes Councilman Willis.
I just got a quick question. Why did you veto this?
I do not believe that this fits with the existing character of the homes on West Road.
I have a question.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gums.
Do you all recall what the staff recommendation was and the planning commission's recommendation that was on it? It's not, I don't see it.
Attorney McClendon.
From my recollection, staff's recommendation was approval, most likely with conditions. We're trying to pull up the planning commission recommendation now.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I have the last agenda pulled up.
Okay, thank you.
The staff recommendation was approval conditional. The planning commission recommendation was no recommendation. The votes to approve and deny each failed.
All right. You got that, Councilwoman Gums? All right, well, we'll take this vote in the queue.
That motion is approved to override the mayor's veto, 5-2.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter F. Second reading, request council approval of a zoning ordinance KZ 24-026, CV 24-010, application by KMT Partners LLC, care of Greg Bowler, care of Morris, Manning, and Martin LLP, requesting rezoning from AG1 to M1 on an assemblage of parcels at 555 Spence Road, 0 Old Sonoya Road, 0 Irwin Road, 0 Spence Road, and 0 Fayetteville Road, to develop 1.8 million square foot spread over 3 buildings for light industrial uses. The applicant also requests a concurrent variance from section 405.01 to reduce the rear buffer from 100 feet to 50 feet. This property is in Council District 7. This item failed to receive 4 affirmative votes or denial votes at the July 22nd, 2025 council meeting. Staff recommendations, approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
All right, this is another case of us perfecting the record. We brought this up for a vote. It failed to pass. However, we have been informed by legal experts that failure to pass does not equate to a denial, that we would have to specifically vote to deny if this fails to pass. And with that, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to defer for 60 days, the October date, October 21st?
8th.
28th.
All right, there is a motion and a second to defer until the 28th. Any discussion? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I am not going to vote to defer this because I don't think there was a lot of transparency around this. Our city attorney has given us her opinion, and one of the things that she did say in her written opinion, that when residents walked away from here at the last council meeting, they were under the impression that we denied this, and now they can't speak because of her recommendation that she doesn't want to put us in a legal matter. And this is one of the reasons why residents don't trust us. This is one of the reasons they don't trust us. Because when they came and spoke during public comment, both sides had an opportunity to speak. We voted to not approve this project. We have never voted in this manner where we had to bring this back to vote specifically for denial. This is not the best practice. We have never done this. And now these residents are here, and basically they have no voice. And I just think this is wrong. I don't think this is transparent. And this is why residents don't trust us. Attorney Kelly, did you or did you not give us a legal opinion that changing this from a denial to a deferral could create a lack of public trust? Is this a yes or no answer?
So I'm hesitant to answer that because any written legal opinion that I give to the council, any dissemination of that in public would violate the attorney-client privilege without a vote of the majority of the council to release that to the public. What I will say is that I do believe that a deferral would undermine the character of what we were trying to do as far as perfecting the record. What should have happened on the July 22nd was that if there were not enough votes to approve it, we should have immediately voted or immediately entertained a motion to the contrary. As the mayor mentioned, this is just an effort to perfect the record. According to Robert's rules, the denial was not officially before the council because there wasn't a motion and a second or discussion or debate to deny it. According to the ZPL laws 3666-3, subsection 4, it defines a zoning decision as either uphold, approve, or deny. Because the council did not make that decision on the July 22nd meeting, that's why it's coming back. But I will say it is against my advice to defer this. But what I will say, if there is a deferral, then that would open up an opportunity for an additional public hearing, as if that would be outside of the 45 days to have a public hearing within that time frame. So I do want to make sure that you all have that as well.
With that being said, I would like to make a substitute motion to uphold the denial or to deny this.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded for a substitute motion. This requires 5 votes. Is there a discussion on a substitute motion? Madam Attorney? She's opining. There is discussion. All right, and is it 4 or 5 votes? It's 5. All right, the chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
So, you know,
I'm sorry.
I think that I have the floor at this time. Do I or do I not?
Yes, you do.
Okay. So the last few council meetings that I've attended, I keep hearing this word transparency, and it's a dog whistle, okay? Because no one is hiding anything from anyone. When Councilwoman Willis just said that the people don't have a voice, I'm looking at people that are wearing T-shirts, and my eyesight is good enough to read that it says no landfill, no warehouses, no data centers close to homes and schools. I see you. Mr. Demand, who is in the back, one of my constituents, we've had conversations. I understand where they're coming from. I understand their opinions. Earlier in this meeting, I stated that although I may not agree with residents at times, I'm not going to be in a posture where I'm going to insult you or I'm going to ignore you. So I want to say for the record, I see you. Now, the other thing that I will say with regard to this project is the way that I was taught how to properly cast my vote on zoning matters is to look at the staff recommendation, which ultimately gives us a legal defense. So we look at staff recommendation, and then we look at the recommendation of the Planning Commission. So the staff recommendation on this was approval conditional. And the developer has reached out to council members, some who refused to meet with them, some who have met with them more than one time. And council members have indicated that they would like to have more time for the developer to have conversation with the community or to overcome some of the issues. And even if it gets to the point where they have to scale down the project, look at some, other ways to work with the community to make this work. I have said previously, this project is in an industrial area. And there is nothing that anyone has hidden from anyone in my district that I serve for the residents in that area. There was a public participation meeting where over 4,000 people were mailed to. About 50 people attended. The people that lived in the closest the closest proximity to this project walked away with information, and I did not receive objections from those people. So, when we talked about earlier about the millage rate and tax burdens, people like to say that, hey, we want businesses to take up some of the tax burden. This is a business. A warehouse is not just a building, it is a business that brings revenues. The developer has stated in several meetings that this could possibly create 1,000 to 2,000 jobs for our city. So this is all I'm going to say. The staff recommended this project. This project is in an industrial corridor. I respect the opinions of the citizens who are standing here and came out. If somebody was hiding something from you, which we're not, this is a legal procedural matter, and for that reason it came back on the agenda. I did not request for it to be placed back on the agenda. That's between the developer, CDRA, and our city attorney. However, the citizens are here. So no one's voice is being quenched. But what we're doing is going against what all of us were really taught when it comes to zoning. If we just do stuff because we don't like it or we don't like the council person whose district it's situated in. So for me, this is not personal, this is business. And however the council chooses to proceed, I won't be insulting anyone. I won't be coming for anyone. I will continue on to the next item. And with that, I yield.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Rowell.
Thank you, Mayor. I was one of the people who talked to Councilwoman Pritchett and asked her to provide an opportunity for residents to be heard. So I was actually glad when you said that beyond 45 days opens it back up to input, to see what could be done about this project. And I did additional homework on this project, and I don't feel like I have all the information, but I definitely had more than I had, to include all the information about how that whole intersection is going to change because of that GDOT project. And I wanted to make sure that the community had all of that information as well. So I'll leave it at, I want people to make informed decisions. And I also think that community needs to be heard at that 45-day mark. So I'm just leave it there.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Director McClendon. Was the future land use of this area, this parcel, changed? And if it did, when was it changed?
I don't remember the exact time it was changed. I want to say it was late 2024. There was a resolution to change the future land use. As all future land use amendments prior to a few months ago, that was sponsored by the council member. It did go through the planning commission, and it was voted on by council to change the future land use of this parcel in particular to industrial.
Thank you. And I know I'm putting you on the spot. You don't recall what it was before then, do you?
I believe it was agricultural.
Okay. Thank you. I travel this area and see this area several times a week because a lot of us from District 4 travel down through Fairburn and down along that 74 corridor where there are all sorts of services, mostly in the city of Fairburn. Again, I'm going to go on record of saying that I am hesitant to do anything to impact the citizens of the city of Fairburn, like we have had in especially District 4, District 3, by other municipalities around us. The other thing I'm going to add here is I am of the opinion, and this is my opinion now, that with lands right there at that highway, yes, Councilmember Royal, GDOT is improving that junction, but that's going to mean that that property is going to be more accessible and probably worth a lot more money, that you might be able to get something there that's just not going to be warehouses. So to me, the highest and best use as a warehouse to me is questioned. The other thing I would add, again, telling you that I know this area and I know from looking at the map that along the road, especially 74 going towards the underpass for 29 or Roosevelt Highway, the frontage between that little plaza as soon as you exit off the highway and the Enterprise rent-a-car, that is in Fairburn. So again, I am going to put this on the table. This would be a tremendous opportunity and a shining example of what two municipalities can do to work together to figure out what we both want to see that will benefit our communities, and not just let us decide in a vacuum what goes there without any dialogue across the border. I have also said to some developers that they should come to the table with their best or close to best offer, so that we're not going through what amounts to be haggling. Because now we have started out with 3 warehouses. I'm hearing we're going to defer because there might be other changes and so on and so forth, right? Well, if we can land here, why not come and give us that as a first choice or close to that? Again, I understand the whole thing of trying to maximize the output profit-wise. But if we have consideration for the residents and the use of that property, I think that should be on the table from the upfront. The last thing I'm going to say is the attorney just told us that this deferral could be legally problematic. And so, to me, the best and safest legal path is to deny this, and the applicant can come back and do an application again with their best offer on the table. And they will go through the process, and they will get to this point where we like it or we don't like it, and we vote it up or down. But to do a deferral and create what appears to be, according to our legal voice, to get a problematic case on our hands, it is not something that I would suggest to my colleagues on council that we go down this path at this time. And with that, I yield.
Councilwoman Willis.
The city attorney put it in writing that deferring this should be problematic. She has said it on the record, deferring this will be problematic. She's put it in writing, and she said it on the record. This is not personal. This has nothing to do with anyone having a personal problem with any council member. This has everything to do with the fact that our city attorney said to defer this would be problematic. She put it in writing, and she said it on the record. Yes, the developer did call me. I don't blame the developer. I am not. This is not personal, but I did tell a developer that the way this is being done did not pass the smell test for me. When these residents walked away at the last council meeting, they were under the impression that this was a denial, and they would not have to be faced with this for another year. And that gave him an opportunity to work with the council member and the community. I can read too, but these residents are not able to speak. They have been muted. And this is not right. It's not right because the city attorney said it's not right. So even if this does not pass, even when the city attorney said it could be problematic to change this from a denial to a deferral, residents, you have 45 days. You could come back. But I'm not voting for this to go from a deferral to a denial because, number one, our licensed bar attorney put it in writing saying it could be problematic, and she said it on the record it could be problematic. My substitute motion stands, and a city attorney, before I yield, this was not a veto, and I know we've been talking a lot, so you may have thought this was a veto. This is a substitute motion that I made. It wasn't, the mayor didn't veto this. So I text you and asked you, could you double check? The substitute motion shouldn't require a supermajority, according to Robert rules. I've been doing a little studying myself.
That's correct. The provision that I was looking at was specifically regarding committees, where a substitute motion does require a 2/3 vote. But here in this instance, even though you use the term substitute motion, it would technically be considered a secondary motion, which only requires a majority and not a supermajority.
All right, and with that, if there are no further comments, the chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
So I want to, Mr. McClendon, if you would please come up. I need you to clarify something. Because since we're playing the semantics game, I want to be real clear here. Mr. McClendon, when the staff makes a recommendation to approve, is that something that's problematic? Your approval, or your staff's approval? Do you think those are problematic?
I would say no.
Okay, so generally, if you make a staff approval, or recommendation for approval, and this is what you guys do. You are the subject matter experts on this matter. The council, that should mean something to the council, should it not, Mr. McClendon?
Well, I'll certainly take this opportunity to say that we do have one of the most professional planning staffs in the state of Georgia.
And I would have to second that. I concur. So
there are 7 of us. I think we have about 13 planning degrees between us. But I'll say this: we make our recommendations based on the future land use map. We make our recommendations based on the zoning code, and so our recommendations are we do not infuse our opinions into recommendations. We just make them based on the documents that City Council has approved.
thank you, Mr. McClendon. And so I also want to point out, since we want to talk about what the city attorney has said, she said that the opinion that she gave this council was given in an email under attorney-client privilege. So, city attorney, is it ever really appropriate to share or break attorney-client privilege on these type of matters when you give us advice in a legal proceeding?
So the dissemination of a written opinion does have to be approved by a majority of the council. However, if I'm asked a legal question in a legal proceeding, I am under obligation to answer it. The totality of the multi-page memo I will not get into on the record because that would require a vote of the council. But to answer your question, no, it would not be appropriate for me to get into the contents of the memo that I sent to council.
So I want to be just abundantly clear, no matter how this shakes out. We've heard that the staff gave a recommendation that some people have issue with or some people struggle with, and that's fine. And we've also heard that the city attorney's opinion should not have been shared. A question can be asked, but her opinion was not shared. So when we talk about transparency and we talk about doing things properly, decently, orderly, that has not happened on this evening because something was shared with this audience and everyone watching online that was not appropriate for public consumption yet again. And so with that, I yield, and whatever happens, I'm cool with it.
All right. As it is 9:12, and we have yet to get to our regular agenda items. We're on zoning votes. We still got a couple pages of this agenda. I'm going to go ahead and close this discussion. Can I do that?
Someone should make a motion to call the question.
The chair, the chair, well, next in the queue is Councilwoman Williams-Brown. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do indeed. At 9:11 p.m., when we still got a full agenda in executive session, call the question.
All right, the question has been called. Let's take the call of the question by a show of hands. This does require 2/3.
That motion is approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, now let's take this secondary motion to deny in the queue. Ladies and gentlemen, please point your attention to the screens.
That motion fails 3-4.
So here we are again processing negatives. The failure to deny does not constitute an approval.
Correct.
So I am, again, we're on try 2 now. So on try 3, is this try 3? The chair entered the
motion.
I'm
We have
sorry,
an
do we go
original
back to
motion.
the main motion?
So what would happen, because that was a substitute motion and the substitute motion failed, we would revert back to the original motion made by Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay,
to
so we're going to
defer.
refer back to the original motion made by Mayor Pro Tem to defer this till October 28th. Let's take that vote in the queue.
That motion is approved 4-3.
All right, we will see you all here on October 28th. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter G, second read and request council approval of a zoning ordinance case Z25-005, an application by Selah Prop, Inc., requesting a rezoning from C1 in the Old National Overlay District to R5A at 7185 Old National Highway to develop townhomes and a commercial building on 11.66 acres. This is located in Council District 7. This item failed to receive 4 affirmative or denial votes at the May 13, 2025 council meeting. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to defer this to October 28th.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote in the queue.
I'm in the queue to respond.
I'm sorry, the chair recognizes.
So with this action in particular, this one came up in May. There was initially a motion made that did not receive a second, and that's why it is back on for an affirmative vote, for which a deferral would constitute. I just want to make sure that's very clear on the record. The reason why it's coming back is because there was a motion and not a second. According to Robert's rules, without a second and without the chair subsequently placing the matter before the council, no official action was taken.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
So is this going to be the standard procedure for all of the stuff that we've done in 2025, that you're bringing back everyone that?
No, it is my understanding, and again, as I've noted before, that these two things were anomalies. It is not the practice of the council to fail to come to a zoning decision according to state law, to either uphold, deny, or grant an application. These two are anomalies, and that's why I'm taking the time to explain exactly what happened in the May hearing and also what happened in the July hearing. In this one in particular, there was a motion and no second, which is something that has never happened since I've been in this seat. But because it did happen in May and there wasn't an official zoning decision made by the council, that's why it's coming back.
And we don't have any more, is what you're saying?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, thank you.
Fear not, Councilwoman Gomes. I'm going to make sure that we come to an affirmative decision one way or another on all of these votes going forward. The chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
I'd like to try to follow a logic. And if we're saying the staff recommendation is one thing, we need to consistently be doing that. And I just don't want to get in a pattern of deferring. This one is not unclear. And I'm going to just leave it at that.
The chair, let's take the vote in the queue.
Deferral to October 28th. That motion fails, 2-5.
All right, the chair will entertain another motion.
I like to, oh, never mind, it's not mine. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No problem. So I guess I want to make this clear. I want to restate my motion again to defer, and I want to explain, because it was a technical reason why we never got to a second. So on that evening, you had left, and I was chairing. This was in my district. As I'm chairing, I could not motion for anything. So Councilwoman Williams-Brown made the motion. No one else seconded it, but if I wasn't the chair, I would have made the second. And that's the reason why.
I understand that, although we did just have a motion and a second, and it failed for a lack of 4 votes.
Okay, well, I mean, you said.
I mean, but
No problem. We can move along.
No, we can't move on. The attorney says that I have to do this 3 times. And I don't want y'all to lose me again tonight, although Zion does need his walk. I'm coming, Zion.
I may not have a second. I may not have a second.
It's in Robert's rules that if there's not an affirmative vote up or down, it is in Robert's rules. I would refer to, you have to try 3 times to come to an affirmative decision.
And mind you, these cases are coming back because we are not making a decision. So this isn't the failure to defer it isn't a decision to deny it. It's a failure to defer it. So we still haven't made a decision on this case. With that being said, the chair will entertain a motion to make a decision on this case. Your motion is to defer to October 22nd. Second time, is there a second for the deferral to October 28th? I'm sorry. I know, but I'm trying a second time. Okay, there's no second. I'm going to call one more time for a motion. I want to be clear, we need to approve or deny this, or it's going to come back. We need to approve or deny this, or it's going to come back. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian for his discussion.
Sorry, Mayor, there has to be a motion on the floor in order for there to be discussion.
There has to be a motion. The chair will entertain a motion.
I'm not overstepping my bounds, but I'd like to make a motion to deny.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. We're in discussion now. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
I was going to ask the council member or staff, because I remember that night, and I wanted to try to figure out if there was, Councilman Willis, with all due respect, I don't try to take the mic from you, so leave me when I have it. I had the feeling that night that there were enough votes to pass this thing. The question I want to ask of everybody, y'all can clear this for me. What is the reason why you're deferring it? Because you explained what happened that night procedurally, but you did not say that there was a specific problem with the project why we cannot vote it up or down tonight. That's what I need to know to make sure I am making a vote that's right and in the best interest of the citizens. Thank you.
If you'd like me to answer that, I can. Okay. So my limited understanding on this project, because I did not even attend the public participation meeting. I just reviewed it like everyone else, if anybody reviewed it. But that night, there was a whole group of people that came at that public hearing, and one happened to be a pastor that lives in District 2, that has a church next to it, church property, and so it's something kind of convoluted where in order to be able to close on your church property, you had to sell part of this land. This is the land that the church was trying to sell in order to be able to fund their deal. Then the church is very convoluted, but one deal piggybacked off the other. People spoke out of turn. Attorneys went in the back and just told everybody shut up. And yeah, that's what happened. because it was a legal matter, and people have came up here and said a whole lot of stuff that attorneys said they should not have said based on agreements that they have in their contracts in writing. So all this convolutedness where you have somebody who is as an interested party is speaking on a project after now they don't need to sell the land because they got the money to fix their deal, and then leaving this project just hanging out there in the wind, you know, that's what happened. And I think that you're right. I don't know who would have voted on it that night. I just know that I was in a position where I couldn't make the second, I couldn't motion it. So I asked Councilwoman Williams-Brown to carry it for me, and I just couldn't because I was chairing. And, you know, that's that. I really didn't look deeply into why it's denied on the technical side, and so the deferral would allow me more time to look through that, ask CDRA, what is all these issues, if it's anything that can be overcome, and if it's not, you know, it'll be a denial. But, you know, it's just more time to try to flush it out and see if it's possible. If it's not, we don't have to do it. I hope that answers your question.
Discussion.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gums.
The planning staff, City Manager, may I ask your staff a question? What was the reason for the recommendation for denial again? I can't remember.
The applicant submitted a site plan that was not, that did not vibe with our regulations. But since then, they did submit a site plan that was compliant with the, I think it was overlay district and the underlying zoning regulations. But at that time of the public hearing, they had a site plan that was not, that did not comply with our regulations.
I have a question, Mayor.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Bell.
CDRA, you mentioned they have since then turned in the proper paperwork. Will this be updated as far as a staff recommendation?
Per our policy, after the public hearing is held, we don't change our recommendation.
Even if they've provided all the information that's needed?
That is correct. Our past practice is after the public hearing is held, we don't change our recommendation.
So then we need a new process.
Discussion.
I'm going to ask a follow-up question. Is that our internal policy, or is that governed by state law?
Yes, that's our internal policy, because technically, after the public hearing is held, there's no review for the revised site plan or the revised document. So after the public hearing is held, our recommendation stands at the time of the public hearing.
I got you.
Question.
I'm sorry. Who had a question?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman.
So that means that they will have to come back or refile within 6 months. Is that correct?
If the case is denied,
Yes,
they would. Not within 6 months, after 6 months.
after 6 months.
Right.
Councilman Sebastian.
It sounds to me as if there's some work to do. And in this, in something like this, if you guys remember me saying that at some point in time, after the applicant is through the process and there are all these changes, then we have to have something that triggers to say, go back to the front of the line. Right now, we don't have that, right? But I'm hearing there's additional work to be done. So the project, as it might be presented here, is not the project that supposedly is in the works now. And I'm hearing the councilwoman saying she needs time before we get the true picture to vote And with that being said, I do want to make a subsequent motion that we do defer this case.
So we have a secondary motion on to defer, because it's secondary, not a substitute. I want to make sure we're using the right parlance. Go ahead, Madam Attorney.
So I just want to be clear for the record, before Councilman Sebastian made his announcement, the motion on the table was to deny. The council previously has already considered a motion to defer, and it was voted down twice. So I just want to make sure we're very clear procedurally where we are.
It's been motioned and seconded. Councilwoman Williams Brown.
No, don't be scared. Because it sounds like, and this is probably a question for Director McClendon. Am I understanding correctly that if there's a withdrawal, there's no time frame for them being able to bring it back?
That's correct.
So like we could withdraw this, and then it can come right back with the information that is now compliant with the rules and regulations, and we can start from a clean slate, so we're not trying to workshop whatever is happening here at 9:30 at night. And not for nothing, the Falcons have scrimmage against the Titans in the morning.
Would you like to make a tertiary motion? There's already a secondary motion on the.
So I don't know if Councilman Sebastian's willing to adjust his motion to make it a withdrawal, so that this can come back and it can be clean and it can be like literally come back tomorrow. But what I do know is that the Falcons have scrimmage against the Titans at 9 o'clock in the morning. And y'all know I love football.
Good question, Mr. Mayor.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Ms. McClendon, if there's any, if there's a withdrawal and the project comes back, would it cost the applicant
It would.
more money?
That's correct. They would have to pay the application fee.
So they will
have to go back
so
through
that
the
will send them
process.
back to the front of the line, correct?
It would.
Okay, that's all I want to do. Versus if it's deferred, we just clean it up and bring it back.
No, if it's deferred, I got it. If it's withdrawn, then the CDRA can reevaluate and update their recommendations. If it is deferred, they cannot update their recommendations. I don't have that correct. Go.
So if they withdraw the application, they will have to complete a whole new application. There is no opportunity to update the existing application if it has been withdrawn. So if you all vote to withdraw it, they will have to complete a whole new application, go through the entire process again, mail out all the mailers, attend all those public hearings again.
But then you would be allowed to make a new recommendation.
Yes, obviously, because it's a new
Okay,
application.
if it is deferred, you are not allowed to make a new recommendation. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's our internal policy, and I'm glad you asked that question because that's why I stood up. Here's why I implemented that policy. We spend an inordinate amount of time with applicants. We have pre-application meetings, pre-conceptual meetings. We have CZIM meetings. We meet with them in our office. We answer many emails, respond to many phone calls. We've spoken a lot tonight about transparency, and this is one of those measures I implemented for transparency. I don't think it's fair to residents for applicants to come before the Planning Commission or City Council, and we've given a recommendation, and they are responding to that particular recommendation that we've given based on our analysis. And then when the applicant finds out that their case isn't going very well, then they want to scramble afterwards to try to figure out a way to respond to the things that we've been asking them to respond to for many, many, many months. And so we're not changing the recommendation. We will certainly submit any documentation to council that you all would like to see, and we will, of course, will have any conversations with you about it. But our recommendation is going to remain denial on this case and any other cases that come before you at your public hearing with whatever that recommendation may be.
All right, so for the record, to get a different recommendation, we would need a denial or withdrawal. Madam Attorney.
I have been requested to read this into the record. Section 2.15 of the Charter regarding prohibition, subsection B, reads, any elected official, appointed officer, or employee who has a private financial interest, directly or indirectly, in any contract or matter pending before or within any department of the city, shall disclose such private interest to the city council. The mayor or any council member who has a private interest in any matter pending before the city council shall disclose such private interest, and such disclosure shall be entered on the records of the city council, and he or she shall disqualify himself or herself from participating in any decision or vote related thereto. Any elected official, appointed officer, or employee of any agency or political entity to which this charter applies, who shall have any private financial interest directly or indirectly in any contract matter or matter pending before or within such entity, shall disclose such private interest to the governing body of such agency or entity.
All right, so with that, there is a motion and a second on the floor.
Okay, I'm very confused now.
Well, let me just make it clear where we are. Currently, there is a secondary motion on the floor, which has been seconded to hear this case on October the 28th. And it will be a deferral. The recommendation of the council, the recommendation of the staff will not change. There was discussion about a withdrawal, but no one has amended their motion to withdraw. So the motion that we are about to vote on now is a deferral of this case to October 28th with no new updated recommendations from staff. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Okay, so thank you for clarifying where we are with the motions, but I was actually trying to understand why the city attorney felt it was necessary to read that into the record, because color me clueless, I've got no idea what you're referring to.
So I have no evidence that that's happening. I was just requested to read that on the record, and I met that request. So I want to make it abundantly clear, I have no evidence whatsoever that that is happening in this case, but a request was made for me to identify and read that portion into the record.
Let's vote.
But no, I don't. Okay, so.
No, I'm sorry.
Hold on. Just give me a second, Mayor, because one, I'm getting sleepy, and two, I'm getting sleepy. But what you read suggests that somebody in here knows something regarding some sort of conflict of interest.
But that
and so before we start voting, can somebody please, whoever this is, can somebody please clarify why the city attorney read that into the record? Who's got the conflict of interest? Because the Falcons are having scrimmage at 9 o'clock in the morning, y'all. I got tickets. Right. I'm not comfortable voting on something and someone's got a conflict and I don't know what the backstory is.
So that's why I wanted to be very clear based on your inquiry. I have no evidence. I was presented with no evidence that that's happening. A request was made just to remind. In the same way that if someone comes to me and asks me a legal question, I'm not going to disclose to the entire council. It'll be up to that person who asked me to read that into the record to identify themselves and explain why they requested me to do that.
I believe this is what you call, Councilwoman Williams-Brown, governing ourselves accordingly.
Governing ourselves accordingly.
And with that, the vote is in the queue.
What are we voting on? Because this will be.
A deferral to October 28th.
This is the third time, correct?
Well, this is a secondary motion.
To defer to the.
Wait, what was the main motion?
This is a vote to defer to October 28th. Please take your vote in the queue.
But this is the third time.
Yes.
And then what happens after this?
It depends. It depends on whether or not this passes. I think if this fails, it would just automatically come back at the next meeting. Is that correct? Right. Okay.
And I do just want to, for a point of information, the reason why it's important for the council to make a statutory zoning decision is certain appellate rights of the applicants don't trigger until the council makes a decision. So that's why it's so important for the council to make a statutory legal zoning decision, yes or no, so that if they want to appeal to the Superior Court, they can do that. But until the council makes a decision, they can't do that.
So I just want to be clear, for this vote, a yes vote means that we'll hear this on October 28th. A no vote means that we'll be hearing this again on August 26th. Or I can entertain a fourth motion, that's fine.
That's why I'm asking.
Can I not entertain a fourth motion? Oh, no, we can't. We've exhausted our motions. This is it. We're going to hear it. We're going to hear this again next week or in 2 months.
No.
Let's take this vote in the queue.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
We're in a vote right now. I'm sorry. We've all been educated, though. We will know how to proceed. We have one more zoning vote. We'll all know how to do that.
That motion fails 2-5.
All right, thank you. We will be back here hearing this again on August the 26th. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next zoning item.
That's exactly what she said it means. It's getting late. Let's move on. 3 times.
No, a failure again. I'm sorry, just because there's a lot of cross-talking. Again, a failure of a vote does not mean the opposite of that vote. If we vote to deny and it fails, that does not mean it's an approval. If we vote to approve and it does not get 4 votes, that does not mean it's a denial. If we vote to defer and it does not get 4 votes, that does not mean it's a denial. It means that we are coming to hear it again next month. That's why it's important that we get to 4 votes. We get 3 chances to get to 4 votes on something. We took all of our 3 chances making the same motion. All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to the second read of rezoning ordinance case Z25-002, U25-005, and CDP 25-001. City of South Fulton is requesting rezoning from AG1 to M1 and a special use permit to develop a data center use with accessory electrical substation and future land use amendment to amend the character area from suburban 1 neighborhood to industrial zone at 0 Mason Road, 0, 5170, 5186, 5196, 5206, 5210, 5226, and 5234 Stonewall Trail Road. It's located in Council District 3. And this is for second read and approval.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve this pursuant to staff's recommendations and with recommended conditions.
So moved.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote in the queue.
That motion was approved 6-1.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to public comment. Mr. Mayor and members of council, we did receive a number of public comment cards. Some of them were regarding zoning cases, so they may not speak, but I'll read the rules of public comment into the record. Any City of South Fulton resident or business owner who wishes to address the mayor and city council and offer public comment on any item on the agenda may do so during the public comment period of the meeting. Any county, state, and federal elected official should be allowed to speak regardless of city of resident. Comments should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Public comments shall be limited to only those items appearing on the current city council meeting agenda. The person or City of South Fulton business owner desiring to speak should rise, address the city council, and when recognized, state their name, residential or business address, the agenda item they are addressing, and the city council district in which they reside. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any member. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. Speakers may not use public comments to campaign for political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates, for the purposes of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With those rules read into the record, as I call your name, please approach the center microphone and state your name, address, district, and the agenda item you are referencing. Condra McGee, Jim Hamilton, Drew DeMann, Amy Huffin, Kimberly King, Mr. DeMann, did you wish to see Mr. DeMann and Ms. King?
Hi, everybody. Drew DeMann, District 7, 4640 Gordon Street. I'm here to encourage y'all to approve item C1. That is the Chattahoochee River Park land acquisition and development. These are the kind of things that we really need in the city. We've got a lot of sensitive wetland areas. We've got a lot of remnant forests and critical ecology for safeguarding clean water and human health and the environment. And this is a really great opportunity to partner with an awesome organization to do something good. And I'd like to see this get approved. And I think we should do way more of this kind of project. Getting funding from outside of our own resources, which is always great. And I think it'll be an immense benefit to residents in the city and to our precious planet and environment in general. So please vote to approve that. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kimberly King. I live in District 2. I am here just to express my support and hope you guys will support the walk-on agenda item added by Councilmember Gumbs in support of the 2026, which will be the 11th annual Divine 9 5K and 9K. It's always taking place in South Fulton. We're standing in its first home. When it was here, Councilwoman Willis was a great supporter as it's moved to welcome all and grown. Councilwoman Gumbs is had that same support. Everybody in the council has been supportive. This year, as we plan for 2026, we're able to engage early and make sure we're taking it, make sure we understand the new practices that are in place with the various city departments so that we can align with those and hopefully have access to all of Wolf Creek. This event over the years has raised tens of thousands of dollars for scholarships for students, a lot of whom live in the South Fulton metropolitan area. We bring together a lot of community organizations, and it definitely is a positive look for the city of South Fulton. We always unofficially recognize the city as a partner, and we hope to, I guess, make it official. So I guess maybe hopefully soon we'll be engaged. Thank you very much.
All right, are any of the other speakers present? All right. The next item is council comments. I'm going to ask if we could skip this, as most of the other people have gone home to make their comments. If we could skip our comments and just go with the meeting. And we have an executive session as well. So someone has asked for a vote. Someone asked for a vote. The chair will entertain a motion to skip council comments tonight.
I move to skip council comments.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands. Thank you. Please sound the next item.
That brings us to consent agenda, item Roman numeral 10, items A, B, C, and D.
Yeah, the chair will entertain a motion. I'm sorry.
I move to approve.
Second.
I know it's getting late. We're
I
almost there. We're
I
halfway.
move to approve the consent agenda as sounded.
So moved.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 11, agenda items. Letter A, public safety. Second reading, request council approval of an ordinance to amend section 8-1012, chapter 1 in general of Title 8, traffic and vehicles regarding the regulation of ice cream trucks or other similar mobile vending vehicles in the city of South Fulton's public roads and right-of-way. This is sponsored by Councilmember Gumbs.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved, 6-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to
I'm
item
sorry,
2.
someone didn't vote.
I didn't register a vote for Councilmember Bell either.
Is that a no? It's unanimous. Thank you. The chair I'm sorry, please sound the next item.
So that brings us to letter 2, second reading, request council approval of an ordinance to amend Title 15, criminal offenses, to amend Title 4, law enforcement, to add Chapter 4, recordation of squatters, and to amend Title 15, criminal offense, to add Chapter 13, unlawful squatting, prohibited of the Code of Ordinance of the City of South Fulton, Georgia. This is sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve as sounded.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Hello? All right, it's on now. I spoke with the city attorney about this because I wasn't sure why this was being brought before us. We met with the sheriff office. We went down to the Capitol, we being the police chief, Major Jubal, Councilmember Gumbs. We came up with an ordinance that was legal. The city attorney advised that this is not permissible. It's not enforceable. So I reached out to the agencies that does ejectments, which was the Marshal Department. I have an email from her that I'm going to read into the record. Sheriff Labat has sent his assistant chief to speak on this. There are only 2 other agencies that do ejectments in our jurisdiction, and that's the Marshal Department and that's the Sheriff Office. Marshal McKee and Sheriff Labat are both at a Noble conference. So let me read her email. I sent her this measure after speaking to you. She says, "Good afternoon, Madam Councilwoman Willis. I am writing in response to proposed city ordinance concerning squatters, and in particular section 4.4004, requirement of law enforcement officers, notification of recordation of unlawful squatters. While other agencies exercise countywide jurisdiction and performs law enforcement functions throughout Fulton County, I felt it important to offer comments to the proposed legislation. The Fulton County Marshal's Office has always valued working closely with our law enforcement partners on matters that affect public safety and community well-being. While we are not subject to mandatory reporting requirements under the city's resolution or ordinance, we remain committed to sharing information in a cooperative and responsible manner. Our involvement in such matters is conducted on a voluntary and collaborative basis rather than legal obligation. Thank you for your opportunity to share our position. We look forward to continuing partnership and support public safety. And I also would like to ask Assistant Chief Vincent Willis to come and share his comments on behalf of the Fulton County Sheriff, Patrick Labat.
I'm sorry, but before that happens, is this allowed, Madam Attorney?
So typically, this would have taken place during public comment for him to make a comment on something that's on the agenda, but the council can vote to allow him to speak on this item.
All right, it's not that I don't want to, just know that once we open this door, other people will be able to do this for their items in the future as well. So if council is all right with it, by show of hands, then we will go ahead and hear from the speakers.
I'm fine. But
All right.
I think there was a question a legal question.
So I have the floor.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is there a legal question?
I mean, but I haven't released.
Yeah,
I haven't
she hasn't
yielded.
relinquished the floor. Go ahead, Councilwoman Willis.
So before the meeting, I requested of you. I told you that we knew that the sheriff was going to come. You did not direct me that they should have spoken during public comments. I requested them to come to provide their their professional opinion on ejectments. They're the only ones that do ejectments in our county aside. You did not direct me that they should have spoken during public comments, because if that was the case, then Assistant Chief Vincent Willis would not have sat here that long period of time.
No, and I don't disagree with you. I did not alert you that he should have spoken during public comment, but it's also not the practice of the council that when there's discussion on legislation to invite people to comment during that time during the discussion. Now, the council can elect to suspend the rules. I do believe that he has something valuable to share. As you mentioned, they're the only department that does engage in this type of activity that would be directly affected by this legislation. I just want to make sure that we do things in decency and in order. But you're right, I did not tell you that he should have made the comment during public comment.
And did I not tell you that he was here to provide comments on behalf of Sheriff Labat?
You did.
Did you advise Councilmember Pritchett that this legislation was not enforceable?
I relayed that I had some heartburn about the enforceability of it, specifically that the city does not have direct authority over law enforcement. That's not City of South Fulton. But also, it is my job as a city attorney to give my best advice. You all are duly elected policymakers. If she makes her case before you all and you all agree that this is a policy to enforce in the city, that's within your purview to do.
Well, this is what I would do. I have spoken directly to Sheriff Labat. Sheriff Labat is in Florida at a conference. He sent his assistant chief deputy to speak on his behalf. You did not advise me that he needed to speak during public comments. So if this council want to hear directly what Sheriff Labat has to say, you can hear from his assistant chief deputy, but I would tell you what he said. He said he's not doing this. He said he get his powers from the Constitution. And he's not calling or notifying any police chief in Fulton County or the state of Georgia for any of his personnel to do their job. The problem with this ordinance is Section 4.4004. Again, I would tell council that we sat down with the sheriff office, legal team, our legal team, along with staff, and we came up with an ordinance that's enforceable. I'm not sure why this is happening, but the Section 4.4 reads, requirement of law enforcement officers, notification, South Fulton Police Department officers who encounter to remove squatters as defined by the section in Georgia statute must obtain the driver license or identification information and include the names of those they encounter in their report. For reporting purposes, any law enforcement agency operating within the municipal limits and jurisdiction of City of South Fulton must provide notice to the police chief or designee when removing a squatter or defined by this section of Georgia statute. You cannot make constitutional officers do this. Sheriff Labatt said he's not doing this. And you heard, and I just read in the record what Marshall McKee said. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Willis. I think that we did have 4 votes to hear from the deputy. Did we not?
Yeah.
Okay. There wasn't a motion. All right. Well, I'm going to go to Councilwoman Rao for her question.
Question. So out of this ordinance, the section that's considered unconstitutional is just this section? I mean, based on your review, this is what's concerning this section?
The section that's concerning is requiring law enforcement that are not within the purview of this council to take any action up or down that's constitutionally protected. As I've stated at the retreat and multiple other places, I do think that sometimes this council does over-legislate. Some things can just be a phone call, hey, when your officers are in our jurisdiction, do you mind just giving us a courtesy of giving us a call? They could say no, but I think that type of conversation or that type of building of camaraderie off the legislative books was probably the more appropriate avenue. But again, I'm not a duly elected official. I was elected by nobody.
I got you. So my question is, before we get presented with legislation that we may be troubling, it seems like we would try to have a conversation with who's impacted or strike this section. Although I do think it is good practice that they would notify somebody in the municipal limits if they're doing eject. I mean, that just seems common courtesy, actually. But I guess I'm concerned if we haven't kind of ran it through the appropriate channels. It seems like before we take action that this needs to go back to fix this section. I don't want to vote on something if we know it's in conflict. And this is one of the few sections in here that doesn't state state law. All the other ones do. So I'm just saying.
There's already an ordinance on the book.
What?
We already did an ordinance.
I understand they had an ordinance, and I guess I'm trying to understand the distinction between the original legislation and this. What is it doing that's different?
So there are 2 main important components. And again, this is Mayor Pro Temp's legislation, so I think it would be worth hearing from her because, I mean, there's a reason why this was brought. There's a specific situation that has happened and is happening that prompted this.
Okay.
But there are 2 main distinctions. One, the common courtesy that you were referring to of us not quite knowing when people are coming into the city of South Fulton to do ejections. And the other was to make sure that they get the contact information or identify if there's more than one squatter there, they identify who they are to make sure that they don't come back. So that's my understanding, but again, I would defer to Mayor Pro Temp as she's the sponsor and she has more knowledge on the direct course of events that brought this legislation forward.
Yeah, I guess I don't know if she can answer it, but I don't know. I'm just troubled whether it's a state constitutional officer or not, why they wouldn't want to get this courtesy operating in anybody's jurisdiction. But I'll just leave it at that. It's one thing to be the law. It's just good practice in the courtesy. I don't understand.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you?
So, our practice here is when people introduce legislation, they get to speak on it, right? And so I will reiterate why we came to this. So first of all, I do want to say that Attorney Kelly never told me this that I'm hearing today about the problematic portion of this, right? So, it's not a dig on her or anything. What I'm saying is that here's what happened. What happened was there was a house in Oakley Township that someone was ejected from, right? A squatter. They were, whatever, I can't even tell you what the actual circumstance is because that agency never shared it with us. So what happened is residents called me, and I wound up going over there myself to see what is going on. And what happened is people were ejected on a Thursday. By Sunday, the water was running down the street, and it wouldn't stop. So they called me because of that concern. The water was on from upstairs. It was running all through the house. The ceiling was caved in. I could see it through the window. I have a video of it. They sledgehammered all the walls. They knocked out the windows. The back door was open. It was the wildest thing I've seen. So the officers that I spoke to trying to describe what happened, they were calling around trying to figure out what agency handled that. Because then for the owner of the property, they could figure out when they have to put an insurance claim and they have to figure out who potentially did it, ding, the people who you just threw out came back to retaliate on the fact that you just kicked them out, so they destroyed this property. So, number one, our police department, as diligent as they are, they could not figure out who oversaw this ejectment. Was it, it was a squatter, so it's not a dispossessory. A dispossessory, if it has to do with like somebody being foreclosed, that would be the sheriff's office. If it has to do with renters, that would be the marshal's office. But when it comes to this squatter situation, I'm not saying we don't know who it was, but in this situation, we have no clue. And the people who did it would have easily been able to be identified had there been a procedure. So with this is it doesn't have to be an ordinance, because it doesn't have to be a punitive measure in order to get this information. It's okay. So it's about collecting the most information that you can get to preserve the rights of our residents who may experience something like this. Because our police department couldn't figure it out. And if we have, say, if you want it to be a resolution versus an ordinance, I'm fine with that. Because an ordinance, I know, has a punitive effect or makes it there's a violation. If it needs to be a resolution so that these agencies can come up with a mechanism to share information and collect information on a squatter incident, so that if an additional crime is occurring after the ejectment, then you have somebody that detectives can go look for, that they can question, that they can match up with descriptions and information that even the residents that may have seen somebody, so you can have information, so it's not something that, see, the thing about it is, I know the sheriff, the point is, it's not about telling somebody what to do or whatever. It's about caring about people's property. It's about our department. We have detectives that solve crimes. You can't solve crimes on where you have no information. So this is, say, encouraging a process that would allow agencies to let us know when they are in our jurisdiction. That's all. It's not that deep, and that's it. And if you don't want to do it, and I'm not saying you don't want to do it, it's just about that, what I've said. That's it. And if you don't want to do it, then don't do it.
All right. Couple things. First of all, deputies, good to see you. Okay. I guess you'll be after me, sir.
Wow. This is not your role to make. Go ahead. That's right. You wrong, Mayor.
One of the roles of the mayor is to make the agenda. And I think it's clear in this example that there is a problem with our legislative process because everybody on this dais isn't even clear about what the attorney has advised or not advised. And I'm saying that just from the conversation, right? Madam Attorney, I know that you are doing some work on the legislative process and you're going to be bringing us some recommendations. Of course, even after that, people walk on items that did not make it through the legislative process in time to make it onto the agenda. We have 4 walk-on items tonight. But I would like to suggest, because we're hearing varying accounts of what was said in meetings that we all weren't a part of, in our zoning cases, we have these staff recommendations. We've now gotten into the habit of putting them on the agenda. This is, recommended approval by staff, recommended denial, recommended approval with conditions. I am asking if we could investigate, not a decision that we make tonight, but might we begin doing that with the rest of the agenda items? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her point of order.
How is this germane?
The chair did you want to say something about that?
What I interpret as the germanity of it is he's talking specifically about how this legislation was brought forward and the differing accounts. I do think that there may be a parliamentary issue in that Councilman Sebastian was in the queue. It would have been most appropriate for the mayor to make his comments after acknowledging Councilman Sebastian.
Okay. I will go to Councilman Sebastian, but my comments stand that I do believe that we should start putting recommendations from staff, whether legislation is recommended, approved, denied, approved with conditions or revisions, so that it is clear to all of us when we get the agenda
Point of order.
before this meeting. The chair recognizes Councilman Willis for her point of order.
Again, recommendations on whether or not staff should approve legislation on agendas.
All right, I'm going to rule on your point of order.
How is this
you're
germane?
not. It's germane because
I asked you to ask the city attorney.
You can ask me, but as chair, I rule on all points of order. Is that correct? Okay, so here's my ruling. I'm going to finish talking, and then I'm going to yield the floor. I do believe that this is germane because we've wasted 20 minutes debating whether or not the sheriff is going to do this or the marshal's not going to do this, letters that you got, what she said, what she didn't say, all of which should be in the legislative portal. I don't know if it is or it isn't, but I know that it's not on this piece of paper in front of us. And so I think that so that we're not in meetings at 10 o'clock doing this again, that future legislation just has some notes on it in our agenda. Those are my comments, and the chair now recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am embarrassed by the fact that our sheriff has sent his chief deputy here. Regardless of the relationship, his office is what it is. The sheriff is an elected person in our county. He's a constitutional officer. I've sat here on this council for 3 and a little over a half years, and we have given elected officials who walk through that door opportunities to address this body without all of this. And I'm highly disappointed that this is where we are with the sheriff's representative, because if he was in town, he probably would be here. We need to stop. This sheriff department have helped this city out on many, many occasions. Have attended and supported a lot of our functions and a lot of our events when we didn't have the capacity to do so. There is some question whether this thing is enforceable. And Mayor, to your point, we have sat here for 25 minutes and talk about this and have this senior officer in the Sheriff's Department sitting here all night. So with that, I'm going to make a motion for us to allow Chief Deputy Willis to offer comments on this item accordingly. And that is my motion.
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
You have the floor, sir.
All right, first of all, good afternoon, well, good evening, good night, good morning. As you said, I am Chief Willis, Fulton County Sheriff's Office, and most of everything that you guys have just discussed was what I was going to talk about. Firstly, the sheriff is not willing to open the Pandora's box of making notifications to municipal cities of that statute for the simple reason you are not the only city that we serve. We have 14 more, okay? And so it would become tiresome is a word that I would use, I guess, at this point, for us to do that. But many of you council people have called me personally and asked about situations as this. And so it's just a simple phone call. You can call and say, hey, well, you know, we had an ejectment. We were told the ejectment was done in such and such a place or wherever it was done. And if we have that information, we don't mind sharing it like that. But to put us in a position to where we are forced to share information, not only with you, that opens up Pandora's box. And the rest of the cities don't want that same service. And right now, we're just not willing to give that type of service. Okay? So, but we are here to continue to work side by side with the city of South Fulton, as we have shown, and will continue to do. But in this instance, I don't want y'all to forget that this is you guys' city, and you can govern your city however you need to govern it, okay? But you got to also recognize that your city is in Fulton County, okay? Just keep that in mind. This is your city, but this is our county, okay? So we just want to make sure that y'all understand that we are here to help you, but don't put us in a position that stretches us too thin. And that will be the end of my comments, because you guys have already discussed everything else that I was going to say.
I believe there'll be some questions for you.
Absolutely.
I'm going to keep going with the queue now. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. Thank you for all that you do to help not only the city of South Fulton, but all of the cities in Fulton County. And again, we thank you for standing in the gap for us when we had tragedy that presented us a couple of months ago. You all responded to over 60 calls and gave our officers the mental break they needed during the trauma they were facing. Not only did you all do that, you all took over our call so that we could have the funeral and attend the funeral. So, and you all help us in a lot of capacities. So thank you. So there was a comment made out of courtesy when you all come into cities and do your job, which you're constitutionally bound to do, because you do get your powers from the Constitution, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. So there was a comment made out of courtesy, when you all come into cities, you all should let or notify people when you all do things in their cities. Now, it is my understanding you all serve warrants, correct?
Absolutely, correct.
You all the chief law enforcement officer of the state of Georgia, correct?
Well, we are the chief law enforcement agency within the county, within Fulton County.
So you have jurisdiction in the entire county. So in essence, you get your powers from the Constitution. So you don't have to ask for permission to do your job.
That's correct. That's correct. We get our powers from the Constitution, as you just said, and the city is within the county. So our jurisdiction is actually the entire county. And to take it a step further, with a warrant, our powers reach out throughout the nation. If I have a warrant for you, I can get you in California, I can get you in Texas, I can get you wherever you may reside. So our powers do reach a pretty far length.
And so you all do ejectments throughout Fulton County. Has any other city requested this of you?
No, ma'am.
Is it true that you all set your legal team, your team set with our legal team and our team, and we came up with a comprehensive legal squatting ordinance? I believe Chief Meadows was in that meeting, Councilmember Gums, who led the squatting legislation, and your county, your attorney and our attorney. We came up with a comprehensive ordinance that works. And y'all officers pretty much work with our officers. You know, y'all talk to each other, you know, around the squatting issue. Am I correct, Major Jubal? And so, I mean, Chief Meadows is not here to speak for himself, but a lot of assumptions were made. Number one, we did properly go through the legislative portal. When I saw this ordinance come through the legislative portal, I read it, I made comments on it, I picked up the phone, I called the city attorney, I picked up the phone and called the city manager, I picked up the phone and called Chief Meadows, and he said he did not ask for this ordinance. And this is what we're supposed to do internally. I was also told that my colleague was advised that this ordinance was not enforceable and not to do this ordinance, and there was a dismissal of what was said. Attorney Kelly can speak for herself. She's here. But I asked her on more than one occasion, did you advise my colleague that she can't do this? She can speak for herself. I picked up the phone. I called Sheriff Labatt. I picked up the phone to call Marshall McKee. Marshall McKee and Sheriff Labatt are at a Noble conference. So Marshall McKee sent the email I read, and Sheriff Labatt sent his chief deputy. So, you know, we need to get out of the business of trying to be police officers. If there was something that occurred during a squatting situation, then the police should have been called. The police should have been called, period. I have done open record requests. I've seen officers get reprimanded because people are interfering with police matters. And I could talk on it because it was in an open record request, and I have proof this was done. Some of our officers would not have gotten hurt if we did not have interference from some people on this council that's interfering with their jobs. That's professionally and that's physically. This ordinance is out of order. This ordinance is out of order. This is not about courtesy. You just heard Chief Deputy Willis say that we can do what we want to do in our city. We can govern our city, but we don't get to tell them what they do in the county. This is not about respect. If anything, they don't require us to tell them everything that we're doing in their county. They don't make us call them when we do ejectments. They don't make us call them when we arrest people, and we're in their county. We need to let them govern how they have been governed and talk to each other and get out their business. Thank you.
Attorney Kelly, you're in the queue.
I won't violate attorney-client privilege, because when you all come to me and request legislation, I'm not going to come into a public forum and divulge what that private conversation was. What I will say is that everybody at this dais, I have told on one occasion or another, no, I don't think that's right, with the exception of maybe Mr. Adams. With that being said, if I believe that something is not right, it has also been my practice to give you all a heads up and say that in private. That happened even earlier today. Councilwoman Bell isn't here, but I pulled her aside to have a conversation with her about something I'm going to discuss with the council. So I will say that that is not my common practice, nor has that been you all's experience with me to play gotcha or to try to spring something on you at the last minute, especially if I disagree. With that being said, as I mentioned before, you all are duly elected officials. It is just my job to give you my best advice, but if you want to create policy and put it before your fellow colleagues for a vote, that's within your purview to do. And with that, I yield.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
So, people often make assumptions about situations that they weren't there. And I was there. And this happened to one of the residents, a property owner in my district. So honestly, my issue, I'm not trying to create anything for any purpose other than for something like this not to happen again, right? And so at no time have I ever suggested that I want to tell somebody how to do their job or what to do about their job, right? But my job is to make sure that people's interests are protected, right? So in our police department, when that happened, I did call the police. And the police called me and asked me questions, and then they called around. And nobody was able to tell them who had got ejected. Nobody, in my mind, and it's because, you know, I don't work there. If you ask, hey, was somebody ejected at Oakley Township between Thursday and Saturday, in my mind, I'm thinking, you can figure that out, like click, click, click. But it didn't happen. And calls were made, and see, I'm taking it as the officers are really trying to figure out who got ejected so that they can get in so that they can find out what information do you have. So for me, it's just an issue that I've seen happen more than once, where, I mean, most people should know that when people get either ejected as a squatter or even evicted from a home, a lot of times they try to destroy the property before they leave. And all I'm saying is, how would you suggest, Chief Willis, for in this type of situation, for our police department to obtain the information that would lead to being able to apprehend somebody and stop this from happening again?
I don't know.
Green.
I don't know how to per se answer that directly, but what I will say is the communication, and I don't know exactly what happened in that particular incident, but communication since I have been back in the sheriff's office between us and the existence of you guys, police department, has been outstanding. Now, what happened in that particular incident, can't answer. But as I stated earlier, some of you have called me and asked me about ejectments. So, you know, I have open line. You call me and ask me about anything that I know about, I'm going to make sure you get the information. Okay? So, to answer your question, I don't know what happened in that particular incident, but we have had dialogue, and it's been good dialogue.
And so I appreciate that, and I'm glad to know that and hear that. And I don't have your phone number, and I'm not going to ask you for it either, because when that incident happened, I followed the protocol of our police department. I reported it. They did their part, and I never thought that I have to go beyond that. When the problem is when they're calling around and they can't get the information that they need to do their jobs, that's what this was trying to address. Now, if it's a situation where you just needed to hear it from somebody and it's a deeper conversation between departments that need to happen, and even on the state level, we can do that. This was no way meant to offend anyone, but I'm serious when I say what, and I have that video. That is very distressing. And as a council person for that district, my residents know when something like this happens that I'm coming, you know, or I'm trying to find a solution to prevent it from happening, because we know that it happens. So that's all this was about.
Okay.
And thank you for coming, and thank you, for your commentary.
Yes, ma'am. Can I say this right quick in closing, unless somebody else got some questions? The sheriff has also went a step further and deputized a multitude of some of your officers. So he has put out the olive branch, and we're just here to help as much as we can. Okay, so I just wanted to let everybody know that a lot of your officers are deputized and have the same authority that I have. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that you guys knew that. Thank you. Can I go home?
Mr. Clerk, is there a motion on the floor?
Yes, sir.
Could you reread that motion? I've forgotten what it is.
There's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett, seconded by Councilmember Bell, to approve this item as presented.
All right, let's take that vote on the queue.
I guess I can't. Oh, never mind.
We can take it by show of hands.
Well, they're almost there.
Oh, okay.
And yes or no?
I'm trying.
Councilman Williams Brown? Okay, I will register. And what about you?
I did it.
Oh, you did? Oh, it didn't register.
Didn't register?
Yes or no?
No.
That item fails 1-5.
All right. Please sound the next item.
Next item is item 3, second reading, request council approval of an ordinance to amend the City of South Fulton Health and Sanitation Ordinance for the purpose of amending the regulations related to abandoned shopping carts. Oh, yes. This is a legislative rewrite to comport with the existing law and was entered by the City Attorney's Office.
All right. Before I entertain a motion, so I'm clear, this is a repeal and replace. This is it. We don't need to do another vote anytime soon. Okay, great. The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the amendment to the South Fulton Health and Sanitation Ordinance for the purpose of amending the regulations related to abandoned shopping carts, as well as the Public Works Department request for approval of right-of-way maintenance agreement with the City of South Fulton and Georgia Department of Transportation for maintenance of State Highway 92 and Butner Road, as well as the Park and Rec Department's request council approval of an MOU between the Trust for Public Land and the City of South Fulton for park acquisition and development of the City of South Fulton portion of the Chattahoochee Riverlands project. The estimated cost of the total project is $15 million. The city's commitment is $5 million, which will be allocated over 5 years, as well as the council's approval of a resolution for the acquisition of real property at 3450 Butner Road in the amount of $350,000 in District 2.
So moved.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved.
I'm sorry, I should have asked if there was discussion. Was there discussion?
It was, but
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gums for a discussion. Can I
the
do
question
it?
is, in reference to the shopping cart ordinance, is the one that we have currently on the books not being enforced because it's a problem? And is it because of the two?
Oh, it's being enforced. We're in litigation right now because it's being enforced. But part of the changes was to make it more clear whose responsibility is what. It's my understanding that some of the, specifically the grocery stores, they were having a concern that patrons were coming, taking the shopping carts to the bus station, and then leaving the carts at the bus station. Once that occurred, then the homeless people were building a shelter out of the abandoned shopping carts and living out of it. So we rewrote it. We made the language more clear, especially regarding the retrieval plan and things of that nature, and also cleaned up some of the language around the fines for not retrieving them. And so that it's to directly address the litigation that came as a result of it being enforced.
So how long do they have to retrieve it? Because just yesterday off of Old National, it's a lot of shopping carts at the bus stop.
Yes, I know. I take pictures of them and I send them in.
Yes.
So how long do they have to retrieve them?
So it's according to the plan that they submit as far as a retrieval plan. But I will say, if you're seeing carts, to please direct your constituents to take pictures and put it through C-Click Fix. That goes directly to code enforcement, and they do have people that go around and actually load them and find them. There's also a requirement in the ordinance that the shopping carts have to show where they're from, so we know who to find.
So what I'm trying to get at, though, is are the grocery stores, who's being fined for those shopping carts that are at the bus station, at the bus?
So it's the grocery stores. We're also requiring them to put notice on their buildings that it is against the city ordinance to remove the shopping carts from their premise. And that was a big proponent that wasn't happening. We weren't giving people the adequate legal notice to know that it was a violation to take the shopping carts off of the premise. So with them now being put on notice that it's a violation, that also helps alleviate some of that liability on the part of the stores. But the finding mechanism is still in place. They still have to retrieve them, and if they don't, and we find it through C-Click Fix or just generally riding around at the bus stops, they'll still get fined.
Please, Mr. Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Yes, so I know that both our city manager as well as our he's laughing because he knows what I'm going to say. And so just rest assured that I spend an inordinate amount of my time on the weekends riding around, taking pictures of shopping carts, illegal dumping, and all the other things that are occurring on Old National in District 6, particularly that Dunkin' Donuts bus stop, which has become the bane of my existence, with all of the various shopping carts that are left there. And I would offer that the problem would not escalate if they would get their carts. And so that has been the ongoing struggle is that they won't pick the carts up. And on the other side of that, when I go and I'm taking the pictures and I take the pictures of the tags to send them in, I find carts that have been tagged, and then no one from the city has come to follow up on the carts. Because my understanding is once that tag is put on the cart and the store has been notified, they have 24 hours to come get the cart. So either we're notifying them and no one's following up, or they're not getting it and nobody's following up. And so then I now have 6 and 7 and 10 carts, all over Old National, because the system is somewhere broken along the way between the combination of failing to follow up and make sure the carts are either picked up by the stores or we are collecting them, because I believe in the original in the first ordinance, wasn't there a fine per cart if we had to pick them up? And I'm assuming that's not happening, because Saturday I had to send in pictures of carts that had been tagged on the 7th and were still sitting there on the 10th. And so I said all that to say that obviously I'm in support of this, but I don't want this to be yet another instance of we're passing something that nobody is enforcing, because as I've said before, some of these businesses, the only way you're going to get their attention is if you enforce it, because they literally do not care. And they've told me they don't.
Madam City Attorney.
So I do want to point to some of the language in there. We have created some more definitive language specifically for the around the failure to submit, modify, or implement the retrieval plan. There was some language in there. The production of such plan within 5 calendar days of a failure to produce the plan has some action. For the first offense, it's basically a written warning. The second offense, it's $500. And then after that, it's $1,000 for each occurrence presented. So as a city, we have definitely firmed up the implementation and as far as what the retribution will be. But we also had to firm up on the other side for the constitutional purposes, notice to the shoppers that it's illegal to retrieve it, and also notice to the shopping centers that their carts are out there on the road. There needed to be a bit more uniformity on how we notice them before we enforce, and so that has also been adjusted in there as well. But we've added some more teeth as far as implementation.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gumbs.
I'm sorry, and this is my last question. So the thing that I'm concerned about is those carts being in the street, because they're so close to the street. So if somebody strikes that cart and then they're injured, that the liability is on the grocery store, because they have not. Is that in that ordinance? Because we got to figure out who, because I almost hit one the other day. So I'm just trying to figure out.
So it is
that could be a real serious problem.
Absolutely. And it is written into the amendment that the burden is on the shopping center or the store to prove that the cart was taken from their premise and abandoned by somebody else. So that does kind of streamline, for liability purposes, who would be responsible. I can tell you there was quite a bit of discussion around this between my staff and code enforcement and collaboration and coming up with creative ideas, as well as outside counsel who was involved in the litigation as a result of the enforcement. That even the locks that they put on the shopping carts, I know you've seen them, that if they go past that line, it's supposed to lock the shopping carts. Well, if you push it hard enough. And so those are the things that a shopping center would have to point to say, listen, these are the things that we put in place to prevent people from moving it. If it wound up at the bus stop in front of Dunkin' Donuts and Old National, it wasn't because of lack of trying on our part. And also, here's our implementation plan. And this is the evidence that we were or were not notified to come get the shopping cart.
Any further speakers on this topic? All right. Mr. Clerk, do you want to sound these first read items?
For the record, I want to announce that that item was approved unanimously, 7-0.
Okay, thank you.
You want me to handle the walk-on action items first, and then
we'll do them in the order of the agenda. We'll do the first reads, and then we'll do the walk-ons.
So that brings us to letter D, first read ordinances. First is first read an ordinance to amend section 6.11 of the charter of the city of South Fulton to revise certain procedures relating to the imposition of millage rates, to establish an effective date, to provide for correction of scrivener's errors. 2, first read, request council approval of an ordinance to adopt the 2025 millage rate at 12.399 for the city property tax for the city of South Fulton, Georgia. Number 3, first read, an ordinance to establish the city of South Fulton fraud, waste, and abuse policy to codify definitions of fraud, waste, and abuse, to outline reporting mechanisms and jurisdiction, to provide for employee training, sponsored by Councilmember Carmelita Gums. Number 4, first read, an ordinance to amend Appendix C to add Article 11, frontage repaving requirement of the Code of Ordinances, City of South Fulton, Georgia, sponsored by Councilmember J.C. Sebastian. Number 6, first read of a rezoning ordinance, KZ 25-023, a request to rezone from M1 in the Cascade Corridor Overlay District to the C1 and for other lawful purposes at 0 and 1055 Fairburn Road. This property is in Council District 1. Number 8, first read of a rezoning ordinance, KZ 25-021, CV 25-0025, an application by Michael Miglori of Fern Park Development requesting rezoning from AG1 to CUP to develop a residential community with 50 single-family detached homes on 16.71 acres at 5860 Coweta Road. This property is located in Council District 4. Number 9, first read of a rezoning ordinance, case Z25-020, an application by Betancourt Construction LLC, care of Battle Law, requesting a rezoning from AG1 and R2A to CUP to construct a subdivision with 293 single-family detached homes on 130.19 acres at 6200 and 7000 Coweta Road and 5675 Dodson Road. This property is in Council District 4. And lastly, first read of rezoning ordinance, case Z25-016, an application by Nicole Hunter requesting rezoning from AG1 in the Old National Overlay District to R2A to develop 6 single-family homes on 6.6 acres at 6765 Dagenhart Road. This property is located in Council District 6.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
We withdrew the one.
Item number 10 was withdrawn.
Withdrawn, yeah.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Rowell.
Procedurally, should this be considered a first read for item number 5 because we haven't heard the zoning case, which is going to be on the 26th?
Yeah, I didn't read that one. I skipped over
Oh,
that.
for the self-storage, okay, I just want to make sure.
I skipped over 5 and 7.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman number 12, walk-on items. We have 4. The first is a resolution by the City of South Fulton City Council recognizing the creation of the South Fulton Police Benevolent Fund, Incorporated, and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Councilman J.C. Sebastian.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve this item as sounded.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Madam Attorney, you have all of the items that you need to get this started, and Madam City Manager.
Yes, we were looking at other municipalities that also have something similar. And we did receive the bylaws from those other jurisdictions. I will tell you that I don't believe that it's a one-size-fits-all for these bylaws. I do think that they do need to be adjusted specifically for South Fulton, but I think that it will at least give them a framework to work with as opposed to reinventing the wheel on their bylaws and the structure.
So that was a yes. Right, I just want to, I know lawyers don't like to give yes or no answers. Your answer was your answer. We can take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is approval Approval of a city council co-sponsored event with the City of South Fulton co-sponsored event with the 11th annual Divine 9 5K for next year, June 13, 2026, with full access at Wolf Creek Amphitheater, sponsored by Councilmember Gums.
Could you go ahead and sound the last two as well?
Okay. Also, item 12C, request council approval of a donation of $5,000 from the city of East Point, and I assume it's for the Community Health Unity event? Cultivating Community Health Unity event. And then the last one is the donation of $1,500 from the Meach Foundation for an event on August 23rd, 2025 by Councilmember Gums.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
Approve this item. Second.
All
Authoring BCD.
all right. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion to go into executive session or adjourn. We're going to be back here on Friday. Well, not here. We're going to be together all day on Friday.
I move that we go to an executive session to discuss personnel. Do you have anything for real estate? Legal, personnel, legal. Personnel and legal. Do you have anything for real estate, Ms. Subadan? You have anything for real estate? Okay, so personnel and legal and cybersecurity. I said personnel and legal just in case.
Is there a second? All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously. We are recessed at 10:49 p.m.
About to be in line, so you.
Okay.
Okay, they're live.
Hello, we're live. We're live, we're back. So were there, Mr. Clerk, we have to adjourn, correct?
The motion to reconvene first.
Reconvene. I will entertain a motion to reconvene.
I motion to reconvene from executive session.
Is there a second? Can I take, is there any discussion about this?
No.
Can I take this vote with a show of hands? Okay. Were there any, Mr. Clerk, were there any actionable items in executive session?
No, ma'am, there was no action taken in executive session that requires a public vote.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
I'll take this vote by show of hands.
Court that approves 6-0. We're adjourned at 12:37 p.m. Have a good evening.
Get home.